Hey kids, today we're gonna learn about the world. The world that's around us is pretty amazing, but how does it work? It must be complicated. The secret is the world can only work when everything works together. A bee drinks from a flower and leaves with its pollen. A squirrel in a tree spreads the seeds that have fallen. Everything works together. The biggest elephant, the littlest fly. The gophers underground, the birds in the sky. And every single cricket, every fish in the sea gives what they can and gets what they need. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. From A to zebra to the worms in the dirt. That's how it works. Hey everyone, look who stopped by to say hello. It's Socko. Hey! Where you been, Socko? I've been where I always am when you're not wearing me on your hand. In a frightening liminal space between states of being. Not quite dead, not quite alive. It's similar to a constant state of sleep paralysis. Socko, we were just talking about the world and how it works. Boy, that sounds complicated. Do you have anything you'd want to teach us about the world? I wouldn't say anything that you probably haven't already said yourself. I don't know about that, Socko. How about you give it a try? All right. The simple narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production. And the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left. And every politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. That is how the world works. Genocide the natives, say you got to it first. That's how it works. That's pretty intense.
That's right, folks.
Shit. What can I do to help?
What's going on, everybody?
Read a book or something. I don't know. Just
The Sam Piker and this is the Austin Night broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday. That's right, it's Monday, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Monday News Day, 12 p.m. Make a wish. Make a wish. Don't tell anyone. Make a wish upon a star because it's 12 p.m. on Monday. I'm a little late, and I apologize, but there's some good reasons for that, and I'll get into it in a little bit because this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, but it is 61 degrees and partially sunny, partially cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, and I would say a little chilly. Of course, the chilliness here is nothing in comparison to how chilly it is elsewhere around the country. One of the places that's incredibly chilly is Iowa, which we will be talking about quite a bit. This is the part of the 4-year trajectory of American history where everyone is reminded of the nation state, individual nation state, not even just a state in this nation of Iowa. That's right. Folks, it's Iowa time. It's time for all of our politicians to get together and all the media to get together and start talking about Iowa. And guess what? There is literally nothing going on there with the exception of the caucus. And that is precisely the reason why we're going to be talking about Iowa later today. People saying audio sounds crispy as fuck. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's because I got a new Rodecaster. Turns out the old Rodecaster was kind of cooked. So I went and I purchased the Rodecaster Pro 2 because the old one apparently has a lot of hardware and software issues, including, but not limited to, having each individual microphone, despite the fact that they're the same microphone, have drastically different audio levels no matter how much I tweak it. This was one of the major problems. I've also implemented the secondary camera once again. We now have, hold on, let me go into studio mode real quick. That's right. Okay, we now have a room cam once again. Hold on, I'm going to show it to you. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Boom. That's right. Look at that. Look at that. We have a secondary camera. This is what I was working on yesterday when I wasn't live. So get excited. Get excited for all of that. Secondary room camera on a swivel for when I have guests on. Yeah. We have an ambiance mic when you want to hear everything that's going on in the room. I'll mute my personal mic real quick, and then you can hear the... Okay, maybe we got to fix that ambiance mic. You can't hear. All right, we'll fix it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. Don't worry. That's a March issue. March did it. All right, anyway, whatever. I got so excited to show you all this cool stuff. We'll fix it with Kaya. Anyway, Kaya will fix it on the background while I'm working. Mic check 1 2. We didn't even do that. Murad, they can see you, by the way. What's good? No, the background mic is off right now. I turned it off. It wasn't good. It wasn't working. That's what's going on in the world. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, which is what I'm going to do right now in the world of Hassan Hasanabi Piker. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the situation, folks. Here's the situation. On Saturday night, I ended the broadcast after a short half stream, basically half-day stream, abruptly, if I do say so myself. Yo, that was Yakia on Saturday, huh? I've been there. The Pomero fried rice is life-changing. What did you think of that place? I've been there before. That's the famous place that I made Ludwig buy me of like a $300 shot of whiskey. So, that's right. I went to Yakia with some friends, and this time I did not make Ludwig buy me a $500 shot of whiskey for funsies because I felt bad. And it's messed up. I felt like it was inappropriate for me to do that to him. He's a bit of a broke boy lately, so we're all having a hard time. Hassan, you saw Ukraine asked for the Swiss to organize a peace conference? I have not seen that yet, but that seems great. But regardless, everybody, yeah, I had a dinner with some friends, which was great, which was fun. Did Ludwig pay? Of course. The only time I ever allow anyone in my vicinity, in my group of friends, in my family, in my loved ones in my life, the only time I ever let anybody pay is because it's Ludwig. Ludwig is the only person I allow to pay for anything. Every single other time, I will, across the board, I will always pay. He just caked up. He's too rich. You got to make the rich pay. So that's what I do. I make the rich pay. Oh, I love making Austin pay too, but Austin, like, he doesn't really, he's much harder. He's much harder to make pay, honestly, than Ludwig is. Ludwig is, oh, don't do it. A loud crack. Little lady's going to town on that. Todek is still here? Yes, he is. He is currently working on, fixing the setup that I made for him. And the setup that he had to add on a bunch of stuff to, because it was bunk. It was not a good setup. So that's what he's working on. Are you getting Todek on the pod? We couldn't get Todek on the pod, unfortunately, this past weekend. The new episode is out. We of course have Tina Kidden on the latest episode of the podcast. Fear and Podcast is out already. We couldn't get Todek on the pod this weekend, even though I wanted to, because he's been too busy. He's been doing stuff with Ludwig. He's a Todek Ludwig Invitational, as you guys probably watched, maybe saw. I don't know, but I couldn't get him on board because he's been doing like 12-hour days every single day, which is crazy. I can't believe he lost to Ludwig. Don't let her chew on bones or anything hard that you can't indent with your fingernail. She will break her teeth, usually canine teeth or the fourth premolars. Wait, really? I didn't know that was the case, but okay. Rocky Mr. Beast? No, I know. This guy's awesome. I've seen this before. I want Hasanabi and Mr. Beat, not Beast. Okay. I don't know how you are streaming today after the Rams lost. I am not as strong as you. Yeah, no, I'm so brokenhearted about the Rams losing. Man, I'm such a LA fan, brother. I don't even know the Rams were playing, okay? What are the Rams? No Hasanabi Devala tournament? Yeah, I know. They consistently avoid asking me, and I know why. Like, at first I thought there was a good reason for it, and then I realized no, it's just straight up because they fear me. They fear my power. They fear how good I am at playing Valorant. So they're like, oh, it would be so OP, like whoever's team you are. Okay. Anyway, MLK Day. So we revisit the white moderate letter and how many whitewash his legacy. Iowa caucus is happening tonight. How we feeling, boss? I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty great. I mean, I worked out this morning. So we're doing I do like deadlifts on Mondays where I have a working set. Like I work up to, with warm-ups, I work up to like a 1x5 working set on deadlifts, and it's a strength play for the most part. I had Todek work out with me as well. He's looking brolic as hell. And honestly, oh, I also got Kaya chipped this morning as well. My friend, my trainer's dog ran away and was lost for like a day, luckily. But that put the fear of God into me. Normally, you're supposed to get her chipped when she gets spayed, because usually it's like very painful, right? And she hasn't gotten spayed yet because she's a big dog, and I haven't gotten her spayed yet. So because I saw that, I was like, I'm terrified. I'm gonna get her chipped immediately. So that's what I did. I put a government chip on her. That's right. So please get her spayed. Yeah, I'm going to get her spayed. I'm not going to get her spayed yet. I'm going to get her spayed when it's the appropriate time. But thank you for your backseat dog parenting. Thank you, random chatter that knows better than my vet. Okay. So she's fully vaccinated and now fully chipped. It's over. This is the Bill Gates coronavirus dog. She's both gay and autistic, and also the government is around. The government knows exactly where she is at any given moment. So yeah, get her a tracking collar. Yeah, I'm gonna do that as well. So anyway, where was I? She's emitting 5G right now and portable Wi-Fi. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so I got that done, and then Todek and I went and we worked out, and I'm supposed to be like working my way up back to like a really solid set. I mean, really solid weight. And I was doing deadlifts, and in my working set, my trainer's like, all right, you know, let's go up a little bit. let's put the weight at like 355, right? Which is not that much for 5 on deadlifts, right? On a working set. And I just ripped like a 10 spot so easy that I believe next week I might go back up to 405 for the top set on that. Still doing 5x5 for bench press, all that good stuff. Targ is very strong, I will report. So I mean, I did a 10 spot easy, but you know, I could definitely do a lot more is what I mean. All right, here, I'll show you this video of Todek. Here, I'll give you guys a little taste, a little thirst trap, okay? Here.
God damn, dude. That's an athlete right there. There's an athlete right there. Y'all see an athlete? God damn, bro. This guy. You want to see us major, folks? That's right. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and it's Monday. It's Monday News Day.
All right. So, yeah. That's the man. That's the man, the myth, the legend. He's gotten so brawly. This is the last time I see him. It's awesome. Thoughts on this Ed Snowden take? Is this a subtweet by Edward Snowden? I don't understand why so many kids prefer watching a live stream with tons of dead air and a streamer who looks bored out of their mind over tightly edited, produced videos that don't waste the viewer's time. What am I missing? Am I just old? Because it's just a hangout. It's not just dead air. You communicate with other people in the chat, sometimes streamer as well as a community. Dude, I feel like I'm attacked by this man. Like, shut up, boomer. Is he in here, dude? Edward Snowden official not available. Nikki Haley tells Kylie Atwood she has not been able to speak to her husband today as he remains deployed with the National Guard. Wait, what? What is she talking about? Her husband is like 700 years old. He's not in active combat, dude. Why is she making it seem like her husband is like being deployed? Anyway, whatever. But where was I? All right, so yeah, that's it. That's the reason why I'm late is because I had to get Kai chipped. So that's why I was late. And then it just like pushed everything back. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. And you know, we got a lot going on. What the fuck? That's not how any of that works. Yeah, we got a lot going on. We're gonna be talking about Houthi ballistic missile strikes. They're continuing, which is shocking. I thought America's shock and awe campaign would have actually ended up changing the game, changing the course of history. America would be telling its enemies to back down. Seems like that's like we got one note. You know, that's what we do. We bomb things into submission. MLK Day, so we revisit the white moderate letter and how many whitewashers legacy. Iowa caucus is happening tonight. Houthis keep up the blockade on Red Sea as Israel's genocide reaches 100 days. Does the U.S. actually want it to end? Get in now. Because like the state-sponsored media is doing full court press right now, doing tricks on it, which is pretty interesting to see. State-sponsored media is like finally doing America is doing really stern. Like they've genuinely increased the intensity of the America is doing a really stern warning to Israel, telling Israel to cut it out. A mate asked me how the U.S. bombing Yemen is imperialism. Yeah, dude, it's so weird. I don't understand. Like, what? Why would that be imperialism? I mean, how would that be imperialism? It's just America's dominance being exercised around the planet as America, looks at a regional power. This is one of the poorest countries on the planet, right? And the regional power that sees a similar struggle in Gaza, right? And says, hey, we're just going to do a blockade here. And then America's like, no, you're not. And then they just only have one. They only have one speed. Anyway, MLK Day. That's right. Where I blasted off. Let the people know. Let the people know. Let the people know. Is it true that Kaya talks like a human? Connor eats pants. Said you're keeping it a secret. It's true. Israel did not do an MLK tweet, did they? Oh, hell no. They did do an MLK tweet. God, they're so nasty. They're so gross. But it's so expected. I mean, guys, like, people will be like, oh, I can't believe Israel did an MLK tweet, and then realize that, like, that is literally that is the reactionaries' favorite, okay? The FBI did an MLK tweet, and they killed him. So, obviously, I don't think they care. It's also one of, like, the staple conservative, the staple reactionary things to do is just, like, look at MLK and be like, if he were alive today, he would be on board with whatever I believe. Which, of course, I also simultaneously believe that he's like he's a bad guy. And I definitely would not be on board with his ideas back then, as I am not on board with his ideas now. However, he would believe me and he would agree with me and he would say I'm right because he wanted white people to live alongside black people happily, as white people still sometimes, not all white people, but as white supremacist hegemony continues. Every year y'all do this. Yeah, the FBI very clearly engaged in surveillance of Martin Luther King, attempted to discredit him, used manipulation tactics to influence him to stop organizing, and King's family believes the FBI was responsible for his death. But beyond that, I mean, there are some pretty gross things that the FBI did. I mean, across the board. Some things that people still repeat to this day, which is awful. People just kind of do that without any sort of push. Okay? Without any sort of push at all. Here, let's repost. This is a good one. All-timer. Just because we killed MLK doesn't mean we can't miss him. So yeah. That's a Jabuki tweet. It's a classic. Yeah. MLK cheated on his wife type beat, So whenever you think about leftist purity spirals that still very much are popping off, whenever you think about people bastardizing Martin Luther King's legacy and whitewashing it, remember, there's a reason why there aren't as many black civil rights leaders nowadays. That's because the federal government assassinated them. Just wait till you see what TikTok Zoomers have to say about MLK. I don't want to hear what TikTok Zoomers have to say about anything.
This is my impersonation of the Martin Luther King.
I mean, this is a wonderful tweet. I mean, a wonderful TikTok that we've watched before. It's a banger here.
That you all quote, we want.
Aim true. So the rest of you Negroes can leave it alone now. Why are you protesting in the street? I would have never inconvenienced those nice white people like that. They're just trying to get to work. It is actually against the law for any black person to say something that contradicts anything that I said. So if you hear it, tell them I'm disappointed in them and that it is illegal to say that. Everybody loves me now, just like everybody loved me back then. It's why I died of natural causes at the age of 98. I only gave one speech. Don't Google it. I'm sure the person who is quoting me to you would have supported me back then as well. Just ask their parents or their grandparents what they thought about me.
Yeah, definitely. What happened to that sword you made? My son won't stop asking me. It's, I don't know where it is, but yeah, let's get started on MLK and his legacy. Okay. There is probably no civil rights leader, like every single civil rights leader that was successfully whitewashed has turned into throughout history has turned into a commodified version of what they actually believe, what they stood for. It's never adjusted. It's never adjusted to the time frame. And in the time of his assassination, MLK had a deeply unpopular. MLK was deeply unpopular by the time of his assassination in the United States of America. So the notion that he was always like loved, a beloved civil rights figure, is complete nonsense. They lie about that all the time. Obviously, he was very popular amongst the black community and amongst radical socialists. However, the notion that he was like beloved and everyone was really sad is bullshit. Okay? Yeah. So that's something to remember. And to this day, the institutions that played a role in his assassination, like the FBI, shamelessly dish out his legacy in a completely whitewashed version. I mean, it's unimaginable, but this is white supremacy in action. It's a perfect example. It's a perfect demonstration of white supremacy in action, right? The very same institution that played a role in the assassination of this beloved, controversial at the time, but now beloved civil rights leader can just go ahead and say, this hashtag MLK Day, the hashtag FBI honors one of the most prominent leaders of the civil rights movement and reaffirms his commitment to Dr. King's legacy of fairness and equal justice for all. They do it every year. Okay? And guess what? It's shameless, but why would they care? Why would they care? Why shouldn't they do that? There's no repercussions for it. Love that this year Israel has also gotten in on the fun themselves, as they are currently committing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, right? Israel has utilized Martin Luther King's legacy to whitewash their own ethnic cleansing campaign. Wonderful stuff. Okay, not a hint of irony there whatsoever. As always, many of the people that are liberals themselves who will turn around today and when they're done championing America's bombing of Yemen, or when they're done championing whatever kind of American imperialism that has to happen in a complex way, they will turn around and unironically, showcase their favorite MLK quotes or whatnot, despite the fact that at the time, if they were adjusted to the civil rights movement, they 100% would be the same radical anti-communists that they are right now. Because remember, MLK was a democratic socialist. MLK also was an anti-imperialist as well. Now, on the issue of Israel, he had some different opinions, certainly. We can get into that if you want. I believe that when Amy Schumer was like posting that quote, a lot of people were actually very upset at her, including MLK's granddaughter. So that's something to talk about. Democratic socialist, he was openly a socialist, not a Bernie Demsock. Okay, this distinction doesn't matter, okay? Chill out. It's just he's a socialist. Did MLK say anything about the 6-Day War during the 60s? Yeah, he said a lot. Google when MLK was assassinated, and then you will find out. You'll get an answer for what he had to say about that. All right. So anyway, it's disgusting. It's gross. It's done every year. We understand, all of us together, collectively understand when Republicans do it, but sometimes when liberals do it, we can't fully comprehend why it is indecent for liberals to do this in the exact same way. And today, we are going to look at some of the worst bastardizations of MLK's legacy by those who 100% would have been against them, or are still kind of, against his movement in general, but will use some of his quotes to their advantage. Okay, starting off with here. Let's do a Zay Squirrel thread. Always on this MLK Day, remember the radical socialist, anti-imperialist MLK that liberals and conservatives erased from history.
I think the other thing that we must see at this time is that many of the people who supported us in Selma, in Birmingham, were really outraged about the extremist behavior toward Negroes. But they were not at that moment, and they are not now, committed to genuine equality for Negroes. It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee an annual income, for instance, to get rid of poverty for Negroes and all poor people. It's much easier to integrate a bus than it is to make genuine integration a reality and quality education a reality in our schools. It's much easier to integrate even a public park than it is to get rid of slums. And I think we are in a new era, a new phase of the struggle, where we have moved from a struggle for decency, which characterized our struggle for 10 or 12 years, to a struggle for genuine equality. And this is where we're getting the resistance, because there was never any intention to go this far. People were reacting to Bull Connor and to Jim Clark rather than acting in good faith for the realization of genuine equality.
Yep. It's important to recognize on this MLK Day, Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail. That's right. The reason why I love posting this, and I do it every single year, is because there are a lot of liberals out there who behave in this exact same way and refuse to recognize it. And it's oftentimes in identical terms, too. Like, not just necessarily a white moderate when it comes to I don't know, tackling some capitalist hyper exploitation or whatever, but instead directly behaving like a white moderate when it comes down to any kind of emancipatory movement. So here is Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from Birmingham jail that I read almost every single MLK Day, MLK weekend, all that good stuff. Here it is. On the 16th of April, 1963, this is what Martin Luther King Jr. wrote. I'm just going to give you the short and sweet of it and the most prescient, most important parts of it. Okay? Here's a little bit of wait, hold on. Where is this? Here's a little bit of a background on the issue. Okay? He penned his letter from Birmingham City Jail. He and others were being held for violating a court order against parading, demonstrating, boycotting, trespassing, and picketing, according to the Denver Post article on it. The letter was written in response to a call for unity, a letter composed by 8 local white clergy members. Their letter called for an end to anti-segregation posts in Birmingham, Alabama, and to find proper channels to achieve a better Birmingham. Remember, the 8 local white clergy members said, "Hey, how about you don't protest? How about let's get together and let's find a better solution." Okay? So, here's what he wrote. "While confined in here in Birmingham City Jail, I came across your recent statement calling my present activities unwise and untimely," he wrote to the fellow clergyman. "Seldom do I pause to answer criticism of my work and ideas. If I sought to answer all the criticism that crossed my desk, my secretaries would have little time for anything other than such correspondence in the course of the day." Okay? "But since I feel that you are men of genuine goodwill and that your criticisms are sincerely set forth, I want to try and answer your statement in what I hope to be patient and reasonable terms." I'm going to put this on streamer terms for you because I'm a goofy guy and I'm silly as hell. Martin Luther King Jr. responded to the trolls, which you're not supposed to, but hey, guess what? He posterized them pretty well. So obviously, this is yet another work of his that has gone down in history that people oftentimes forget about and refuse to talk about, as a matter of fact. Okay? Or, yeah, he got stone locked, but he was in jail, so he had a lot of time. Or if liberals don't actually completely avoid this part of history and his sentiment here and what it actually means and why it's still prescient, sometimes they literally use it. Like Hillary Clinton. If I recall correctly, Hillary Rodham Clinton herself used the white moderate line in the past, which is insane to me. MLK Jr. said, "I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress." This is a subtweet. That's what Hillary Clinton said. In 1967, Ben Norton responds, "Martin Luther King Jr. spoke out against the war in Vietnam, calling the U.S. government the greatest purveyor of violence in the world. Martin Luther King Jr. was 100% an America bad-ass activist, okay? If any of you have any confusion on that front, let me tell you something, okay? The same dumb motherfuckers who chirp all day, every day, that would be running around right now going, oh, we must bomb Yemen to protect commerce, sir, are the exact same people that would be turning around and being like, this guy, man, this guy, he doesn't know what's up. He doesn't understand. We have to keep fighting in Vietnam. You don't get it. Okay? Why is this guy's criticism just always revolving around America bad, America bad? What a radical he is. Which is, let me tell you, exactly what the New York Times wrote about. The New York Times editorial board directly wrote about this precise issue at the time when MLK Jr. finally came out and was very outspoken about the war in Vietnam. Okay? This is true. So just something to remember, something to consider when thinking about MLK's foreign policy. He was a big Ho Chi Minh head. He loved Uncle Ho. You know, put some respect on it. Whew. So yeah, I think I should indicate why I am here in Birmingham, since you have been influenced by The View, which argues against outsiders coming in. I have the honor of serving as president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, an organization operating in every southern state with headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. Okay? But more basically, he's here because he has organizational ties. But more basically, I'm in Birmingham because injustice is here. Just as the prophets of the 8th century BC left their villages and carried out, thus saith the Lord, far beyond the boundaries of their hometowns, and just as Apostle Paul left his village of Tarsus, yada, 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 some religious stuff, okay? He's here because he's responding to the call for aid as a civil rights leader, okay? Moreover, I'm cognizant of the interrelatedness of all communities and states. I cannot sit idly by in Atlanta and not be concerned about what happens in Birmingham, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Okay? Remember that. Remember that. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator idea. Anyone who lives inside the United States can never be considered an outsider anywhere within its bounds. You deplore the demonstrations taking place in Birmingham, but your statement, I am sorry to say, fails to express a similar concern for the conditions that brought about the demonstrations. How interesting how this works still to this day. This is precisely why I say this is one of, he had many things that MLK wrote and said that are profoundly prescient, unfortunately, because many of the issues that he called attention to have not been solved. Maybe some of it has been cast aside. On certain circumstances, there has been marginal improvements, incremental gains here and there, but overall, the class struggle, of course, continues, and also racial violence and disproportionate outcomes for those who are non-white still exist, which is why we still keep reading it, because it's not only the reactionary conservative that votes for Donald Trump or votes for the Republicans, that votes against his best interest because he thinks at least we are taking down the other side, the opposition. It's not only those guys that stand in the face of progress, okay? Liberals themselves also play the role of a bottleneck for any kind of progressive momentum in this nation, globally, as a matter of fact. We'll get to the most important part of it now. In any non-violent campaign, there are 4 basic steps: collection of the facts to determine whether injustices exist, negotiation, self-purification, and direct action. We have gone through all the steps in Birmingham. There can be no gainsaying the fact that racial injustice engulfs this community. Birmingham is probably the most thoroughly segregated city in the United States, and its ugly record of brutality is widely known. Okay? Then last September came the opportunity to talk with leaders of Birmingham's economic community. In the course of negotiations, certain promises were made by the merchants, for example, to remove the store's humiliating racial signs. On the basis of these promises, the Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth, the leaders of the Alabama Christian Movement for Human Rights, agreed to a moratorium on all demonstrations. As the weeks and months went by, we realized that we were victims of a broken promise. A few signs briefly removed returned. The others remained. Okay? Then it occurred to us that Birmingham's mayoral election was coming up in March, and we speedily decided to postpone action until after Election Day, when we discovered the Commissioner of Public Safety, Eugene Bull Connor, had piled up enough votes to be in the runoff. We decided again to postpone action until the day after the runoff so that the demonstrations could not be used to cloud the issues. Like many others, we waited Okay, this is like all of the reasons as to why it got to the point that it did in Birmingham. You may well ask, why direct action? Why sit-ins, marches, and so forth? Isn't negotiation a better path? You are quite right in calling for negotiation. Indeed, this is the very purpose of direct action. Nonviolent direct action seeks to create such a crisis and foster such a tension in that community which has constantly refused to negotiate is forced to confront the issue. It seeks to dramatize the issue that it can no longer be ignored. My citing the creation of tension as part of the work of the nonviolent resistor may sound rather shocking, but I must confess that I am not afraid of the word tension. So remember that. It is one form of protest. It is one form of direct action that seeks to make you uncomfortable deliberately so that it is impossible to avoid, like the top of the hour ad break, which is very possible to avoid as long as you subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Okay, I'm going to quickly move past it. Here it is. All right, I'm running it. You can also get gifted a sub, and we're going to get back to what I was talking about. Okay, there you go. But I must confess that I'm not afraid of the word tension. I've earnestly opposed violent tension, but there is a type of constructive nonviolent tension which is necessary for growth. Just as Socrates felt it was necessary to create a tension in the mind so that individuals could rise from the bondage of myths and half-truths to the unfettered realm of creative analyses and objective appraisal, so must we see the need for non-violent gadflies to create the kind of tension in society that will help men rise from the dark depths of prejudice and racism to the majestic heights of understanding and brotherhood. Now, why is this important? Because for many, it's not about the methods of protest. Because everybody loves chirping out the methods of protest. They go, what about this? What about that? Why are you shutting off roads? What if an ambulance can get through? Even though obviously the protesters have accounted for that always, right? But what about this and what about that? Why are you protesting like this? You should be protesting differently is actually all done with one goal in mind, and that is to shut you the fuck up, okay? This is precisely why when I hear things about from the river to the sea being inherently anti-Semitic, which is a ridiculous, gross smear, okay? It's a gross smear, just completely laughable, okay? The idea that like the optics of it are actually hurting my feelings. The optics of that are actually, my feelings personally are more important. What I derive out of what you're saying is more important than what the actual message is. The ongoing genocide must stop. The apartheid regime must be abolished, must be dissolved, so that there is one singular secular state where Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side, okay, in a real democracy. That is the major point. That is what many oppose. They oppose that, and that is precisely the reason why they hyper-focus on all of this other dumb nonsense. Okay? So remember that. These are the white moderates. All right. Let's get to the most important part of this. Okay? As far as legality, he says we should never forget that everything Adolf Hitler did in Germany was legal, and everything the Hungarian freedom fighters did in Hungary was illegal. It was illegal to aid and comfort a Jew in Hitler's Germany. Even so, I am sure that had I lived in Germany at the time, I would have aided and comforted my Jewish brothers. If today I lived in a communist country where the certain principles dear to the Christian faith are suppressed, I would openly advocate disobeying that country's anti-religious laws. I must make two honest confessions to you, my Christian and Jewish brothers. First, I must confess that over the past few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderate. I have almost reached a regrettable conclusion that the black man's great stumbling block in this stride towards freedom is not the white citizen's counselor or the Ku Klux Klanner, but the white moderate who is more devoted to order than to justice, who prefers a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is the presence of justice, who constantly says, I agree with you in the goal you seek, but I cannot agree with your methods of direct action, who paternalistically believes he can set the timetable for another man's freedom, who lives by a mythical concept of time and who constantly advises the black man to wait for a more convenient season. Shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Lukewarm acceptance is much more bewildering than outright rejection. This is very important to understand. If you want to know what a really, really important part of my moral framework is, okay? If you want to understand one of the most profoundly important parts of my moral framework, the way I operate, okay? A lot of that gets lost in the sauce. Many of you are in here already, so you're familiar with what I believe, but maybe you haven't fully understood it. This paragraph right here is one of the most important parts of my belief structure as it pertains to protesting, as it pertains to placing a time frame on another man's justice. Okay? Very, very important. Very, very important. This is why I despise centrists. This is why I despise charlatans who mask themselves as real arbiters of progress while simultaneously constantly saying, well, now is not the time, or simultaneously constantly saying, well, isn't there a different way? Or worse, making excuses for the oppressive constructs, making excuses for why things have to remain the same. Okay? I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress. I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that the present tension in the South is a necessary phase of the transition from an obnoxious negative peace in which the black man passively accepted his unjust plight to a substantive, and positive peace in which all men will respect the dignity and worth of human personality. Actually, we who engage in nonviolent direct action are not the creators of this tension. We merely bring to the surface the hidden tension that is already alive. Now, what does this mean? This is a direct shot across the bow at those who used to say the Black Lives Matter protests are racist, or Barack Obama is the most racist president of all time. Why? Because the reactionary would always say they're pointing out how racist American society is, and that in and of itself is actually causing divisions in American society, not the fact that these structures still remain calcified inside of our institutions. Okay? Remember that. This is something even I hear. Obviously, I'm just a dumbass Twitch streamer. I'm not important in any meaningful way in any sort of serious activism. I'm just simply stating that even for someone as silly as myself, I get hit with this all the time. Hassan, you're so divisive. You're so divisive. Why am I divisive? Because I'm bringing about the dividing issues. Okay? I'm talking about things that are important. I'm talking about things that harm people. And yet, you know, that is what's divisive, not the fact that those issues exist. Because let's be real. If you live in the comfort of privilege, one, equality feels like oppression. Okay? And two, anytime somebody shows you that things are not as good as you think they are or not as good for others, all of a sudden you're faced with that reality, and that doesn't feel good, right? So when you hear that, you have two options. You go, oh my God, I had no idea it was like that. I'm going to take this very seriously, and I'm going to change something about the way I view the world. I'm going to take action to hopefully better people's living conditions, albeit marginally, okay? Or you get angry. You shoot the messenger, you get mad, and you say, no, this person must be wrong. I will seek out information that hopefully corresponds to my implicit biases, that this person is making me feel bad and therefore he must be wrong. And that's what people do all the time. They dull themselves. They sedate themselves. They find groups that will reinforce those biases. Okay? Yeah, this is like a funny little meme, but it's so correct. And I think about it quite a bit. A liberal is someone who opposes every war except the current war and supports all civil rights movements except the one that's going on right now. It is a phenomenal take because it's so goddamn true. Anyway, We must bring that tension out into the open where it can be seen and dealt with like a boil that can never be cured as long as it's covered up, but must be opened with all of its ugliness to the natural medicines of air and light. Injustice must be exposed with all the tension its exposure creates to the light of human conscience and the air of national opinion before it can be cured. Okay? That is the most, important part of that article, in my opinion, that the white moderate that adorns the mantle of progress and progressivism and empathy will so often become a bottleneck for progress from that supposedly progressive side. Okay? The great enemy of justice are those moderates who feign outrage. Here, this is a better paraphrase version of it, but the great enemy of justice are those moderates who feign outrage at societal injustice, but whose outrage conveniently disappears when real change threatens their status. That is what's important to understand here. These moderates are more comfortable leaving unchallenged the assumed moral authority of certain institutions, traditions, and practices that are the purveyors of injustice rather than confronting their own role in maintaining these institutions. The hard truth is that the comfort of the status quo is always preferable to pursuing the demands of justice. This happens with every single protest, every single civil rights movement globally, and this certainly happens with American empire. Okay? That's it. It is something to remember and something to remind yourselves of and something to remind others of as well. If you want, like I said, if you want to understand where I'm coming from and what I believe in and what I choose to never be a part of, I never want to be playing the role of the white moderate. Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't reactionary elements in every movement, okay? But I try to see a broader picture every single time. I try to look at a situation and I think, what is beneficial to the people on the ground? And guess what? It's pretty simple, okay? Blowing up one of the poorest countries on the planet is never beneficial for the people on the ground, okay? That has never been a thing. You will never be able to peacefully de-escalate through bombs, through violent means. Now let's get back to some of MLK's other beloved quotes that liberals and reactionaries forget to mention.
Refused to give the Negro through an act of giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to gird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps.
Here is more MLK critiquing not only capital's exploitation, but imperialism and tying the two together as a broader systemic critique.
We read one day, we hold these truths to be self-evident.
I got to pee.
That
I'll be
all
back.
men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But if a man doesn't have a job or an income, he has neither life nor liberty, nor the possibility for the pursuit of happiness. He merely exists. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home. The other thing I want you to understand is this, that it didn't cost the nation one penny to integrate lunch counters. It didn't cost the nation one penny to guarantee the vote. But now we're dealing with issues that cannot be solved. Nation spending billions of dollars and undergoing a radical distribution of economic power. Yeah. All labor has dignity. Yes. But you're doing another thing. You are reminding not only Memphis, But you are reminding the nation that it is a crime for people to live in this rich nation and receive starvation wages.
As MLK grew increasingly radical in his politics, developing an anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist stance, the smearing of him by the media and political class became ever more hysterical. He was denounced as a dangerous communist and outside agitator, and it worked. Here is FBI Chief J. Edgar Hoover calls Martin Luther King the most notorious liar in the country. King's demands become immoral and totalitarian, writes William S. White. Martin Luther King at Communist Training School. The above picture was made by an employee of the state of Georgia at the Highlander Folk School in Monteagle, Tennessee during the Labor Day weekend of 1957. The photographer was sent to the Highlander Folk School by the Georgia Commission of Education. The Highlander Folk School was abolished by an act of the legislature of the state of Tennessee at a later date because it was charged with being a subversive organization. That's right. The four horsemen of racial agitation have brought tension, disturbance, strife, and violence in their investment of the communist doctrine of racial nationalism. Even though he's revered today, MLK was widely disliked by the American public when he was killed. 75% of Americans disapproved of the civil rights leader as he spoke out against the Vietnam War and economic disparity. Now, of course, the sad irony of MLK's message, especially not just one of civil rights for black people, but also about economic prosperity and anti-imperialism, was a message that was helpful for the very same white working class individuals who, of course, immediately despised him. Immediately. So think about that. Think about that now, years later. As MLK grew increasingly radical, he moved closer to Malcolm X's politics at the same time as Malcolm's embrace of a universalistic socialist politics drew him closer to MLK's vision. This coming together was cut short by Malcolm's assassination. One of MLK and Malcolm's most insightful analyses is that of the harm caused by white liberals who operate as agents of maintaining the status quo and cover this up with symbolic gestures and rhetoric. Okay? Here's MLK's famous description of them. We just read it. So one thing I want to mention, though, for all of you is that, like, you have the capacity not to be this person, but it comes from, obviously, engaging in self-criticism and looking within. That's it. I don't want people to think like, oh, Hassan says I'm against him. Like, I'm a liberal. I think I'm a liberal. It seems weird. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Okay, I'm not watching this because somebody clipped me out of context and is yelling about one of my positions. Okay, and you somehow stumbled across this Twitch channel or one of my videos where this is featured. Okay, remember that you too have the capacity to no longer be the white moderate standing in the face of injustice and siding with the oppressor. Okay, here's Malcolm X's take on white liberals.
There are many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox, and a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to, but the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling and you take him for a friend.
Yeah. Why do you always attack liberals, though? If that is your takeaway and you can't comprehend this, I don't know what to tell you. Because I don't always attack liberals. I do always attack conservatives. But there are instances where I must explain to liberals what their position should look like. Okay? There are definitely instances where I have to be like, listen, guys, don't be this person. Okay? Don't be this person. No, the person was trying to debate me into running the top of the hour break, but I already did it. But this video itself shows it. This video is a perfect descriptor because we know the conservatives are bad. That's the enemy we do know. Okay? That's the enemy we know. And I yell about them all the time. I do hogwatch. I belittle them. I humiliate them. I think they're silly, and I think we all enjoy it. But there is certainly a moment where, you know, some of this criticism must be reached within the ranks of those who compare themselves or consider themselves to be progressives. And there are plenty who deserve this criticism because without someone, smacking some sense into them, they think that they are doing the right thing. Just a little something on what Lenin said about MLK figures. During the lifetime of great revolutionaries, the oppressing classes constantly hounded them, received their theories with the most savage malice, the most furious hatred, and the most unscrupulous campaigns of lies and slander. After their death, attempts are made to convert them into harmless icons, to canonize them, so to say, and to hollow their names to a certain extent for the consolation of the oppressed classes and with the object of duping the latter, while at the same time robbing the revolutionary theory of its substance, blunting its revolutionary edge, and vulgarizing it. Lenin was absolutely right on this. Okay? This is something that has happened not just with MLK. This is also something that has certainly happened with even the likes of Nelson Mandela. And Nelson Mandela was alive in the lifetime of many who now, to this day, work desperately in whitewashing his legacy on. He was there. The very same people that were alive that were probably considering him a terrorist are now talking about how peaceful he was his entire life. Nelson Mandela was not taken off the American Terror Watch List until 2008. Okay? 2008 is when Nelson Mandela was taken off the terror watch list. He had already been democratically voted as the leader in South Africa. He'd already successfully dismantled the apartheid in South Africa. And yes, through violent means, for those who don't know, yes, a big point of contention in Mandela's history was the fact that he refused to denounce violence. Time and time again, they asked him when he was in prison, if you renounce violence and you renounce communism, we will let you out. To which he responded with, no. How can you negotiate with me as though I am a man when I'm chained? There is no even negotiation here. I'm in chains. My freedom has been robbed. So that's another thing to always consider when people go, Nelson Mandela was a Gandhi type. That is not true. Do you have any more examples? We are going to discuss exactly this at the reading circle. Anyway, what better confirmation is there of MLK and Malcolm's warnings about liberals and their support for the Gaza genocide? Remember when Biden was protested over it and they started chanting 4 more years over and over again? Most dangerous species in the Western Hemisphere. By the way, there's been a long-standing campaign by deranged Zionists to appropriate MLK's legacy in service of their genocidal occupation regime. But with everything Zionists say, it's a propaganda lie that has been debunked. Excerpts from this article. It's called A Letter to a Zionist Friend or something, I think it's called. Or Letter to an Anti-Zionist Friend. Okay? It's not real. They just wrote it. It's a hoax. Martin Luther King Jr.'s daughter, or granddaughter, is it her granddaughter or daughter? Actually yelled at Amy Schumer about this famously when she tried to bring that up. But I mean, this is reductive at this point. It's like his daughter, sorry, not granddaughter, Bernice's daughter. It's just like, it's reductive. It's reductive because like, it's always a lie. Everything is a lie. It's just like such flagrantly obvious, gross propaganda that if anyone else was doing it and they weren't like completely along with the American State Department, they would get ritualistically humiliated every single day of the week. They would get humiliated. They would get yelled at. They would get laughed out of every room. But because the media refuses to acknowledge the lies being told, when those lies align with the State Department's interests in the region, then there is never a single thought about it. That's it. It's funny because this is all readily available information. It's just not being served to you. So I like to use important points in history, days such as this one, to address some of those ridiculous lies. Okay? Anyway, something to consider on this day. As we move on to the Houthi ballistic missile strikes U.S.-owned and operated vessel, U.S. military says. How will the United States counter? Now remember, days ago, can we get away with watching an MLK anime? What the hell is that?
Please don't tell me anymore. Am I right? Right. Thank you for being my friend, Miles.
What the hell is this? Bro, this is an hour long. It's an MLK cartoon about time travel. New Monkey D. Houthi just dropped. Oh, I just was going to show you this. Yeah. Dude, let me tell you something, okay? These guys have incredible PR. Dude, you can't be thirst trapping as you take over a commercial vessel, okay? It's just like, the American government has no way of countering this. You can lob as many missiles as you want at these people. The moment that like a hot dude is rolling up on a commercial vessel and like smizing at the camera, it's done. It's over. Light skin face as I'm raiding U.S. ships, Lamau. That's what I'm saying. It's like there's no answer to this. Okay, there's no answer to that. You can't do that. Yeah, hunky D Houthi, more like hi, good one, M Hut. So where were we? Let's continue.
Military Central Command now says U.S. fighter aircraft shot down an anti-ship cruise missile that was fired at a U.S. Navy destroyer in the Red Sea from a Houthi-controlled area of Yemen. And this comes just days.
Wait, this is shocking to me because I thought that. Oh, there's another tweet below it. I missed it. It's shocking to me because I thought American missiles were certainly to put an end. Would certainly put an end to what's going on. I thought that was the case. Okay, well, there's a word I recognize in that. Okay, and I know that's not a good word, or not necessarily a good word, but like a word that is probably not being used in a good context. Anyway, in the part 2. So either watch a bunny cartoon or the MLK anime, please, brother. It's Monday. We're covering some news. You know what I mean? That's crazy that you're like, I want to watch cartoons as like a 33-year-old man on a Monday afternoon.
After the U.S. and the U.K. launched strikes against Houthi targets in Yemen, the militant group vowed to retaliate. CNN's Oren Lieberman is joining us right now from the Pentagon. Oren, we're now learning that another ship was hit by a missile just off the coast.
Yes, the Houthi logo says "a curse upon the Jews" as his like last line. It's like, I think death to America, death to Israel, Islam will prevail, and a curse upon the Jews. I think is like their
What's the latest
motto.
We have seen more launches since the incident on Sunday in which a U.S. fighter jet shot down a cruise missile that was fired at a U.S. destroyer in the Red Sea. We've just learned from U.S. Central Command that there was a ballistic missile fired against a U.S.-owned and operated vessel. The Central Command did not say exactly where this happened, but the UK Maritime Security Organization said that this happened south of Yemen. The missile fired by the Houthis struck the MV Gibraltar Eagle, a Marshall Islands flagged, U.S.-owned and operated bulk carrier that was traveling through.
Yeah, this is shocking to me. I thought that like I thought this was sold to me as like perhaps the most successful way of de-escalating. And it doesn't seem to have de-escalated the situation. As a matter of fact, it seems to have galvanized the popular support that they are now enjoying, right? Especially considering that despite the fact that the UAE and Saudi Arabia have their own dog in the fight, even the Sunni sects within Yemen have basically thrown their support not behind the Houthis directly, but certainly behind pushing back against Israel and even the blockade. So it's interesting that a lot of these guys were talking about how this is these guys are bad and they're unpopular and what they're doing is actually for the behest of stealing commercial vessels so they can, I guess, sell it or something, and that America's bombing campaign is totally just, and that it would absolutely stop once America blew up some positions inside of Yemen, and it turns out to have not been true. Even the Rand Corporation, as we showed the other day, which is not a liberal, peaceful dove by any means, considered this to be a smart idea or a good strategy whatsoever. And yet we got liberals here, so at least it's on his live today and doesn't use the excuse that other people use. Wait, what do you mean? That is MLK Day? Anyway.
Through the Red Sea, obviously one
shot at Ethan? No, this is not a shot at Ethan at all. What are you talking about? Oh, because Ethan is not live? Is that what you... Guys, let him live. Okay? You're being such a weirdo for being like, why is my favorite comedy podcast not live on MLK Day? Like, I can't believe he took a day off. It's ridiculous. It's additionally ridiculous to come in here and complain about it. It's so far beyond my understanding of the world. Like, it's so far beyond my, interest that I didn't even comprehend that was what you were saying. It's crazy. Yeah, he has an entire team. Let him breathe.
One of the world's most critical waterways. Now, according to U.S. Central Command, there was minor damage to the ship and no injuries. And crucially here, the ship itself remained seaworthy, which is that it continued on its way as part of its voyage. But of course, the Houthis had promised to retaliate. They said that any U.S. or U.K. asset was a legitimate target. So this, perhaps part of the retaliation and the response that the Houthis had promised against the much more widespread U.S. and U.K. strikes that we saw on Thursday evening. Worth pointing out that the U.S. then carried out a follow-on strike 24 hours later. The Pentagon and the White House had expected a Houthi response. This may be part of it, but the expectation is there will be something, frankly, bigger, broader, and more powerful coming from the Houthis. Still, this is now the third or fourth launch we've seen from Houthi territory following the U.S. strikes. Makes clear that the Houthis retain and still have quite a bit of military capability to try to threaten Red Sea shipping here. The U.S., the U.K., and the other coalition there trying to safeguard that shipping to make the waterway safe. Wolf, I think with what you see here playing out over the last 24 hours, it is impossible to say that the waterway is safe at this point, even as the U.S. tries to get...
Wait, this is so shocking. God, color me surprised, guys. I'm still shocked. It's an incredibly shocking moment that the American de-escalatory bombing campaign didn't end up de-escalating, but they said it would, and everyone defended it as such and kept celebrating, as a matter of fact, like the attacks on commercial shipping will stop. We'll cease. Like that's what the weirdest losers were saying online.
There.
Yeah, Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon for us. It looks like this situation is escalating.
Yeah. Reactionaries be like, give bombs a chance. How about instead of give peace a chance? This is hardly an escalation. You stretching. You're right. Like, since when is directly engaging in a bombing campaign like considered an escalation? Like, you're right. Chatter, you're 100% right. 100 P. I apologize. You're right. I should actually admit that it is a de-escalatory measure, as a matter of fact. A de-escalatory bombing.
Big time indeed. All right, thanks very, very much.
All right, we're taking you now to the House of Commons, where we're hearing Prime Minister Rishi Sunak speaking. Let's listen in.
They fired on our ships and our sailors. It was the biggest attack.
Dude, honestly, listen, it says a lot about the Western mentality, but specifically the American mindset that, like, there are legitimately people who think that this is an act of de-escalation. Because, like, American hogs specifically think that the solution to gun violence is making sure your guns have guns. Okay? Like, that, yeah, you're right. That Call of Duty de-escalate by pointing a gun technique that is a meme, right, that we've joked about before, is unironically the modus operandi of many hogs in America, many hogs and hoglets. They literally do think, like, the only way to solve a issue is by, you know, showing how awesome and mighty our weapons are, and that's how it works. Only 30% of people believe that. First of all, that's still a not insignificant number. And no, when I talk about reactionaries, I don't just simply mean the 30% Donald Trump supporters and whatnot. Okay?
On the Royal Navy for decades. And so we acted. We did so in self-defense, consistent with the UN Charter, and to uphold freedom of navigation, as Britain has always done. Yeah. Alongside the United States, with support from Australia, Bahrain, Canada, and the Netherlands, we ordered the RAF to strike 2 Houthi military facilities in Yemen. I want to be clear that these were limited strikes. They were carefully targeted at launch sites for drones and ballistic missiles to degrade the Houthis' capacity to make further attacks on international shipping. I can tell the House today that our initial assessment is that all 13 planned targets...
Yeah, here's the de-escalation.
Special forces, stay inside!
Civilians. The difference, of course, is that you didn't shoot the civilian that time, and honestly, like, the American government's policy is actually shooting the civilian to de-escalate it.
Get back inside! Oh, shit!
Wait, hold... What? Wait, that's how you de-escalate? Stop! You de-escalate by aiming at them? Yeah, good stuff.
Were destroyed. At the drone and cruise missile base in Barney, 9 buildings were successfully hit. A further 3 buildings were hit at Abs Airfield, along with a cruise missile launcher caught in the open. We have seen no evidence thus far of civilian casualties, which we took great care to avoid. I know the whole House will join me in paying tribute to the incredible bravery and professionalism of all our servicemen and women. The need to maximize the security and effectiveness of the operation meant that it was not possible to bring this matter to the House in advance. But we took care to brief members.
Thank God. Thank God they didn't. They had to move quickly, so they couldn't bring the matter to the House. You know what I mean?
Before the strikes took place, including you, of course, Mr. Speaker, and the Leader of the Opposition. And I've come to the House at the earliest possible opportunity. Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the unelected Prime Minister as well. God. Such a wonderful moment for British democracy. Now, having said that, of course, the Labour side is not that any better. I mean, didn't Keir Starmer like actually sign off on the bombings too? Like he is straight up. Yeah, and Keir Stormfront. Yeah, Keir Stormfront himself is also an incredible psychopath. So he is Keir Stormfront. That's so awesome. Ay, Jesus Christ. The situation is dire. Okay, folks, it's not looking too good. It's not looking too good anywhere. Certainly not in the UK. Certainly. Someone said kid starver, which is also great. Yeah, wonderful stuff. Wonderful stuff overall. The UK's doing great. Yeah, he said he supported the strikes, but also didn't he? He has the Richard Spencer haircut. Blood Labor is clapped. Oh, 100%. Didn't he also, what was it? Didn't he also sign a bomb? Like he went to Israel and signed a bomb, or was that someone else? Or maybe he didn't do that. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Mike Pence did that, but UK Labor backs Israel. No, he definitely is. He definitely is like fully in support of Israel. Maybe he didn't sign a bomb though. I think that was, I'm confusing it. He didn't support any of the UK worker strikes, only airstrikes. Labour are supposed to oppose the Tories, but they're Tories 2.0. My friend, Labour, the new Labour is the old Labour. It's the Tony Blair. Okay? It's the Tony Blair Labour. The entire point of Starmer and everyone else was to destroy the Corbyn faction and eviscerate, like gut any sort of real, genuine ideological socialist within the Labour Party so they could be the conservative, the Tory Labour Party themselves. That's it. On. There was a guy that I wanted to show you. Jeremy Corbyn's policy advisor. His name is, what was it? He's like Andrew something? Andrew Fisher. Andrew Fisher had a wonderful video going around on Twitter from the Middle East Eye. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, here.
I think what it highlights is the extreme double.
This is a phenomenal video and very short, 1 minute and 28 seconds, like Andrew Fisher, a journalist, writer, and Jeremy Corbyn's policy advisor. Oh, I tweeted about it. Never mind. I thought I forgot to tweet about it, but I did tweet about it. I said, bombing a country after your proxies did a genocide is bad, even if you don't like the Houthis, especially when their actions in the Red Sea are to disrupt shipping until the ethnic cleansing in Gaza stops. Reminds me of the Iraq war jingoism from liberals. Here is Andrew Fisher to really bring home that point. Okay.
I think what it highlights is the extreme double standards. Here we are. The Houthis have been attacking shipping lanes. No deaths so far, thankfully. Israel's been bombarding Gaza for the last 3 months. Tens of thousands of people died, children being amputated without anaesthetic, and that's fine. No sanctions on Israel, no strikes against them, no arms embargo. But
I guess this is because this is against the UK target, though, right? Is that not?
It's because we don't care about international law or human rights. We have this rhetoric that we do, but we don't. This is absolute nonsense, and this whole conflict is exposing that. We say that, you know, the Iran-backed Houthi rebels, well, they've been bombed by the US and UK-backed Saudi Arabia for the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Actually, the last Labour administration was calling for sanctions on Saudi Arabia over this for an arms embargo. Hilary Benz, somebody who's serving under Keir Starmer, was leading this within the last shadow cabinet. So, we talk about this in completely bizarre ways that spins it into this sort of thing of one side is bad and the other side's crimes are airwashed. I mean, we've got a case in the International Court of Justice today brought by South Africa against Israel for genocide. We're not talking about that. We're talking about some interruption to shipping lanes.
Yeah. And for the record, I know for a fact, because like producers reach out to me all the time to go on television, I know for a fact that the major point of contention now is specifically going to be Yemen and how there is actually moral permission, nay, a responsibility to continue escalating the tensions in Yemen, which is a great way to stop talking about Israel, obviously. Why would you talk about Israel? 100 days of bombing, 23,000 dead. 12,000 plus children dead, murdered by the state of Israel with our go-ahead, with our permission, with our munitions that we secretly send, okay, that we expediently send over to Israel. And this is a great way to draw the attention away from that slowly but surely and say, hey, guys, let's do it. Let's talk about Yemen. Let's talk about Yemen. Producers want me to go on their TV shows and specifically debate on why it is actually not appropriate to bomb Yemen. That's what they want to talk about. That's what they got going on for the upcoming week, as a matter of fact. I know that because they're saying, like, hey, our schedule is wide open. We have an entire week of Yemen conversations. That to me spells that that is where we're going to move towards. That's what we're moving towards in the point of contention.
I mean, it's pretty small-scale stuff when tens of thousands of people are being killed. And, you know, I don't care what adjective you call it, whether you call it a massacre, a slaughter, ethnic cleansing, genocide, it doesn't really much matter. Tens of thousands of people are being killed, and we're not talking about that. We're talking about some shipping lanes. It's perverse, really. And the rest of the world can see it. I think what it highlights...
Perfect. Not sure how our supply to Israel is a secret. We literally give them money to buy munitions from the U.S. businesses. Sorry, I meant... the Biden administration has taken unique initiatives. The Biden administration has taken unique initiatives in our expedient ways of arming Israel, where we sidestep Congress and we limit the transparency of what kinds of munitions are being used for what purpose when we send over those munitions to Israel. This is like we're bypassing prior protocol that has existed. For a good reason, really. So there's some kind of accountability. But here it is. The Biden administration is quietly providing intelligence to Israel for targeting purposes as well, by the way. Deploying U.S. Air Force intelligence engagement officers on the ground in Tel Aviv, according to a deployment order obtained under FOIA. This is another thing that we're doing in secret. Yeah. So should we simply give up on the Red Sea route is a great question. No, of course not. It is a profoundly important route for commercial shipping, for international shipping. What we should do instead is do the pragmatic thing and to do the moral thing, which is to stop Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. That's it. It is so ridiculous to look at the situation and go, all right, well, Israel's not going to stop. We can't get him to stop, so we might as well just stop using the Red Sea. That is crazy. Anyway, Israel is treated like a force of nature. Is so weird. Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, the bombing will continue. It does not matter. So, yeah. Of course, this is my position on the matter. So, in the past week, I'm sure if you frequent other circles online of those who masquerade as progressives, you've probably heard why America's bombing campaign on Yemen is totally morally just, and that, like, if I am saying that that is not morally just, then I must be like anti-Semitic and am operating on really simple binaries like America bad. Now, if that's your perspective, I think you can understand by looking for a little bit more clarity in my commentary. I heard you being called Nazis. Yeah, it's awesome. That's great. If only I used tactical N-words in my debates, would I come across as less Nazi adjacent, especially when I duke it out with like the concept of black nationalism or Pan-African nationalism as though it is as damaging and as devastating as the white nationalism of Western imperialist forces. In that circumstance, you would understand that I am simply super based-pilled and logic maxing and, I don't know, just the modern rendition of Socrates. Yeah, I have to show I got to show my interlocutors the word doesn't hurt me if they couldn't tell from, my white skin. Is there a full explanation of the explanation video you recommend? There is almost always a full explanation, and the videos are almost always on my YouTube. Okay? 33 minutes long, U.S. strikes Yemen. Boom. There it is. You watch that full video, you will understand. You will come across with a decent takeaway. Anyway, there's two things to cover here. Okay? As I correctly called out, liberals will say the people of Yemen are slavers. Okay? The Houthis specifically are the slavers, is what they will say. That's number one, which is, being thrown around everywhere. and that they've institutionalized slavery, which is false. Okay. And then they also say that they're racist and anti-Semitic, which there is truth to 100%. And even with the slavery issue, there is also truth to that as well. It's the poorest country on the one of the poorest countries on the fucking planet. Okay. Now, having said that, however, this is not a justification for bombing. Okay. It doesn't work that way. I stand on that, and I will continue to stand on that. Okay. You are simply using this as a justification. We do not bomb Saudi Arabia. The slavery, the Yemen, the Houthis reinstituted slavery, for the record, by the way, is coming directly from some random Saudi blog. It's not true. Is there slavery or wage slaveries in one of the most economically destitute places? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? Of course. The idea that the Houthis institutionalized is ridiculous. And they don't have to be good for you to look at their actions in this situation. Bombing America would not fix America. Okay? I will never advocate to bomb America because we have institutionalized slavery. We've codified it under the 13th Amendment as a punishment. And yet, despite the fact that we have the largest slave labor, like official sanctioned slave labor population, okay, the biggest per capita prisoner population on the planet, that doesn't mean that we should be bombing Rikers, for example, to liberate the United States of America. And that is not how it works. Can somebody in the chat send him a link to explaining everything about Houthi and slavery situation, which is literally because of the poor economic state of the country is in and not an official any group Yemen is doing? I already mentioned that. This is not a justification for slavery. Slavery is immoral, gross, wrong, understandably so. It's just that the solution is never to blow up the country and kill everyone in it. And to act as though we are bombing Yemen because we care about slavery is a laughable notion, because the idea that the current government, okay, where most of the people live, that has been the current government now and has withstood genocide from American proxies in the form of Saudi Arabia and UAE, but specifically Saudi Arabia, those guys have reinstituted slavery. That comes from a Saudi blog, okay, which is ironic considering we don't bomb Saudi Arabia for their profoundly backwards perspective on civil liberties nor slavery either. Nor do we bomb the UAE or Qatar. Hopefully. Oh my God. I'm not advocating for that. Please don't understand. Please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I am anti-bombing. Okay? I do not believe we should bomb Israel for its mistreatment of immigrant workers either. Withholding pay from migrant workers in Israel until they follow through on their conditions of leaving the country. That doesn't mean that we should be bombing Israel for that reason. It's ridiculous. Or their subjugation of Palestinian workers. You do not do that. You do not bomb countries to liberate them. That is a stupid fucking Amerifat brain disease that many people champion for some weird reason here. And I don't know why they do it. I guess I do know why they do it. It's because it's just empire shit. You got to defend it. Okay? So how do we stop Israel? Great way to do. Great question. Great question. Stop giving them bombs and permission. That's it. It's so simple. It actually frustrates me to no end. My solution to Israel is not to bomb Israel. My solution to the Israeli genocide of Palestinians is to stop Israel from genociding Palestinians. Okay?
I do not take decisions on the use of force lightly. That's why I stress that this action was taken in self-defense. It was limited, not escalatory.
So
it was
stupid.
a necessary and proportionate response to a direct threat to UK vessels and therefore to the UK itself. And Mr. Speaker, let me be absolutely clear why the Royal Navy is in the Red Sea. They are there as part of Operation Prosperity Guardian, protecting freedom of navigation as a fundamental tenet of international law. The Houthis' attack on international shipping have put innocent lives at risk. They have held one crew hostage for almost 2 months, and they are causing growing economic disruption. Global commerce cannot operate under such conditions. Containers and tankers are having to take a 5,000-mile detour around the Cape of Good Hope. That pushes up prices and imperils the passage of goods, foods and medicines that the British people and others rely on. We have attempted to resolve this through diplomacy. After numerous international calls for the attacks to stop, a coalition of countries gave the Houthis a clear and unambiguous warning 2 weeks ago. Last week, the UN Security Council passed a resolution condemning the attacks and highlighting the right of nations to defend their vessels and preserve freedom of navigation. Yet, the Houthis continued on their reckless path. Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't fall for their malign narrative that this is about Israel and Gaza. They target ships from around the world. We continue to work towards a sustainable ceasefire in Gaza and to get more aid to civilians. We also continue to support a negotiated settlement in Yemen's civil war. But I want to be very clear
Wait, what?
that this action...
A negotiated settlement in Yemen's civil war. I thought that part was just like, I thought that was done already. I love that. I love that that is like a thing that you can just trot out. Like, I mean, that was tried, folks. They did that already. The negotiated settlement in Yemen's civil war came at the heels of Saudi and UAE-backed groups. The Saudi-backed one being the former leader, right? Like, negotiations are still ongoing, yes, but I mean, like, in practice. I agree we shouldn't send them anything, but do you not think that Israel will become a North Korea, essentially? I can't see them caving into any amount of international pressure like South Africa did. Yeah, that's a really funny way to look at it, because, like, the amount of violence that North Korea has caused in the last 40, 50 years total does not combine the amount of violence that Israel does on any given Sunday. So that's a really funny take, because, like, what violence? Like, I mean, it's not a great place to live, certainly. Okay, they're gutted. Their economy is had to withstand. I mean, there was massive famines and whatnot, but like what comparison can you make with North Korea and Israel? And beyond that, obviously, North Korea is not an aligned nation. North Korea does not make the internal calculation that American support is unconditional. North Korea makes the calculation that they've never experienced a single day where they had free commerce and free flow and free international trade because of the United States of America. So there's no comparison to be made there. Just something to consider. Stop calling Ansar Allah the legitimate governing party of Yemen Houthi rebels. I mean, I colloquially utilize both, okay? But I also do not ride or die for Ansar Allah either. Like, I don't think it's helpful or productive to get lost in the weeds of the internal conflict in Yemen. I give you additional details about UAE and Saudi developments in that region, but ultimately, it is a very, I mean, it's a silly sidestep that benefits the liberal posturing in this position, and we move away from the major point of contention here. Okay, it's very dumb to have that conversation unless the conditions of why you're having that conversation are clear, which is, yeah, not recognizing them as the de facto government is a lost cause. That's number one. Number two, it's also additionally silly to talk about that because America's bombing of Yemen galvanizes the Houthis, Ansar Allah, and basically further entrenches them in power, which is precisely the reason why it's ridiculous to have this conversation with liberals who try to act like, no, bombing Yemen is somehow the good position. Yeah, which is why so many liberals are now moving away from the prior position that it was like, we have to do this to protect international commerce, but these guys are also slavers, these guys are bad, blah, 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 blah. So like, oh, actually, the real reason why the Houthi rebels, Iranian-backed Houthi rebels, actually were, taking pot shots at all matter of commercial vessels that are passing through the Red Sea that do not respond to their calls, are actually doing it to solidify their support in Yemen. And it's like, well, why did you give them that then? Why did you give them that? If your goal overall was to instill some kind of regime change or to reinstitute the former regime, the Saudi-backed regime, then why are you giving them the opportunity to galvanize? It makes no sense. It is belligerent. It is insane. It is counterproductive. And yet liberals can maintain these positions and act like they're doing something good when it is demonstrably a failure. That's it. That's it. It is demonstrably a failure. Burner account, a ceasefire won't help Gaza. Sure. I think you should take it up with a Palestinian that is currently experiencing just the worst bombing campaign of their lives, as like all of their family members have been blown to bits, okay? They want a ceasefire first and foremost. I do not care about the takes of Westerners, who fancy themselves to be revolutionary Marxist-Leninists or whatever, okay? Anyway, it's a really ridiculous prospect. That is what people in Gaza say. They say, we want a ceasefire immediately. You have no idea how the one solution to all these human fuck-ups is tied to the necessary exposure of a certain significant external influences. By external, I mean way out there beyond where you can breathe. Until that comes to light, I can't take any of this seriously and believe by then neither will any of you, says Wolf-Born USA. That external influence is the specter haunting this broadcast at the top of the hour ad break. That's right. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, of course. Thank you for that take, by the way. That's insightful. That analysis is correct. It's actually God that is causing this conflict. That's the external influence. The external influence of the top of the hour ad break that basically strikes fear in the hearts and minds of all of the Hasanabi broadcast watchers can be cast aside with ease with one simple trick: a $5 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that is me. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Did you get a new mic? Your audio sounds different, or is there something wrong with my hearing? I don't know. No, I did not get a new microphone. I'm using the same exact microphone as the SM7B. I, however, did get a Rodecaster Pro 2, and its software is better than Rodecaster Pro 1, and that is where I'm at now. And it's doing, apparently it sounds great, is what a lot of people said. I don't mean to be an audio pervert. Okay, Megaphonics, you directly are an audio pervert, but the compressor settings are hitting a little hard now. I don't know if you changed the settings, but when your voice gets louder, it actually ducks it a bit too much. I think I sound crispier, is what people are saying. I thought you sounded different / sexier than usual. You sound hotter. I don't know how to explain it. Okay, well, good. Audio perverts on a different level today. Do you think liberals, conservatives actually believe the Houthi attacks are separable from the situation in Israel? Isn't this just an obvious lie? I don't. I think that liberals and conservatives don't really think. I think that they just simply say. And what they're saying is whatever they heard on television. Whatever justifies the American position, they will simply repeat. That's it. There's not a lot of thought or consideration to it. That is why when you analyze the situation and you ask them, well, why didn't this happen before the ceaseless 100-day bombing campaign in Gaza, they have no answer to it. That's why they turn around and first they say, well, it was specifically because they wanted to steal the ships and because they're anti-Semitic. Okay? Are the Houthis anti-Semitic? Certainly, of course. I'm not going to get into the differences of like their anti-Semitism or whatever. It doesn't matter. They are. Of course they're anti-Semitic. This is not something that I have hidden. As a matter of fact, I've brought this up voluntarily myself, given the talking points to half of the liberals. Okay? Yeah, their actual slogan literally says curse the Jews, right? I do believe that they'll probably change it soon because they are trying to like normalize and solidify their position as like the party to negotiate with respect to Yemen as the official sanctioned government. So, you know, we'll see what happens. But ultimately, it doesn't have to be. Someone doesn't have to be like completely morally infallible for you to look at their actions and recognize that they are on the right side. That's it. I can't watch Rishi Sunak cry and complain about this more. I'm going to skip to whatever the American analysis is. Oh, they're turning around and also talking about aid to Ukraine. All right, let's see.
Must cease. Illegally detained vessels and crews must be released, and we remain prepared to back our words with action.
Right, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak there speaking at the House of Commons. committing to more aid for Ukraine and talking about that if Putin wins, he will not stop there. But importantly, Rishi Sunak also took us through the US-led coalition to strike back Houthi assets in Yemen to try and ease what we've been seeing over the past few weeks, and frankly, since the war began between Israel and Gaza, the disruption of trade and vessels, the attacking of vessels by Houthi rebels in the Red Sea. He says that this was all a part of a defense strategy, and also saying that he couldn't take this decision to the House of Commons because it was a security risk. We've got Claire Sebastian following developments for us from London. Claire, we've been hearing now from Rishi Sunak important messaging coming through, also justifying why the UK was involved in this US-led strike in Yemen, justifying this, saying it is important to try and figure out a way to secure that Red Sea line, and the Royal Navy, important part of that.
Yeah, Eleni, I think you've got a measure of the delicateness of this action and this operation in the language that he used. He stressed that it was limited, that it was proportionate, specifically saying not escalatory. This is what the US-led coalition is grappling with, how to deter and degrade the Houthis' capabilities to continue to attack shipping in the Red Sea while not creating another flashpoint, another potential front in the Middle East, which is, of course, one of the biggest fears that the West has, alongside, of course, the war between Israel and Gaza. So he said, look, that their initial assessment of the UK action is that all 13 planned targets were hit.
And speaking of escalations, which of course this was going to cause, explosions reported near U.S. consulate in Iraq. Iran claims responsibility. The Iran's Revolutionary Guard claimed it was targeting the headquarters of spies. This is breaking at this moment, so I'm gonna wait for more details to develop. Okay, I don't think the U.S. consulate was destroyed, for example, but Intel Crab, some sort of missile drone strike attack on Erbil tonight. 6+ large explosions noted, including near the U.S. consulate office. Watch this space. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of Iran is now claiming that the ballistic missile attack on the city of Erbil in northern Iraq resulted in the destruction of a Mossad headquarters by anti-Iranian groups. So my question is, I mean, World War III ? Let's go. Like, it's time, right? Like, great. This is what everybody wanted, right? I thought that was the goal. I thought that was the major reason as to why we're doing it, right? It's wonderful, right? Except it's not. It's not wonderful at all. It's actually really bad. And you know, I guess Iran is engaging in a de-escalatory. De-escalatory bombing. It's great. Wonderful stuff. Cool. Love to see it. I don't know what to say. The missiles targeted buildings on the outskirts of Erbil in northern Iraq and near Aleppo in Syria. They did a similar attack on a building they claimed to be a Mossad headquarters in 2022, which was an empty mansion. Anyway, we'll get to this in a second. Let's finish this off.
The U.S. has said that they are also still assessing the effectiveness of what happened last week, how effective it was in degrading the Houthis' actions. And I think, you know, case in point, just about an hour or so before Rishi Sunak came out and made that statement, we got reports coming in that the U.S. Central Command has now confirmed that a Houthi anti-ship ballistic missile struck a U.S.-owned and operated vessel just off Aden in Yemen, in the Gulf of Aden. That is not adjacent to Houthi-controlled areas in Yemen, but it does fit a pattern, and the U.S. is now attributing that to the Houthis. So this continues. It's clear that the operation to try to stop these attacks on shipping in the Red Sea is not yet done. But for Rishi Sunak, an important moment here. This is the first time he's authorized military action as Prime Minister, and now standing before his Parliament to justify that. He's likely to get questions on this from MPs.
It's kind of funny to think like that like bombing Yemen further, something that we have done with our proxies, right? For the past decade almost, or directly actually for the past decade, was going to somehow change the outcome that was a demonstrable failure that ended with a cessation of hostilities between Iran and Saudi Arabia conducted by China this past year. Like, if anything, directly bombing Yemen only further solidifies whoever is in power there. Okay, because now you don't and to really heighten the contradictions and showcase that Western hegemony is on its way out. Anyone who tells you anything but that is most likely a charlatan. Okay, who is China not an important trade partner to? Fair.
Peace conference to discuss the establishment of a Palestinian state. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi also called for a ceasefire in Gaza during a meeting with the Egyptian Foreign Minister in Cairo. He says Beijing is worried about the growing threat of a wider conflict. Well, Katrina Yu joins us live now from Beijing. Katrina, we haven't heard much Chinese reaction since the Gaza war started. So what more did Wang Yi have to say then?
Well, actually, China was very vocal after the initial beginning of the war in October. In the weeks following, China called for a ceasefire rather quickly. It's also sent a special envoy. It's been quite vocal at the United Nations. But it is true that this is the most significant statement we've had on the crisis recently from Wang Yi. And he made these statements while on a tour of the Middle East and Africa. He's currently in Tunisia. And this statement was released after a stop in Egypt, where he met with the foreign minister there, as well as the Secretary General of the League of Arab States. Now, what Wang Yi is calling for, the foreign minister from China is calling for, is a large-scale peace conference to discuss the implementation of a two-state solution, one that Wang Yi says must be authoritative and effective. And it seems that China feels that not enough is being done by the international community to bring an end to this crisis, and that China is disappointed that there hasn't been any sort of concrete solution that's come out of the processes.
I mean, I told you this. You know who also forgot about this? I saw this earlier. I saw this last night, actually. You know who else was like very familiar with this personally, despite the fact that they sing a very different tune now, even though they said it was a positive back then and now they would view it as a negative. Everyone's favorite, like at least the Houthis' favorite American spokesperson, and former Hasanabi head, Jackson Hinkledink. Where is it? Hold up. Let me see if I can find this tweet real quick. Oh, here it is. That's right. In the context of this now deleted stream of Hinkle defending Netanyahu, is that Hinkle is defending his meetup with the Zionist Jordan Peterson that he posted on IG on November 10th, 2022. Of course, back then, he was like way more openly right-wing, right? Yes, Hinkledink was a Bernie bro and a Hasanabi head way back in the day, and then became a Hasanabi hater. Went on Tucker Carlson, was like very right wing, MAGA communist, yada yada, and now he's like the base defender of the Houthis. Here, let's take a look at what he had to say back then, though.
You know who else has a good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu? Vladimir Putin has a very good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm actually happier.
So the difference between me and Hinkle here is that he was saying that was a good thing back then because, he's Mr. Multipolarity. And now, of course, he would completely deny saying such things. The difference is I'm consistent, and I actually have a worldview where I will tell you that it was a bad thing back then and is still bad now, just like I've told you time and time again that, like, if you think that China is going to be the best imperialism defender, especially as it pertains to Israel, you are wrong. Just like Turkey consistently has said and done things that are definitely expressly anti-Israel, and yet Turkey has a lot of power in this circumstance that it doesn't exercise for some weird reason. It's because it's theater, okay? It is theater. That's it.
That for the sake of, the multipolar world order, that he is in power right now compared to the previous coalition in Israel. Xi Jinping of the Communist Party of China has a good working relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu, better than the previous.
It's not bad that his opinion has changed, though. My man, if you think that this is an organic change of opinion and not specifically and not specifically a person who is very desperately trying to grift as aggressively as they can, I don't know what to tell you.
His coalition. You know who else has a...
Yeah. So, come on, guys. Come on. Yeah, no, he was a former top of the hour chatter, as a matter of fact. How things have changed. Hassan, you started wearing dresses promoting transsexualization of children and took hair loss medication that decimated your testosterone levels. Why would anybody still watch you, he said on November 6, 2022. Decimated my testosterone levels. Ay. Fun fallen chatter. One of my former Hasanabi heads. Previously subscribed for 6 months. But yeah, there are a lot of people who just like fly. I mean, dude, especially in like leftist movements, like there are so many people that just, you know, try to do their very best to make a living, I guess. You got the bag and ran with it. Not gonna lie, if I thought I could get rich off of being one of your haters, I would do it too. 100p. I mean, there's plenty who have done that as well. In the other direction, you and Hinkle share a lot of opinions, so we learn from you. Come on, dude. Hinkle's a communist Putin defender. Yeah, being a communist Putin defender immediately shows how you know, unserious of a person you are. Get out of here, brother. Trotskyites used to go on to become neocons. Now they just grift on X. Yep. Yeah. Famously a communist, Vladimir Putin. All right. Where were we? What is this? Seamus talks about Daily Mail Online revealed 2 Navy SEALs lost at sea off the coast of Somalia, went missing when one slipped on a ladder while boarding a ship that was taking Iranian weapons to Houthi rebels in Yemen. There were people on my timeline wondering if this was a master planned Yemeni op, but it turns out that in true America fashion, 2 Navy SEAls might have been killed in an almost Buster Keaton gag-esque situation. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm inclined to believe the official story if it's honest. More embarrassing. If it's honestly more embarrassing than getting washed in combat. 2 of our most elite soldiers got lost in the ocean when climbing a ladder. Dude, what is going on, man? What is happening? What's going on with our troops? Folks, our troops, they're not doing all right. Ryan thinks they're dead. Not good news for the search and rescue operation from former SEAL and now Representative Eli Crane, RIP brothers, he posted. Too much CRT. No, dude, that's it. That's right. I bet, yeah, no, it's the CRT that they learn. It causes them to, yeah, DEI hires in the Marine Corps, you know, in the Navy SEALs. Sorry, I think. The thing is, many cowards will not tell you the truth, that they were vaccinated. Okay? This is what the vaccines have done to our beautiful military. Vaccines are the reason why the famously never destructive ospreys fall globally, including, but not limited to, once in Japan recently, a couple months back, and also around the same week vicinity in and around the Middle East somewhere. I forget where it was. Famously, the ospreys or Blackhawks never explode, okay, until you're vaccinated. The vaccine chips, folks, the vaccine chips are interfering with the delicate communications of the Boeing-made Ospreys that famously do not ever crash. I'm being sarcastic. For those of you who don't understand, of course, Ospreys are famous for exploding, and also the Delta Force and many others are famously always dropping Black Hawk attack helicopters on every mission that they conduct. That's usually, where that comes from. A lot of the casualties come from that, including, but not limited to, the attack on the Osama bin Laden compound. This is, of course, before we started talking about DEI initiatives and whatnot, so just something to remember. All right, let's get to it. Hamas video perfectly shows dead bodies of 2 Israeli hostages.
We have some breaking news to share with you from the war between Israel and Hamas. Hamas militants have released a new video which purportedly shows the dead bodies of 2 hostages. Journalist Iris Mackler joins us now live in Jerusalem. So, Iris, what do we know about this video?
What we know is this: it's your classic.
Hi, Hassan. I know one of the SEALs wondering why they didn't have GPS transponders. He was a really strong swimmer too, though, so it's hard to believe that it happened slipping off a ladder. I mean, what do you think it is then? Because just being a really strong swimmer doesn't mean that you're going to survive falling in the ocean, in my opinion. Accidents happen all the time. If you fall in the ocean, it's kind of GG's, I assume, right? It happens. It just entirely related to the currents at that moment. Isn't that the one thing that people say all the time about the ocean, is that you never know? You never know if you can ever survive the ocean. No, it's not the sharks, chatters. It's the currents. It's incredibly difficult it's very unpredictable, right? I put some respect on the ocean's name, as you guys know. I'm a big ocean respecter. I am probably the largest ocean respecter out there. That's why I don't go in it. That's why I think it's I think it's terrifying, and I don't touch the ocean. I don't think you should either. I will not go on a cruise. I am a respecter of Poseidon, and therefore I don't touch that with a 10-foot pole. Yeah.
Hostage video, if you like. You see three people talking: Noah Argamani, Yossi Sharabi, and Itai Svirsky. So there's two men and a woman, and they say, please come and save us, stop this madness, the kind of thing you often hear in hostage videos. But this one is different because at the end it shows two dead bodies, or what appears to be two dead bodies, the bodies of the two men. Now, I have to say similar things have been seen previously. There was one woman who was claimed to have been killed, Islamic Jihad, the Palestinian militant group who was holding her, said she was dead, and then she was released in the hostage, one of the releases over 5 weeks ago now. So it's not a guarantee of anything really, but it is definitely traumatic for the families and I guess psychological psyops, as they call it. You know, it's a psychological game that is being played with these people's lives.
And Iris, what's the reaction in Israel?
I find it interesting that the media that has refused to cover previous Hamas hostage videos is choosing to cover this one. I think it spells trouble for Israel in general. This is not the first time that Hamas has released hostage videos. They've released hostage videos time and time again, and the media doesn't really cover it. We get it directly from the telegrams when we cover it here. So that has been interesting because I do think it's a pressure point for Israel. It is in the best interest of, I would say, Western media and the Israeli media, if they are operating at the behest of the Netanyahu war cabinet, to not talk about the hostage situations, the hostage conditions at all. You'll usually see it from Al Jazeera, Middle East Eye, but rarely ever from Western journalists because like I said, this it creates tremendous domestic pressure inside of Israel towards the Israeli government. And, there have been thousands of Israelis that have protested the Netanyahu government, specifically demanding a ceasefire and trying to go back to a negotiation with the hostage takers. And, there's a lot of people demanding that, Hollaback boy is correct. There was a bunch of protests in Tel Aviv over the weekend for return to hostages. They haven't stopped that at all. They've been ongoing and only grown. An end to the killing and for Netanyahu to resign. So there is definitely growing trouble inside of the Israeli population, is the Israeli Jewish population especially, which of course, like the Israeli population is Palestinian citizens of Israel. They have obviously been, to the best of their ability, protesting. And you have Om Bim Beyachad. Am I saying it correctly? I might be fucking it up. Like you have Stand Together and many other groups within Israel that have been protesting consistently, but those protests have grown in size and momentum and frequency inside of Israel because there are a lot of family members of the hostages that are demanding that the ceasefire happens from a very pragmatic position, even if they personally think like they want to fucking raise Gaza personally. So, there are a lot of different pressure points that is going to cause even more problems for the Netanyahu war cabinet. You will see more of this as, Yediot is one of the outlets that has covered what happened on October 7, a new assessment of the situation, how much of the deaths were actually Israel's own doing. For the first time last week, we learned that, yes, they 100% implemented the IDF, 100% implemented the Hannibal doctrine, the Hannibal Protocol, which dictates that in a situation where there are Israeli hostages that are caught, it is better to kill every single person, including the hostages, than to try to engage in some kind of hostage negotiation or allow the Hannibal Directive. Trying to engage with the captured, with the people that have captive hostages. This is not. I mean, I've talked about this before. This is like, one of the many different crazy principles and doctrines that the Israeli military applies regularly. It's just that there was no official confirmation. There was no official confirmation for the Israeli Defense Force utilizing this openly until the Yediot article. And so I think that as more information is revealed about October 7 and how much of, how many of the Israeli deaths were in the hands of the Israeli Defense Force, whether it be the helicopter fire or whether it be the tanks shelling some of the kibbutzim, you will see more momentum in the anti-Netanyahu, anti-war cabinet position. People are going to start getting very upset. You're bringing in newer people into the fold that will understandably be frustrated that the government killed them. Piers is still running with the 40 babies is crazy. I don't think Piers Morgan still runs with the 40 beheaded babies. Now, as you know, there was a lot of outrage porn have come to be false. This does not change. Yes, Elint News is correct. It is almost certain that a vast majority were absolutely killed by Hamas, the civilians we're talking about, which I know you have said. Exactly. That position has not changed. I'm simply stating that even a single death in the hands of the Israeli military is going to be very different is going to be viewed very differently by their family members, by their immediate family members, by others inside of Israel, right? That's simply what I'm stating. I think that I speculate that more and more information that comes out about the more and more information comes out about the defense measures on October 7, you will definitely still, you're going to hear more anger. As Jeremy Scahill, for example, pointed out, out of all of the civilians that were slaughtered, there was, I believe, one baby that was killed on October 7th. It's such a weird thing to openly state in the names that are readily available and very public. There was only one a baby that was 10-month old that died in the hands of I believe Hamas shooting, or some Palestinian militants shooting in the direction and shooting at Israeli civilians, and the 10-month-old died in their mother's arms. So beyond that, the idea that there were 40 beheaded babies and all of that stuff that has now been almost completely proven to be false. Babies thrown in ovens, like things of that sort, it came out as a way to do atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify all of the actions that Israel was taking in Gaza. And the more you talk about that kind of stuff, the less you talk about Israel's actions in Gaza. So you will not see a lot of clarification because, like I said, it only goes in one direction, okay? If you get something wrong when you are defending Palestinians, people will throw that in your face forever. So I try to do my very best to ensure that I don't do that. But those who defend Israel can just regularly lie all the time, every single day, as a matter of public record, and no one will turn around and go, why aren't we questioning what is coming out of Israel? What the hell is going on? So it's okay to murder civilians now? Of course it's not. For the record, that is not something that I said at all. I don't know why you would ask that question. I'd never implied that it was okay to do such a thing. I've been very consistent on that front. So they're literally doing the thing while you're describing the thing. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Yediot wrote about the Hannibal procedure. Here, let's briefly mention that as well. Israel's top paper, Yediot, the IDF orderer. The IDF ordered all of its combat units on October 7th to use the Hannibal procedure to stop any militants from returning to Gaza at all costs, even if they had hostages. About 70 vehicles were shot by a combat helicopter, anti-tank missiles, or tanks. Source, the 70 vehicles did not reach Gaza because on the way, they were shot by a combat helicopter, an anti-tank missile, or a tank. Now, we knew that already, but we did not have the certainty of this being openly a byproduct of the Hannibal procedure. That is the difference. Justifying it for Hamas, though, no, my friend, I am not justifying it for Hamas. Multiple testimony where rape is described, video evidence of rape. No, that's not true. For the record, that's not true. There is no video evidence of rape as far as I understand it. There is testimony of it, and I am not going to sit here and say that it does not happen. I'm sure, that is definitely something that happens, absolutely. But if you were to say that there's anything beyond like third-party evidence that has now been rescinded, as a matter of fact, repeated by the New York Times and rescinded when family members of the supposed testifier came out and said, "Why did you use this? We did not say this to you." Beyond that, there's only third party, like people that are saying that they saw it happen, but there hasn't, as far as I understand, any physical evidence for it or any like firsthand accounts of it either. This does not mean that it did not happen, by the way, but there is definitely no video evidence on it. I'm just clarifying what you're saying. Also, for the record, this doesn't really change much. What do I mean by this? Okay. It doesn't change much because yes, the Palestinian militants did kill a shit ton of civilians on October 7th. Like there were definitely acts that are considered under the broader definition of terrorism. If you consider terrorism to be a disproportionate number of civilians being slaughtered, that is true. Now, of course, when you look at the percentages, if you game it out, Hamas does come out as the lesser evil if you compare Hamas's actions on October 7th to Israel's actions in the next 100 days, both in totality, but also in the per capita targeting of civilians versus militants, enemy combatants, and the like. But having said that, of course, this does not change the distinction of some of the atrocities that the Israeli population withstood on October 7th. So, yeah. So, Ukraine now, when will it end? Probably will not, and it will probably get worse, as a matter of fact. As America's like influence, diminishes around the world, I suspect that it will most likely get worse.
Just as the CBC isn't showing the actual video, nor does any Israeli media. And we have heard ministers referring to it obliquely, calling it, Israel's defense minister tonight said anything that is put out.
I think saying Hamas fucked around and find out is pretty gross. And the reason why it's a cowardly way of stating that like Palestinians deserve to be ruthlessly slaughtered, because I would never say the inverse. Like I wouldn't say Israel fucked around and found out, right? And point to like October 7. I just want to point that out really quickly because that chatter said like Hamas fucked around and found out, and people say Hamas Abi and whatnot, but it's a really cowardly way to say that you don't care about Palestinian innocents being slaughtered and killed, and because you want to mask it under like some kind of like ethical mass slaughter, which is not really real. That's not what's going on right now. Yeah, it's because this genocide is justified, doesn't have the same humorous, ironic sparkle, but people do that. People say that, Hey, Azuni, haven't been on much since I've been sworn in as an attorney and don't have as much free time, but you'll always have my support, Habibi. Hell yeah, Jib Jab, congratulations. You didn't hear? It's Huthanabi. Yeah, I know. I'm always running on that America bad line without any sort of thought or consideration as to why. It's a really comfortable way to try and act like your position is actually the moral one by just simply saying like, hey guys, I'm not in the wrong for my justification for endless bombing campaigns in the Middle East. My interlocutors are simply making a bad argument. All right, let's continue.
By the militant groups of this kind, not even referring to it specifically, is psychological abuse of the families. And other than that, there is no engagement with it because they believe if they do engage, it only encourages more of the use of the hostages and, the hostages, their situation, the possibility that they are dead in this way. One of the things that the militant groups have said in the past is this
Yeah, I've been a defender of many radical groups globally. It's until we got to like Islamic ones or ones that are predominantly Muslim that I for the first time ever received so much Hamas Abi, Hezbollah Abi, Hassan Nasrallah, more like Hassan Piker, and things of that nature. It's just so, it is quite curious. It is quite curious. It is quite odd how that has been definitely a thing that happens way more recently, Nobody gave you this much shit for your support of the IRA? Yes, because, they're white.
Hostage died in an Israeli airstrike, which of course you can't confirm or deny. But later bodies of hostages that were retrieved by Israel were taken for pathology and for autopsies, and they did not die in Israeli airstrikes. They were actually shot or killed actually killed actively rather than by something falling on them or a bomb.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't believe that for even a fraction of a second. And if you do, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? Sorry. I don't believe that for two reasons. One, because Israel lies all the fucking time in the grossest ways possible. That's one. Two, I think the fact that the media would blindly report on that and be like, oh, they didn't die from bombing campaigns, they died actively, without saying Hamas shot them, implies that, like, you know, someone might have shot them. We don't know who. I wonder who it could be. Okay. The fact that she's just repeating this makes her not even a stenographer, but just a straight up dangerous propagandist for lies, not a propagandist for truth. But it's just so gross. Western media is disgusting.
So for many, many reasons, Israel doesn't refer to it directly, but just knowing about it simply adds to the torment for the families, particularly for the families of these three, particularly for the families of the two men who we see or are believed to be seeing no longer alive.
Iris, thank you, journalist.
I've said this before. Rational thought is the greatest counter to many of the dangerous propaganda that we cut when talking about those outside the periphery, those outside of the sphere of influence, right? And it's like, yeah, if you believe that Hamas are violent, barbaric animals with no genuine interest other than, like, you know, just doing violence upon every Jewish person on the virtue of their Jewishness, their Judaism, then yeah, you're going to be more willing to believe this, okay? But it makes no sense because they killed a shit ton of civilians on October 7th. Like, why would they go through the tremendous amount of planning, okay, and all of the effort and human casualties on their end, with knowing full well that Israel is going to retaliate in the way that it did? Why would they take hostages? Like, why would they do that? Why would they go through the trouble if they were simply going to kill them? Like, I don't think anybody in Hamas or Islamic Jihad is going, oh, I'm going to take one for the road, actually. Okay? And this does not mean that they will never execute hostages. Okay? People have done that in the past. I don't believe Hamas has executed hostages publicly. I don't think they've done that. That's like a very ISIS thing. Or Al-Qaeda has done that. ISIS has done that. I don't think Hamas has ever done that. However, I'm not discounting it. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. If they were to execute a hostage, you bet your ass it would be on camera. Okay? To show that they're serious, to show that they mean what they say, right? There is no way. Hostages are infinitely more valuable when they're alive than when they're dead. The likelihood that out of the almost 30,000 civilians that are, Palestinians that were killed, some of those were definitely the Israeli hostages. Well, that's both rational, logical, but also corresponds to some of the testimony from the hostages themselves. So we don't know. Bernie Sanders had some takes on Israel, which he could have said he could have said months ago at this point. I don't know why he's saying it now. Nothing has really changed, but because he sees the writing on the wall or something. I don't know.
Marks 100 days since the brutal Hamas attacks on Israel. Here in the United States, divisions over the war that Israel launched that day are only growing. Joining me now, Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator, thanks again for joining. We have a lot to get to, but first let's...
It makes me so sad to see what has happened to Bernie's legacy personally. I mean, I still love him. I will always have a special place in my heart for his legacy and for all that he's done for socialism in America for his entire life. But this is a very regrettable chapter. Really, really sad.
Start with this dramatic new escalation in the Middle East. President Biden strikes against the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. Top House progressive Congresswoman Jayapal said the president should have gotten and, in fact, needed permission from Congress, calling the strikes an unacceptable violation of the Constitution. Do you agree with her? Were these strikes illegal?
Well, what I do think is the president has a right to respond on an emergency basis to the disruption
Dude,
of
that's
international
disgusting.
shipping brought about by the Houthis.
Come
on the
on.
other hand, he's got to get to Congress immediately. It is Congress that has the right to
Come
declare
on,
war,
Bernie.
not the President of the United States. So I hope this issue gets to Congress immediately.
Let's talk about the war that Israel is waging in Gaza. You are trying to force a vote in Congress that would direct the U.S. State Department to look into whether Israel is using U.S. equipment or assistance
I gotta pee again.
to violate human rights standards in Gaza.
Come on.
The spokesman for the National Security Council, John Kirby, responded to your plan saying, quote, "We do not believe that this resolution is the right vehicle to address these issues, and we don't think now is the right time. The Israelis have indicated they are preparing to transition their operations to a much lower intensity, and we believe that that transition will be helpful both in terms of reducing civilian casualties as well as increasing humanitarian assistance," unquote. What do you say to that?
I strongly disagree. Jake, we have got to, as Americans, take a very deep breath. What is going on in Gaza right now is a horrendous humanitarian catastrophe. We're looking at 23,000 people who have been killed, almost 60,000 have been wounded, and 2/3 of the people who have been killed are women and children. You're looking at 70% of the housing units in Gaza that have been destroyed. Jake, if I use the word Dresden, Germany to you, you think about the horrific destruction during World War II of that city. What is going on in Gaza now in 3 months is worse than what took place in Dresden over a 2-year period. This is a catastrophe. And now, according to the United Nations, after you have 1.9 million people displaced from their homes, they don't have food, they don't have water, they don't have medical equipment, they don't have fuel. What you are looking at is imminent starvation. Children are starving to death. So my view has been from the beginning, Israel has a right to respond to this horrific terrorist attack.
Okay, bro. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Not under international law. It does not. It does not have a right to defend itself within the borders of its belligerent occupation. There's no such process here. And it certainly doesn't have a right to defend itself in the way that it has conducted itself so far. Okay? It's just not true. Bernie did the impossible, let the Brits take the W. First of all, Corbyn has always been a staunch defender of Palestinians, like way before Bernie Sanders and way after Bernie Sanders. So if there's a person who I'm definitely on board with as it pertains to foreign policy, it's Jezza. I've always been a firm defender of Jezza on that front. And he has suffered tremendously as a consequence of that by the dogs in British media, the cackling hyenas of British media. God, they're so bad.
From Hamas.
The Tory-based.
But you do not have a right to go to war against an entire people, women and children. And the United States Congress has got to act because a lot of this, but you do not have a right to go to war against an entire people, women and children. And the United States Congress has got to act because a lot of this destruction is being done with military weapons supplied by the United States of America. And what the resolution that I'm introducing is about, it's consistent with the Foreign Assistance Act. It says that if American military assistance is given to any country, Saudi Arabia.
Dude, I swear to God, you can tell how reactionary someone is on Israel by the way they say Hamas. Like Bernie hits the KH a little bit, not so much. Like he doesn't say Hamas, right? But he does say like Hamas. So that like kind of shows you where he's at. Okay? Like how hard they hit the shows you in a weird way how aggressive their stance is in their unconditional support for Israel. I feel like whenever you mention that Israel doesn't have the right to defend itself, I think it'd be best if you explain the difference between imminent defense within Israel proper, October 7th, versus everything after. Yeah, I mean, I have. Yes, the only opportunity to defend itself and the responsibility Israel has to defend itself is during October 7. Okay, that's it. Inside of Israel proper. Yes, Israel does, as a government, have the duty to protect its own citizens. That much is true. That makes sense. Okay. Everything after October 7th, though, everything on the offensive side is ridiculous.
Israel, any other country. It has got to be used consistent with human rights, international human rights standards.
The person with the most similar international politics to you is Lula. He has been against the Ukraine war, calling for peace and the immediate ceasefire from Gaza, just like you. Yes, me and Lula are on the same, on the same playing field, I guess, in our foreign policy. Problem is, of course, all of those like Lula is so based. I'm a anarcho syndicalist, pro-NATOist guys who love Lula, of course, avoid his foreign policy.
Standards and American law. In my opinion, that is certainly not the case. We have a horrific humanitarian catastrophe. We cannot turn our backs on it. Congress has got to start moving to protect children in Palestine.
Do you think that you can get 51 votes?
Not on Tuesday night. I don't. I think we're making progress. I think what we're trying to do is
What if Hamas killed the same amount of people in Texas? What should the U.S. do? It's so funny that you're like bringing up a ridiculous take. I mean, I've told you about 9/11. Like, America would have been better off not invading Afghanistan nor Iraq after 9/11. If you are an advocate for the invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq in 2024, you are delusional. You are ridiculous. So the idea that like my perspective would be different in this hypothetical scenario where a group of individuals that operate almost entirely and specifically inside of the boundaries of their occupation, that have never actually had any kind of attack outside of Israel, are going to magically be able to, attack Texas is so funny. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say to this beyond like, this is a pure genocidal fantasy of yours. But if they were to do that, my answer would still be the same. Hamas is a resistance group against the Israeli occupation. Its methods and its ideology have changed over time. You might not agree with it, but that is their overarching goal. Their goal is not to restore an Islamic caliphate. Their goal is not even anywhere close to what ISIS's goals are, okay? That's their goal. Their goal is to end the occupation. If you want to end Hamas's influence, the greatest thing you can do is to advocate to end the permanent occupation and the apartheid structure that exists within Israel. That's it. That's it.
Unprecedented. This is the first time this particular resolution has ever been brought to the floor for a vote. This is the first time we have ever seen, members of the Congress beginning to stand up to Israeli aid. So it's.
You said, let's say that instead of retaliation, the U.S. uses special operations to kill bin Laden, then sanction Saudi Arabia and possible kill backers of the attack. Is that not justifiable? First of all, there was an opportunity. The Taliban was holding Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan, and they said, if you give us evidence as to what Osama bin Laden's crimes are, we will deliver him to you. And America said, famously, no, we don't negotiate with terrorists. We're going to kill all of you now. And then they launched the Afghan invasion. Now, at the time, let's say that they negotiated with the Taliban and actually gave evidence to the Taliban, and they said, okay, this is fair, fair is fair, we're going to give you Osama bin Laden. I think the greatest thing that could have happened in that circumstance is capture Osama bin Laden alive and ensure that he is tried under an international criminal court, under the ICC specifically, and then okay, he would be found guilty, obviously, and most likely executed, which is perfectly just, perfectly valid. And if we did that and then implemented sanctions on Saudi Arabia, it would be great. Now, if you were to say, well, what about Israel or whatever, or what about the Houthis or something like that? There's a difference between us sanctioning Saudi Arabia and Israel versus us sanctioning even the likes of Russia. Russia deserves some kind of punishment for its invasion of Ukraine. That much is clear to me. However, putting sanctions upon a enemy population, putting sanctions upon a nation state that is declared a foreign adversary is very different than putting sanctions upon a nation that is aligned with the United States of America. South Africa was aligned with the U.S., so BDS and sanctions there were very effective in dismantling the apartheid regime. Why? Because our allies rely on our endless support and rely on us not blocking them effectively from the rest of the global market. Okay? Our foreign adversaries, on the other hand, have positioned themselves against that sort of thing already, which is precisely the reason why the sanctions on the top of the hour don't work on many who have already subscribed. They're haters. They're hating ass bitches in here. Okay? And they wait for the top of the hour and they don't even see the ads. Why? Because they've already they know it's coming, so they're going to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting their Amazon Prime accounts to their Twitch accounts. Okay, and maybe even sometimes get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Hassan, please, mate. You know it's a 10-10. Don't get cocky now. Yeah. I've been kind of going a little nutty with it. This Comrade Cases. I dropped a new video on MLK this morning. If you want to watch it, maybe later. Bernie has his L's, but I also feel like his previous supporters have gotten weird too. Like he recently said Trump will be a danger to democracy, and people got mad at him. What exactly are we doing here? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, anyone that says Trump won't be a danger to democracy, I mean, I guess it's like a little embellished to say it's the end of democracy. We don't know. It could happen. But like, yeah, no, Trump is a danger to democracy. It's true. I mean, he tried to very, very publicly, albeit in the stupidest way possible, end the democratic process and go against the will of the people. You know, he very famously did try to do that. So I don't know why, like, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people that loved Bernie for one reason or another, just like there are a lot of people who loved me for one reason or another and have like changed their mentality throughout this process. Look, I think I'm very even keeled. Like, the people just act like January 6th was a one and done, oops, won't do it again thing? Well, no, people understand that January 6th is like kind of a laughable situation. I think that's what it is. Like, I don't think it's the you know, I don't personally think January 6th was like a legitimate way of ending democracy, because I think it was a very stupid way of doing it. It was very clownish. One might even say that American fascism is more nefariously conducted by both parties in our uniparty struggle, okay, to continue doing imperialism, and that the Democratic Party's fascism is oftentimes cast aside, or rather, in a more nefarious way, it plays the role of normalizing the Republican Party's overt fascism. When Democrats come into power, they solidify the Republican positions as though they are the norm, and then everybody yells at you if you say, well, the Democrats promised that this is supposed to be different. Why are they not doing that? So yeah, that's, yeah. Have you seen what happened in Guatemala? It was basically that January 6th where the far-right coalition tried to do a coup against the center-left president. I did. What I thought was very interesting about Guatemala, however, was the media coverage of it, because, like, you know, I do know what America's interests are, right, in every country. And it's always shocking to me to see, like, the media legitimately cover a situation like that in Guatemala while saying, like, Guatemala, saying that it was like a mostly indigenous and urban leftist coalition that ran a campaign of anti-corruption. Like, it literally hits every check mark of when I hear a Latin American, a South American like candidate running, and they are running an anti-corruption campaign, I immediately have like alarm bells in my mind. Okay, I'll just say it. That's oftentimes the classic. You know, we have no real positions. There's a lot of corruption in Latin American countries, of course there are, but like anti-corruption is oftentimes like the most common non-ideological position that like CIA-backed candidates go for. Okay, so that is something that makes me immediately go, wait a minute, what's going on? But then on the other hand, a indigenous population aligned with students movements and aligned with in many instances like the urban student population, that also oftentimes goes in the exact opposite direction, where you hear that and you're like, wait a minute, okay, well that's definitely, you know, that's definitely historically leftist, right? So it was interesting to see that. It was interesting to see that in Guatemala, like, there was a right-wing coup, as far as I understand it, but the media did cover it as on decent terms, which still makes me question it a little bit. Like, American media has never been an ally to real defense of leftist institutions, so I find it really strange. But regardless, we'll get to Guatemala in a little bit. But I do think that, like, America has a softening impact on the pink tide, I would say, in South American countries, like our collaboration with Lula. Like, I feel as though the State Department position is softened on like allowing Latin American countries to have social democratic leaders in general, instead of directly trying to stamp out any kind of social democracy from happening. Guatemala is so right wing that a decent U.S. friendly lib is too left. Why do you keep saying Guatemala? Guatemala and Taiwan sign historic truce over their united hatred of the phantom tax as the Skibbity coalition gets ever stronger. I will be sticking out my Gyat for the Rizzler in solidarity with Guatemala and Taiwan. Finally, growing the under 18 demographic on the stream. Yes, exactly. Finally. You should be jailed for this. I'm sorry that I'm speaking truth to power. We're spread too thin, and the rewards of destabilization in South America are not worth the investment. Profit margins are getting too small. Maybe. The bit isn't worth it. Please stop it. Here's Evan Hill. Whatever one thinks of the Houthis, their attacks on the U.S.-led reprisals are scoring strategic coups right now, increasing popular legitimacy, winning international support, and forcing local opponents into silence. Good analysis here by the Sanaa Center. I remember when people argued that ISIS wanted the U.S. to strike them directly for their holy war. Now ISIS is a shadow of its former self. Brother, this is the problem with Americans and Westerners in general. You cannot compare the Houthis to ISIS. That is ridiculous. And every single person will laugh at you. Any person that is from the region or any person with like a fraction of knowledge will look at that and go, that is an insane comparison. Okay? If you think that the Houthis are identical to ISIS, the only difference between the only thing that you are looking at is that they're Muslim. Not even looking at the sect, mind you, let alone the goals of the individual groups that we're talking about and their practices in general. It is a ridiculous thing, especially ironic because both Hamas, which is Sunni, and Houthis are literally against ISIS and Salafist movements in the region. They are warring it out. They're duking it out with the different sects that are identical to ISIS in their operations. So you're making no sense. It is no different than putting Iran in the axis of evil post 9/11, which is what the George W. Bush administration did famously, if you recall. Like looking at Al-Qaeda's terror attack on U.S. soil and then going, North Korea and Iran have a lot to answer for, is hilarious. Iran is like the number one enemy of Al-Qaeda in the region and has been so historically. And also, we literally aligned with Iranian militias in the IRGC. We took advantage of their intel when we were striking Al-Qaeda targets. So, like, the notion that, Iran is a part of this axis of evil alongside, Saudi-backed Salafist or Wahhabist militias is just fucking ridiculous. Okay? Check their allegiances of the Houthi movement. Their allies, the state allies of the Houthis are Iran, Syria, North Korea, Oman, Libya until 2011, non-state allies of the Supreme Political Council, the Houthi Popular Committees, General People's Congress, Hezbollah, the Harakat Hezbollah al-Nujaba, the Liva Fateh Miyun, Fatimid Banner, Afghan Shia militia formed in 2014 to fight Syria and Hamas. Their opponents, on the other hand, long list of opponents. Let's get to the non-state opponents. Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Wow, that's shocking. It's so odd that these guys are always in contest with the Islamic State adjacent actors. How interesting that the Islamic State is always there hanging out with these guys. What's that about? Someone might ask. Don't ask any further questions, though. Also, Al-Qaeda as well. I don't know why they don't. Oh, there they do. Here it is. Al-Qaeda. It's just so weird to me that the Islamic State is always there to fight Muslims. It's just so strange. It's always there to fight Muslims. That's their bread and butter, dog. It's weird. Anyway, what to make of the death to America and a curse upon the Jews? Yes, their banner, their motto and their banner is problematic, which is, I don't know. I think it's kind of funny to say that about literally a fucking group of individuals that are the poorest nation, one of the poorest nations on the planet that like withstood a genocide. Yes, Their motto is fucked up. It's weird how ISIS aligns with Western interests so often. I wonder who trained them. Yeah, I don't know. Don't ask that question. Who knows? Yeah. If Hamas had a DEI office, dude, I would be so on board. That's the one thing that's stopping me. I mean, if you want to understand where their motto comes from, this is the motto. Okay. It says like their popular motto is, what is it? Like, Islam will prevail, death to America, death to Israel, curse the Jews, Islam will prevail. Something. That's the slogan of the Houthi movement. Okay. Watch this space is what I say. They will 1000% swap it out in like the next couple of months. Someone better tell them that the Western liberals don't approve their logo. No, it's just like, I'm not going to sit here and act like they don't have like anti-Semitic thoughts, right? Of course they do. I mean, and I've said this since day one. Some of it is born out of like assuming that, some of it is born out of like believing the Zionist line that Israel defends all matter of Judaism. Israel's doing this at the behest of Judaism. It doesn't, right? And others are just simply born out of the mistreatment and pogroms that certain groups did to their own citizens in Yemen. There were Jews in Yemen as well, obviously the Yemeni Jews. So there is like real anti-Semitism. This is not a thing in contest. It's just that like that doesn't change what their opposition is or what I'm supporting within their opposition. Okay. If you have an issue with the immorality of the Houthi movement's anti-Semitism, oh, by the way, the death to America part, I don't give a shit about either. And like, of course they're going to say death to America, death to Israel. Like, what do you mean? Why wouldn't they say that? What are we talking about here? What do you want them to say? Oh, we love America. We love Israel. Please keep, bombing us. No. I saw Palestine talking about this. They said when you use the Star of David sign on the houses of people you victimize, you're going to end up making people more anti-Semitic when you associate religious symbol. I've said that as well many times over. America's helped commit a genocide against them. Why wouldn't they say death to America? Yeah, like it would be ridiculous for them to not say that. Anyway, did you see the Houthi official recommending a Noam Chomsky book? I saw many of the things that the Houthi officials have been recommending, some of which I disagree with. But anyway, regardless, there is no world in which you deal with this by bombing them, okay? Especially when bombing them relentlessly and mercilessly and killing 400,000 people almost in Yemen as a consequence of the Saudi blockade, okay? And the bombing campaigns conducted by the UAE and Saudi Arabia, which are, of course, American and UK proxies, only further solidified their power. Okay, it doesn't work that way. You can't just like blow up a country, but everybody knows this. I'm sorry. I don't believe personally that people simply are doing an oopsie over and over again. This has been America's longstanding policy for far too long for me to believe that this is actually just another sequence of oopsies. Okay. Oh, America just thought that like if we blew up Yemen positions that they would somehow magically come to terms with the Houthis being bad. Like it doesn't work that way. It has never worked that way. It didn't work that way in Iraq. It didn't work that way in Syria. It didn't work that way ever. Okay. It will never work that way. You cannot bomb a group of individuals, especially that have been understandably primed against the United States of America's actions due to the fact that the only actions it takes is bombing individuals, and think that they're going to somehow go, thank you for bombing us. Yeah, it didn't work that way in Vietnam either. It's so stupid. So if this has been America's long-standing policy, okay, if this has been America's long-standing policy, and it has never actually yielded any positive results that America claims it cares about and wants, then I'm sorry, I can't assume that it is negligence once again. Okay? Breaking, Ukraine's President Zelensky has asked Switzerland to organize a high-level peace conference. Bro, I'm just going to say I've never been more vindicated, and I wish that it didn't have to come with like America's attention shifting away to another genocide. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Ay. NATO lip saying that it wasn't a stalemate as of last week in shambles. Yeah, dude, it's fine. It's fine. History has once again vindicated me. What do you mean everybody makes mistakes? It's like bombing, like murdering someone is just a mistake. I'm saying America acts like this was a oopsie. Like, oh, we just went into Iraq and things got much worse. Oopsie. We went into Afghanistan and things got much worse. Oopsie. Or we bombed the North Korea and things got much worse. Oopsie. We bombed southern Vietnam and things got much worse. Oopsie. Like, all of that is not negligence. It is deliberate. At a certain point, you have to realize, like, it is a part of our modus operandi, you know? Yeah, it's destabilize, privatize, and profit. Anyway, that's what I'm trying to say. And blowing up Yemen, positions in Yemen, is not a mistake. It is deliberate. It is 1,000% deliberate. It is a clear-cut escalation. It is goading other regional actors to do something in retaliation so that, we, I guess, move the attention away and have further justification for operating in the region, I think. I hope that that is not the case, and I hope that that does not happen, obviously, because that would be devastating. But make no mistake, America doesn't give a shit about anything other than exercising its power, okay? It's entirely self-interested. It has never been at the behest of, like, saving people's lives. You are still just talking to a brick wall. All I was saying is death to America is a sad thing to say. Lamau, that is all. Yeah, death to America is a sad thing to say, except it is totally understandable and expected if all you know is death in the hands of America. Why wouldn't you say that? Ridiculous. All right. So moving on from foreign policy, I guess we can talk a little bit about the Switzerland hosting President Zelensky and offers to host a peace summit for Ukraine. I do feel kind of vindicated on this. Davos, Switzerland, Swiss President Viola Amherd said Monday during a visit by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to Bern that her country has offered to organize a peace summit that aims to help bring an end to Ukraine's ongoing war with Russia. I suspect that a peace plan that will be discussed here will have very similar conditions to the 15-point peace plan that was negotiated in Antalya back in the day, that I said was a good step towards, ending this unnecessary bloodshed. So we'll see. I mean, this is, of course, it comes after hundreds of thousands of people have been slaughtered, people that have completely dropped Ukraine from their interest, from their foreign policy fancy, will still, of course, turn around and say things like, yeah, well, that plan was bad, or this is actually a good thing. Dude, please stop linking the SAG-AFTRA deal, okay? Please, fine. We'll talk about AI. I promise we're going to get to it, okay? The AI SAG-AFTRA component is important. Yes, SAG-AFTRA lied to its workers, its rank and file. I know, I saw it. Biden's approval rating drops to a new low at 33%, by the way, which is lower than Trump's approval rating was after January 6th. Trump's approval rating was at 34% after January 6th. Biden's approval rating right now is worse than that, which is crazy. I do think that, he sucks, but goddamn, does America really hate this man? What is going on? It's like, it's honestly worse than I'm like, come on, okay, maybe we're being a little unfair, okay? But then I'm reminded that he is actively championing a genocide, and then I think, no, it's valid, actually. It's super valid. From my position, it's super valid. I'm still shocked that, Americans feel that way. Don't the polls matter much right now? We've seen this in the past, absolutely, but this is a historic low. Anyway, yeah, the poll graphic I posted on my IG was incredible. It's really, really scary. We're going to talk about that as well. You know who history will vindicate 100%? Uncle Cenk, for constantly ringing the alarm bells. Obviously, his takes on crime are reactionary. His takes on abandoning defensive trans people or hyper focusing on the trans panic is silly. But if there's one thing he is 100% on the money on, okay? He is 100% on the money on the fact that the Democratic Party is asleep at the wheel and is allowing democracy to crumble by propping up Joe Biden and refusing to do something about Brandon's historic unpopularity. Okay? Wouldn't Trump be doing the same genocide policies? Oh, absolutely. Probably worse. I don't even know how much worse you could be, but I think was it Ryan Or was it Jeremy who said Trump would most likely also be drone striking as well? Like, America has been offering intelligence positions through the U.S. Air Force to Israel on which targets to strike and which targets not to strike, which Israel literally uses both as strike targets, famously. But I think Trump would be striking personally, right? But having said that, the expectation from a Democratic president is very different than the expectations from a Republican president. Like, the point is how close they are in nature. When it comes to the ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, it shouldn't be this way at all. Because, as I have said time and time and time again, God damn it, I've said it so many times. If both parties are reactionary, okay, and one party simply normalizes the incredible fascism of the other party, then all you've done is seed ground to fascism. You're not going to beat the Republicans on who is more racist. You're not going to beat the Republicans on the white nativist immigration policies. You're not going to beat the Republicans on, being a supporter and facilitator of genocide. You're just not going to do that. You're just caving for no reason. You're conceding, you're caving, and you're ceding ground to the Republicans. And guess what? It's their familiar territory. That's it. So the notion, even when I put my liberal, wonk hat on, the notion that Biden's campaign is actually good somehow for the Democrats is ridiculous. You have to set up positions ahead of time to show the American population why you're different, why you will do something different. And then when you're in power, you have to reinforce that by taking active measures. That's it. By consistently claiming that we want a strong Republican Party, by trying to remove Trump as an aberration from the Republican Party and not simply a logical continuation of reactionary policies, you are simply serving up your opponent a wonderful opportunity to dunk on you. You can't turn around and say, we need a strong Republican Party while the Republicans are calling you pedophile vampires. Okay? You can't do that. You can't turn around and say, we hate communism, actually, when the Republican Party is calling you communists. All you've done is basically say, you know what? They're right. Communism is bad. Even we agree with it, even though we're secretly communists. That's what they think. Their base thinks you're a communist. Why are you alienating other people in your base? I think you were even more prescient when you said they just don't want to win. It means changing what they're doing. Yeah. No, they don't want to win because there's no better position for the Democratic Party than being in the loser seat. Like having your seats in Congress, but then like having a president that is a Republican or something. Because then that way you get to get your lobbying money. You get to, keep some crumb of power. You get to posture as this like radical, you're like, oh, we want to implement the people's revolutionary core, right? They love being in the loser seat because when they're in the winner seat, they actually have to do something and they hate doing shit. Why do they hate doing shit? Because they are also beholden to the same corporate benefactors, and the Democratic Party doing something means hurting the corporate bottom line, and they don't want to do that. Republicans do not have this same fear because Republican ideology revolves around defending corporations, unconditionally so. While they're both neoliberals, Democrats at least present themselves as somehow different than the Republican Party and therefore have to act out on those desires, albeit marginally. And when they do that, well, you're hurting corporate bottom lines. You're hurting corporate profits, and that really frustrates your tonight. I'll trust them to fix it. Yeah, remember when I told you guys that they were going to say, like, we don't believe you? Like, what God do you believe? This is a question that's going to come up. Yeah. Ramaswamy's wife asked voters what they're hearing about why they're not supporting Vivek. One response, I couldn't even remember who said it to me, but they mentioned his dark skin and they think he's Muslim. Remember when I said exactly those words? Like, when people were like, oh, Ramaswamy, he's like popping off. And I was like, dog, this is going to be the most prevailing Republican attitude, okay? Americans don't know what the fuck Indians are, okay? Literally, we called Native Americans Indian, dog. Americans don't even have that concept in their minds. Like, they don't have a way of understanding, like, what Ramaswamy is. They look at him and they go, oh, he loves Allah Akbar. Am I right? That's right, brother. Get the fuck out of here. They think he's a terrorist, a Muslim terrorist. They have no way of knowing that, like, he's actually Indian and hates Muslims, right? Like, they don't know that. They don't get it. Another voter asks, how long have you been in the United States? Were you born here? You'd be surprised how many normies agree with his foreign policy. His foreign policy of what? Arming every person in Taiwan with an AR-15? First and foremost, I don't even care if normies agree with that because Americans are fucking stupid, okay? So, you know, that's the only take I have on that front. His foreign policy is invade Mexico, arm Taiwan to the gills, make sure every Taiwanese has an AR-15, folks. That way, China is not coming in to invade. I know what you're saying. Just wanted to add that there are 200 million Muslims in India currently being persecuted by Hindu nationalists. Yes, that's not what I'm talking about right now, though, as you understand. I'm wearing 4 layers of the protest, the Caucasus, and minus 30% weather. Be safe, chatter. What is this?
They worship at the top of this nation.
Dude, I fucking told you. I fucking told you. I told you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and none of you listened. I told you. That's crazy. It's not even top of the hour, so I can't even use that as a segue. Like, that sucks. But I did forget the middle of the hour ad break, so I'm going to run it now. Anyway.
What disappoints an auntie more? The fact that Kamala's only half Indian or that she's only vice president?
Vice president. She hasn't made it yet.
A little controversially, I have been looking into Vivek a little bit because he's very much the opposite of what I've been voting for. He's got Riz.
Who here thinks that Vivek has Riz?
I go with that. Yeah, I think, yeah.
I think so too. I see Vivek and I was like, he's.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Oh my God. That's gotta be because he's Indian, right? There ain't no way, dog. All right. Indian chatters, South Asian chatters, please respond immediately. I'm trying to, it's gotta be, right? Like it's, there ain't no way. Big no. That's crazy. I'm Indian and can confirm he has negative Riz. What is happening? Why did they post this? Why did Kal Penn say this out loud? As an Indian, only boomer Indians in America think Vivek has Riz. It's got to be like Turkish people overlooking my like overt homosexual tendencies of painting my nails and stuff, right? Like when they're simultaneously like, nah, dog, like he's one of us and he's like made it out there. You know what I mean? Like that's what it's got to be like to me. Where it's like you're kind of just riding for it without like thinking about it beyond anything else. You're just like, well, it's kind of cool, right? Maybe, I don't know.
He's pretty hot until he opens his mouth, and then I'm like, no, dude, not gonna happen.
I mean, he's not though. Like, what do you mean he's pretty hot until he opens his mouth? As an Indian, it is exactly like even a reactionary Turk still kind of appreciating your success as a Turk. Yeah, I feel like that's what it's got to be. Stay out of Indian people business. Also, we love Indians on top, no matter who they are. People were celebrating Bobby Jindal becoming the first Indian governor back in India as well. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's 5 a.m. in India. Why are y'all watching? Do you think, first of all, there's plenty of people that watch me all around the world, which shocks me too. But India, one, incredibly large English-speaking population. Two, there's hella Indian Americans in here. What are you talking about? And like Indians living in North America and Europe. Chatter forgot that there's like plenty of. See, this is what I mean. Dude, Americans don't know. Like, Indians break Americans' brains, okay? They don't know what kind of racism to do to Indian people. I'm telling you, brother. I am telling you. They look at an Indian and they're like, what are you, Mexican? What's happening? Are you one of them Allah Akbar Indians or Mexican? I don't understand. Like, they don't know. This is a rather controversial take, okay? This is a rather controversial take that I've had before. Countries where people don't know the P slur, right? Countries where they know the P slur, which is Pakistani but shortened, right? They don't know how to be racist to Indians. Like they know, like, you know, oh yeah, you got the red dot or whatever, or like you know, back in the day in the 90s, like there was the Hank Azaria style, oh, you own a 7-Eleven, like that kind of shit. But like for the most part, like Americans, especially if you're like in the South, you just don't know how to process like what an Indian is. You have like you have all of the racist takes that you have specifically for like, you have the best kind of racism for black people, okay? Because like you have so much of that. So then like, because of the war on terror, you have a lot of, obviously you have also a lot of racism for, you know, Latinos and whatnot. But like war on terror has caused like a fucking awesome amount of anti-Islamic hate crimes and you know, figuring out over the course of the past, you know, 20, 30 years, like exactly how to shit on Muslims. So like they categorize, I think, Indians as like just more Muslims. Like, and guess what, dude? It took no time for Americans to find out new ways to be racist towards Muslims and become Islamophobic. Like, you know, pre 9/11, there was some Islamophobia, of course there was Islamophobia. But like it was nothing like it was post 9/11. Yeah, look, see, because of wearing a turban, I am subjected to Islamophobia even as a Sikh. Exactly. Like that's another perfect example of what I mean. Like the first hate crime, this is horrifying, but the first hate crime post 9/11 that was Islamophobic in nature was done towards a Sikh person, not a Muslim person. And the guy, but I say it's an Islamophobic hate crime because the guy thought he was killing a Muslim, famously. Anyway, as an Indian, do you think I could make big bucks teaching Americans the right way to be racist to Indians? No, because it comes from a lack of care. There needs to be like an underlying material reason as to like why you have to be correctly racist towards Indians. And, you know, India is an ally, so that's not going to happen. I think, however, I will say this. I think there is a lot of money to be made about like being correctly racist to Chinese people, like specifically racist to Chinese people. I'm not even joking about this. I feel like that's like a big, you know, watch this space type situation. Like, because right now, like we have xenophobia and it's like, oh, it's scary. Like Wuhan flu, you did that, right? But I do think that it's not as well developed. It's like overall anti-Asian hate. And I do feel like there is a tremendous opportunity for some reactionary motherfuckers to make a lot of money by being like, you know, by finding new methods of being anti-Chinese specifically. You are giving them notes. What are you doing? I'm not giving anybody notes, okay? That's all of Reddit when a Chinese tourist exists. Oh yeah, no, it's ridiculous. The cause of the anti-Chinese racism is super old here. Yes, but it's like it got a big boost back in the day. But I feel like it's been kind of stayed stale, right? Especially because like a lot of Asian people from South Asia all the way to East Asia fall under the other side of the white supremacist attitudes of the model minority. So there is like I don't know. There's a long ways to go for that. As a Chinese person, all of Western internet is pretty much unusable these days. Yeah, I mean, when people find out that you're Chinese, they immediately are like, they're very frustrating. But I mean, like, but that's like specific about the government. I'm talking about like, you know, finding ways of being racist to the Han Chinese or something. You know what I mean? That sort of shit. Anyway, just something to consider. There was a spread in Life magazine during World War II about how to tell Chinese people apart from the Japanese. Lol, how the turntables. Yeah, see? Different times necessitate different types of racism. I love Life magazine being like, hey, racists, make sure you're doing racism appropriately, okay? That's fucking awesome. God, it's so gross and it's so disgusting, but you can't help but be in awe of like American ingenuity. White supremacy shows itself in the funniest ways possible sometimes when they're just like, yeah, guess what, dude? Here's where we used all of our creativity points. Racism.
In second place, a new CBS News poll has Trump with an even larger lead nationally.
Yo, Asa Bros. Asa Bros, rise up. We're at 1%.
69% of the projected GOP vote. But of course, it all starts in Iowa, and our Tony is leading our coverage from indoors at the Smoky Row Coffee House in Des Moines. Good morning.
Bro, you know there's nothing going on in Iowa because every person is only talking about how cold it is. It's fucking awesome. That like, listen, dude, it's so funny how there is absolutely nothing else to talk about in Iowa. Like, there's nothing entertaining or interesting going on beyond the primaries that like everyone's just like, it's so cold. It's so cold. Isn't it cold? I've been watching coverage on the Iowa primaries for the past week. Okay. And the only thing people talk about is how cold it is and how that will impact the chances of like, maybe Trump supporters that won't want to go out and do caucus for Donald Trump because they think he's going to win. Like, it's hilarious. It is hilarious, dude.
Morning, Smokey.
And no, I do believe it's cold. It's just like, did my classic Yeonmi Park tweet. I said, in America, they measure strength by how many pizza boxes you can carry. Johnny MAGA says, Trump is carrying around 8 pizza boxes like it's nothing. Biden would faceplant with more than 2. That's a lot of pizza. Like it's nothing. Look at me carrying it, folks. Like it's nothing. So ass Casey's ass pizza. Bitch, it's Iowa. What do you mean? Which I suspect you're from if you know how ass Casey's pizza is. And it's like, yeah, what is supposed to happen? Of course it's going to be ass. You live in Iowa. This reply to your tweet, oh yeah, the trick is to line them up like before you lift them instead of having a clown throw them at you one by one or whatever it was you did. Yeah, the difference is, of course, this was trash. So, Trump is looking real slimmed out. I wonder if he's on Ozempic. I will not believe that he's on Ozempic. He would never do that to me. You were looking at your phone when they showed it. Go back 10 seconds. No, they didn't make a big show of it. This doesn't count. This doesn't count for showing our beautiful president. Okay? How dare you? Like, if they had any honesty, any integrity, they wouldn't just simply, glance on this. They would talk about how difficult it is to carry 8 boxes and then also explain how Donald Trump carries 8 boxes like a boss, whereas Joe Biden would faceplant at 2. Well, now that's fucked up, dude. That was a real California bougie of you, just Iowa homie like that. First of all, California pizza is also ass cheeks. What are you talking about? Only in recent years, in the last 10 years, California has had like at least edible pizza. I'm such a pizza purist. It's just like anything outside of the immediate East Coast, and maybe I guess like I've heard good things about Chicago. Like, it has absolutely nothing to do with me being bougie. Anyway, it's pretty ironic coming from you. You're always telling chat to lift weights instead of lifting books and their IQ. It's a valid presidential comparison. Exactly. String Speak, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I have some predictions on points. It's a caucus, so I don't know. I have a anything goes approach to caucuses. It can like weirdly favor whoever has more loyal support. It does end up favoring the underdog in that situation sometimes, but honestly, Trump has more loyal support than anyone else, so he'll probably still bang it out. But I have a sneaking suspicion that something very I have a weird suspicion that like something unexpected is going to come out of this caucus. It won't matter in the grand scheme of things, but I do have this opinion. Yeah, I think Doug Burgum wins.
And demanding supporters show up today.
You can't sit home. If you're sick as a dog, you say, darling, I gotta make it. Even if you vote and then pass away, it's worth it, remember?
That was awesome when he said, just go out and die. He said, go out and just like die at the polls, which I respect. That's cool to say.
The Iowa Republican caucuses require mandatory in-person attendance.
It's not going to be that many people in the grand scheme of things, so your vote matters.
There are more than 1,600 individual caucuses held statewide. Only registered Republicans can participate. Newcomers are welcome, but must register with the GOP on site.
This is our chance in Iowa to make a difference.
Carla Succo is among the newcomers. A former independent, she registered Republican and plans to vote for Haley amid concerns about Trump.
So for you, you're willing to come out in the bitter cold to stop Donald Trump, is what I'm hearing.
Bro, I'm gonna die. Like, wait, you know she's a former Democratic Party voter, and she's doing this because she thinks Haley is better than Biden, because Biden is historically unpopular even within the Democratic Party, And Haley, on the other hand, has been presented in profoundly popular ways by CNN, MSNBC, and the like. And now, what are you doing? You're getting all those moderate liberals who otherwise would vote for the Democratic Party to go and vote for Nikki Haley because at least she's like, coherent. Good job. Good job to the mainstream media for playing their role here, okay? I do feel like Haley is gonna pop off here. I do feel like she's gonna pop off here. We'll see what happens. Wait, so Haley would have won in the primaries, but she would beat Biden? Yes, polling shows that Nikki Haley has like 6 points on Biden or something. Where is the graphic? It was on my. Does anyone have the graphic from CNN? CBS polls over the weekend conducted showed that Biden matches up against Haley in the worst way. Haley claps Biden by like 6 or 7 points or something like that at 53% to Biden's like 46%, something along those lines. I can't remember the exact numbers. Trump also still defeats Biden currently 48 to 50%, but Trump's margins are the lowest in comparison to Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Yeah, which should come as no surprise to any of you because liberal media has been gushing over Haley. Yeah, 45 to 53%, 48 to 51 against Ron DeSantis, and 48 to 50 against Donald Trump. Now, this is a year out. Not a year out, but almost a year out. So obviously that's, it's too early to tell. But this does spell trouble. This spells trouble. This also, in my opinion, is the way that mainstream media covers Nikki Haley. Okay? I feel like polls showed similar Biden losing, it being a tight race. These numbers are too fresh. No, Biden has been shown to underperform against all of the Republican candidates for a while now. Yeah, liberals are trying to caucus for her against right now against Trump, which is really silly because another Pied Piper, I guess. Do you think the Electoral College will let Trump win? I know both libs and cons capitulate to him, but he's a loss a lot. What? He's financial probability? What are you talking about? Wall Street Journal had Haley over Biden by 17 points. No shot. Oh, that was 4 days ago. Behind Nikki Haley's 17-point lead over Biden in Wall Street Journal polling. That's crazy. I mean, if you want to understand why that's happening, it's because she literally targets. Okay, here's a couple things. Number one.
There are 2 buckets for Donald Trump.
We're going to do all of this in a second. We're going to open up all these. It's caucus time. Number one, the only group that votes are in the United States of America are suburban moderates and rural small business tyrants and like fascist freaks. And, some urban, obviously the urban populations as well. But the group of individuals that go out and vote is getting smaller and smaller across the board as far as like their demographics goes. Obviously, the number changes and swings wildly year over year. This past election cycle, the past general election cycle saw the most amount of voters go out and vote because of mail-in ballots. But the thing is, like the types of people that are voting get smaller. So if you're just trying to target those people, okay, then yeah, Biden's campaigning is very specific, very deliberate, trying to get the moderate, liberal, former Republican Party voters who are just disgusted by Donald Trump to go out and vote. And he's actually gotten decent results. Okay, he's gotten decent results on that front. He's been able to capture the white, educated voter base that have a that make a lot of money. He's able to chip away at that and taking that away from the Republican base of support. So that's correct. That has happened already. The problem is, yeah, the Hitlerite suburb white people are still Hitlerite suburbians, and in order to get them excited at the prospect of voting for you, you have to land on the side of a lot of Hitlerite suburban policies. And that's going to chip away at your base of support from the youth and also other former Democratic Party strongholds in different states, like the brown voting bloc, the Hispanic voting bloc, or even, for example, the Muslim voters in Michigan. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Are you voting for on this caucus? Who are you voting for on this caucus? I got my cock on and I'm ready to rock on, baby. It's time. It's time. We're back. We're back, dude. Primaries are back. Election Mania is back. Top of the hour. Ad breaks back. Locked and loaded. Get your fucking subscriptions in. If you don't want interruptions at the top of the hour, here's a 3-minute ad break now. I'm ready to cock and roll.
Does that change after tonight? Because they are much more concerned about Nikki Haley than they are with Ron DeSantis at this point, based on what the numbers look like, and also based on what state is coming next. New Hampshire, where Nikki Haley has been doing better than Ron DeSantis obviously has there. He has not really campaigned there near as much as she has. And what Trump world is hoping for is that this race for second place continues after tonight, because they believe that that is actually going to benefit him going forward. And their concern is if Nikki Haley does do well tonight, if Ron DeSantis is a third, if this is the end of his campaign, that then it consolidates Nikki Haley as the clear Trump alternative going into New Hampshire. And they don't want to see that. They want to keep up this fight between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley as Trump emerges as the clear frontrunner.
And what is the makeup, too, of Trump's coalition?
The funniest copium I've seen from every single outlet has been, well, if Donald Trump gets less than 50%, that's a failure. Okay? No, it's not. It's still a dub. Shut the fuck up. Okay? And 2, that Nikki Haley is going to win big if she gets in second place. No, that means she's fucking second place, dog. That's it. Okay? Like, people are so ridiculous about this. It's especially silly because it's a caucus and it's not a real demonstration of like popular voting. Obviously, it benefits Bernie Sanders, so I was a big fan of the caucus process, and I still am a big fan of the caucus process, despite the fact that it's not like a pure democratic process, even though it, like I said, it favors whoever has the more vocal, whoever has the more vocal, more passionate supporters. So, you know, why is this so weird? It's just weird, man. I don't know. It's just like it's odd that they're still using this structure. Would DeSantis dropping and suddenly supporting Haley make it a lot harder for Trump eventually? Guys, the base is with Trump. He has the incumbent advantage. You're moving the needle like 4 points. Ron DeSantis has already lost everything to Nikki Haley. If I'm Ron DeSantis, I'm so mad at Nikki Haley.
Throughout the course of the next week, he's going to go back and forth from South.
He's dumped millions of dollars into this race. Ron DeSantis has personally dumped gorillions of dollars into Iowa. And the fact that Nikki Haley is clapping his cheeks right now is insane. It is an astronomical L for Rhonda.
Voters, and so it'll be interesting to see if he's able to win here, what that might say about what's going to happen in the rest of the state tonight. Tom?
Priscilla, you know, I'm really happy you're there because you're...
Hassan, I don't know how to tell you this, but Trump isn't the incumbent. Oh, yeah? How do you explain this then? That's right. Liberals have no answer for this. Liberals have no answer for my comically large hat. They think Trump is not the real president right now, but me and the real patriots know Trump 100% is the incumbent because he never lost. That's
baggage,
it.
You might say. And I actually asked some folks about that, and they say at the end of the day, they know what they're getting with Trump. And we know that Trump has the enthusiasm on his side, that folks were willing to shovel those driveways and do what they needed to do to get out to caucus for him. And the question is, are Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley going to have...
I just got to say, we got to pour one out for Nick Merckx on this day. I'm sure he's taking this loss pretty hard. As you guys know, famously, Nick Merckx once said that Ron DeSantis was his GOAT. And it turns out Ron DeSantis is a bit of a giraffe and not a goat in this race, and is getting clobbered, hopefully, by Nikki Haley even. So shouts out to Ron DeSantis. Feels bad, man, but at least he'll always have Nick Merckx and his unconditional loyalty and support. So there's that. All right.
Tom.
All right, Priscilla Thompson first. Priscilla, I appreciate that. I want to show our viewers at home an image right now. This is Des Moines. This is the capital, obviously, of Iowa. This is the state capitol. You can see the State House there covered in snow, okay? That is just one scene in Iowa. Here's the other scene. Our correspondent, Mara Barrett, she's over here. This is REM number 30. She's in the eastern part of the state. Maura, you drew the sort of bad card, right? You're going to be covering weather for us, but it might be the most important card because of the conditions there. We know it's -20. We're not going to keep you outside for too long, but talk to me about how cold it is and how you think voters are sort of braving this cold
so
to either
sad.
caucus tonight or to stay home.
That is hilarious that her job is to literally stand outside and tell you how fucking awful it is.
Doing some running in place to stay warm as we were waiting to come on because it is very frigid. It's -3, that real feel with the wind chill, -22. You just saw some folks streaming in, though, behind me, the parking lot filling up as the caucus is set to get started in about 45 minutes here. We're in rural southeastern Iowa.
Yeah, dude, this exchange will forever be in my mind. Ohio is the worst state in the country and Florida is the best state in the country. Next question. Florida is run by an asshat. No way is the best state in the country. You mean the GOAT. Keep your dumbass up there in Bufufu land. It's just weird because, like, I agree with him on the Ohio being shitty, right? But then he turns around and says Ron DeSantis is my GOAT. The state is run by the GOAT. Oh, God, it's so good. God, I love American politics. It's so back.
Right before the caucuses. And so the big question is in those more urban centers, people should be able to get to their caucus sites. Out here, where they have to come a little further to get to the main area, we're at a high school where there's going to be 3 precincts caucusing, kind of like what Hallie said it is, but it's more across a rural area, so we're expecting to see about 500, 600 people come. But we did talk to the county chair. He's one of the precinct captains here for one of the smaller precincts. He said, I'm really concerned that people aren't going to be coming out. Those roads, they're not safe, and that's really concerning for turnout for a lot of the candidates when they were really juggling the enthusiasm, especially for candidates like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who are fighting for that close second.
All right, Maura Barra for us. Maura, get back inside. We're going to be checking with you throughout the night, making sure people are still getting out there. But again, it is so cold. Quick check of the time right now, 7:16 in the east, 6:16 in central in Iowa, 43 minutes before the Iowa caucuses. And this weekend, NBC News released its final Iowa caucus poll with the Des Moines Register and Mediacom, giving us one last look at the state of play in the Hawkeye State before caucus goers have their say tonight. Joining us at the big board, Chuck Todd, my good friend, who's going to break down the numbers for us. So, Chuck, the poll came out. Nerds like us were waiting for this Saturday night. It drops. Trump drops a little bit, but still very high.
It is. Look, this is setting the conventional wisdom, right? Why does everybody look at this and say, hey, it's a battle for second and Trump 50? Well, Ann Selzer, who we've partnered with, she does this polling better than anybody because we spend the money. To do a good Iowa caucus poll, you got to spend a lot of money. You got to call thousands of people to find out who the likely caucus goer is. Most of the polls that you see in Iowa don't do it. This one does. So here's our conventional wisdom setting. So this looked like Nikki Haley, all the momentum here, right? First time she appeared in second place. But it's when you start going inside the numbers is suddenly why the DeSantis folks feel better today and Haley's folks are getting a little nervous. First of all, we're talking about margin of victory, right?
To set expectations here.
Look, Trump's already up by 28 points.
It could be a historic win if he pulls it off.
Anything over 13 is historic on the Republican side. The largest all time was actually on the Democratic side, Walter Mondale.
Look at that beautiful
And I always like to bring that
Cruz.
one up because that happened in 84. Largest victory ever. And what happened after that one? Gary Hart finished a distant second, and it became a huge race. So second place can matter. What was the big deal there for Walter Mondale? He didn't get over 50.
Yeah.
And that is why it's such a huge sign. To me, 50% matters more than margin of victory here. If he's over 50, this is ball game, Tom. If he's not over 50, then you have an argument that half the party would like a debate.
Let's talk about the other big headline that came out of this, right?
Dude, shut the fuck up. No, dude. Like, this is a very, very, very different place. This is Astrology for Politics, nerds. Dude. They have to do this. I think they have to do this specifically because, like, they have to make things interesting. Okay? The reason why they have to do this is because, like, otherwise it's not fun. If you're just like, yeah, Trump is clearing, it's clearing house, it's destroying. Here's the thing, okay? There is no prior comparison because we're talking about a dude who already won and was like really fucking popular and is still out of the run of Republicans, the most popular person in the Republican Party. He is the Barack Obama. If there was a situation where Barack Obama was able to run again, no liberal would be like, oh yeah, I don't want to vote for Barack Obama. Donald Trump is the Barack Obama for white people. What do I mean by this? Donald Trump has the same undeniable riz that Barack Obama had. It's not even about positions at that point. It's not about policy. It transcends beyond. Okay? Barack Obama was rizzed up. I'm not even doing the sticking out your gap for the Rizzler shit anymore. I'm being serious. Like, he was a very charismatic, mobilizing figure. Okay? Donald Trump has that exact same riz on the worst people you've ever seen. Hearing your 2020 talking points is super nostalgic. Yeah, I mean, we're back in that on that front. There's no way that you can capture the essence. You cannot capture the Obama style essence in the Democratic Party. Many try to do and fail to do so. Pete Buttigieg, okay? And you can't capture the Trumpian essence, especially while Trump is still running, very much alive, okay? I can't believe you just compared Trump to Obama. That's crazy. Yes, I am making this comparison because Trump is a unique once-in-a-lifetime style candidate for reactionary Republicans in the same way that Obama was a unique once-in-a-lifetime candidate for Democrats. Okay? So when people try to capture that essence without recognizing how much charisma plays a role in that, okay, they fail to comprehend the larger picture here. That is precisely the reason why DeSantis is the Pete Buttigieg here. And ironically performing worse in Iowa than Pete did. But my point is, DeSantis is a phony. Pete Buttigieg tried to do the Obama, but he didn't have what it took. It didn't have what it takes to be Obama. He was not as charismatic. It was a cheap imitation. And Pete Buttigieg wasn't running against Barack Obama. Now imagine if Pete was running against Obama. It would be nothing. No one would vote for him. Do you understand? Like, I am not fond of Barack Obama, especially because he made a lot of promises and then very quickly squandered everything. Okay, it was a lie from the jump. He was very, but I'm not going to sit here and act like he wasn't incredibly charismatic. He was.
That's right. Ottumwa?
Ottumwa.
There we go.
Ottumwa from MASH, Tom.
Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, tell us what you're seeing over there.
Hey, Tom, what's going on, man? So let me show you the lay of the land here. This is what's known as a super caucus location, and this super caucus location is called that because there are multiple precincts.
I don't know what happened with the audio there
for a second.
So
this is Ottumwa High School in Wapello County. In 2016, they said something like 1,900 people came here to caucus for former President Trump mostly. Let's go in and see just sort of what's going on. I'm going to give you the lay of the land. You can see different candidates set up tables. This is actually not where most of the action is going to happen tonight. That's going to happen upstairs in the auditorium, 3 floors up. Actually, I was looking at my watch. I've been going up and down all day.
You guys know about cock, but you've never thought about super cock.
Flights of stairs. You really do. I'm not joking. You have to be physically fit if you're going to participate in this process. That's why I think a lot of people will look at the Iowa caucus and say it's undemocratic, it's unusual. Part of the reason they do is that what they make people go through in order to be here. It is 7 o'clock, or it will be 7 o'clock when this starts on a Monday night in the middle of the winter. It is -1 degrees actual temperature outside right now. Today was -12 earlier. It is an intense situation outside, but it has not stopped all of these people. They say maybe 1,000. Trudy, the caucus chair, was telling me maybe 1,000 people are going to show up tonight. Ultimately, though, it's a bit of a maze. It literally is a bit of a maze in order to participate. I'm not going to walk you through the whole thing unless you want to, but come with me and I want to show you one part of it. And forgive the bumps. Dana Roker, the best cameraman in the business, is going to follow me up the stairs here. And I want to show you where the actual caucusing is going to take place. Remember, so if former President Trump did 36% of the vote here in 2016, what we're going to be watching closely is his margin bigger? Is it going to look more like our NBC News Des Moines Register poll? You know, obviously we don't know the answer to that question right now, but there sure are, anecdotally speaking, a lot of Trump supporters here. Hey guys, who are you caucusing for tonight? Just out of curiosity. Trump, there you go. See, boom. Come around the corner here. Upstairs, they're gonna listen to the campaigns make speeches to all of the people who are assembled in the auditorium. After they do that, they're gonna come downstairs and actually go into 22 different classrooms representing 22 different precincts all across Wapello County. This one's a Spanish classroom. You could probably see on the walls. Nobody's in here yet, but after they hear those speeches, they're going to come down here. They'll cast their secret ballot in the ballot box. They're going to tabulate each precinct level in these classrooms, and then they will bring them outside in order to be tabulated for that overall vote total back down in the cafeteria where I was earlier. It's up to you guys. You know, I won't be offended if you don't want to continue hanging out with me, but if you want, I can take you upstairs. You tell me to show you the auditorium where now there's quite a...
At a different time, this man was technically a coworker of mine, Mr. Jacob Soboroff.
Caucuses, I should say, are underway in earnest right up here at Ottumwa High School. Bulldog Pride, 100 years old, guys.
Jacob, quick question for you. You've been out there for a while now. What sense are you getting, at least in that county, and from your travels? Where's the enthusiasm there? What names are you hearing over and over again?
Oh, Trump, come on, let's go upstairs, Tom. Come with me and I'll talk to you as I go upstairs. Donald Trump, far and away, is the name that I've heard the most over my weekend here in Ottumwa, Iowa. And I think partially that's because the people feel like over the course of the 4 years that he was president, irrespective of the controversies and the policies, you guys know I covered the family separation policy very closely, irrespective of his legal troubles, federal, state, local, they believe in him as a leader. And if you look around here, just to generally survey, Trump pins, Trump stickers, Trump is the dominant name that you're hearing from locals in this county. It's not a surprise, as I told you. He did win with a large margin here. But if those polls are indicative, and anecdotally of what I'm hearing here is indicative of what the people of Wapello feel and believe, you're going to see a strong showing from him here tonight. But ultimately, time will tell, and that'll, you know, maybe just 2 hours from now.
A very fit Jacob Soboroff, who I hear huffing and puffing just a little bit there, Jacob. I'm actually surprised about that, but it was definitely a long run, just like Hallie's. Jacob, stand by for us. We're going to check back with you a little later in the night. For more analysis tonight on the state of the race in Iowa, we are joined by our all-star GOP panel tonight. Hogan Gidley is a former Trump White House deputy press secretary. He also served as communication strategist for two GOP candidates that won the Iowa caucus, Rick Santorum in 2012 and Mike Huckabee in 2016. Hogan, great to have you. Mary Catherine Ham, of course, conservative journalist and host of Getting Hammered podcast, and Carlos Curbelo, the former Florida Republican congressman and NBC News political analyst.
What a lineup, folks. We got the best and brightest minds of the conservative movement.
There's Lindsay, you know, the fuel.
All right, talking about how cold it is with the outside shot, talking about how cold it is with the outside shot.
I don't want to sound like the crowd at the old Tonight Show, but how cold is it?
It's so cold. Actually, it is so cold that I drove in from Omaha today, and I could not, even with the heater on full blast, I could never get it warm enough in the rental car to take my gloves off. It just wouldn't warm up. That's something else. And if this was 3 days ago, we'd be talking about a cancellation. Jake, there were hundreds of stranded, stalled, rolled over semis in the middle of Interstate 80. It had to be an absolute nightmare 3 or 4 days ago when the wind was blowing 40, it was snowing, and people were just sliding off the roads. I couldn't believe there were still hundreds of cars that were still stranded and no one even looking at them. I mean, there was tape around them that said, yes, we checked this out, nobody's in here. But I'm thinking that was 4 days ago. But anyway, rhetorical question. What's the first thing you do when you get in your truck tonight to come down to the Iowa caucus? What's the very first thing? You might never guess.
Actually asking me, turn on the engine? I don't know.
No, that's exactly the wrong answer. Here's what you do in Iowa. You hit the hood of your car because critters like this warmth when you park the car. You need to scare them out of there. Feral cats, raccoons, squirrels, they love underneath the hood. I've been doing this now since, I moved to Nebraska in 1976. So every time, even if you park your car at a Target, you park your car at a Target, you come out of the Target, you go, and all of a sudden you might see something scurry away. You save your fan belt, but you save the lives of our furry little friends under there. They love the heat. They love to be here. And that's kind of where we are at this point. Is it cold? Yes. Is it cold in the wind? Very. Is it cold in the non-wind? Not so much. It's okay. Jake.
You're making a lot of assumptions. I mean, perhaps I want some, roasted squirrel. But we'll come back to that. Des Moines, Iowa. Chad Myers, thanks so much. Let's go to Brian Todd. He's at a precinct, a caucus site in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Wow, it's crowded there.
Wow is right, Jake. Do not tell these Iowans that this weather is too tough to come to a caucus site. Check out this line. I'm not going to say it extends to the door, but it is starting to. And these people are starting to file in to register, check in, sign in. And we just talked to a couple of voters here who said, look, the weather really was not an issue for them. Iowans are tough people. They're hardy. They can come out in weather like this. One lady just told me, hey, we're just glad the snow wasn't tonight. So here's where they're checking in here. Here is a sample.
Dude, imagine participating in the caucuses in -40 weather for like the big racist, the woman racist, or the Italian racist, or the Indian racist that's more openly Indian than the woman racist. It's awesome. But many opportunities here. Or my goat, Asa Hutchinson. I call him Ada Hutchinson. I won't tell you
why. You are basically
why.
in charge of the organization for all 40 precincts in this county, Potawatomi County, which is a very active voting county. What are the biggest challenges that you've had in getting people to the caucus sites, the weather and everything else?
Well, to the caucus sites, that's the problem. Is not so much in the city of Council Bluffs, because the streets are a lot of state highways. A lot of the streets are well maintained. It's more the rural area where you might have a gravel road, and with these frigid temperatures, that just turns that road into ice.
Talk to me about what one lady told you. She's in her 80s.
I did. I had a dear, loyal Republican who.
Bro, if you're in your 80s and you're.
She was quite upset because this will be the first caucus that she misses because she can't get out of her road because.
Oh, no,
snow,
dude, I told you, old people love voting. Like, they love voting so much. It is their favorite activity. I swear to God. Nothing can get in the way of old people in voting. They literally fucking love voting. This is their most favorite activity. And it's almost always voting for the most genocidal candidate. Okay? Some of you say cruising, like going on cruise ships. Wrong. The number one hobby of old people is to go out and vote for who is going to make things worse for the next generation. That's it. They're just like, oh yeah, fucking stick it to those piece of shit youths, dude. I love it. Oh, I'm going to go vote for the most genocidal one. Oh yeah. Which one is nuking Iran first? I'll vote for that one.
For reporting those numbers back to Des Moines, of the precincts across the state to get the final number.
And we're going to be watching you do all that in real time. Good luck to you, Marianne, and we'll check back with you later on. One other look at the line here, guys. Pretty robust. The speeches will be getting underway shortly after they call the caucus to order. That's going to come in about 30 minutes, guys. Back to you.
Very exciting. Brian Todd in Council Bluffs. Let's go to Dana Bash now at a precinct in Clive, Iowa. Dana.
Jake, this is a huge caucus site. There are 3 individual caucuses that will happen in this site. They expect about 800 to 1,000 people tonight. It depends, of course, on the weather. Let's just walk and I can show you how big and how many people are here. First of all, this is the line for just one of the 3 here. There are people coming in from all over. I want to take you over here to talk to one particular family because it was noteworthy. We have been hearing about the fact that this could be a family affair. Forgive me. Hi guys, we're live. I just wanted to talk to you. Are you excited to be here?
I am.
Yeah. Have you caucused before?
I have, but I haven't voted before. So
Okay. So, and you're here with your whole family. Yes. Your mom's a little shy. That's okay. Yeah. And everybody else. What made you want to come out on such a frigid night?
I think it's more important now more than ever to just speak out and make your voice heard. It's hard times, and we need to make sure we have a good leader in office.
Okay. It's a secret ballot, so you don't have to tell me, but have you decided who you're going to caucus for?
I have.
Will you tell me?
Donald Trump.
Yes! Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Of
I appreciate
course!
it. Thank you.
Of course!
So this is the kind of thing that we're seeing here.
She said it's more important than ever. It's more important than ever to go out and caucus for Trump in minus 40-degree weather.
Since I was 18, yeah.
Since you were 18. So how many is this? Do you know?
I'm 65.
Okay.
So, yeah.
We'll do the math.
Yeah. A couple. Yeah.
How important? I mean, it is frigid outside. Some of the roads are not great.
We're Iowan. We're tough. Yeah. We're hardy. We're the breadbasket of America. And what we know is that this is saving our nation right now. We need to make decisions in regard to the average working family to get ahead financially. They are struggling. You need 11,430 statistics that came out from the government 2 weeks ago you need that a year to break even.
Have you decided who you're going to caucus?
DeSantis.
How come?
Because he proved in Florida, I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm a former registered nurse, and he proved in Florida that he kept the deaths down.
God, I love
and that with the
America
proper
so much.
medication,
I love
that
American
people
politics.
did not
Okay,
die,
we're
they did
back.
not need to be hospitalized with
We're
extra
back.
costs.
We're back.
Thank you for
We're
talking
back.
to us.
She said,
Appreciate
I'm an
it.
anti-vaxxer with
Tell
her
me your name
whole
again.
ass
Karen.
chest,
Okay, Karen,
dude.
thank you.
Let's
So
go.
you see that this is the
Why
kind
is
of
she
thing
a
that
former
is happening.
registered nurse?
We
I
expect,
wonder.
As I said, hundreds of people here.
I love
and we're gonna
anti-vax
hear
nurses.
When
They're
this
the
actually
best.
gets started at the top of the hour, people who are representatives from the campaigns begin to make their pitches to people who haven't decided yet, Jake.
Dana, I did the math, and no one has ever accused me of being a math genius, but I think Karen has been to every single Republican
I'm glad
caucus,
you did.
Iowa caucus since 1976, since the first time that the caucus was first in the nation for the Republicans in 76. Check with her to see if my math is.
That's impressive.
I'd like to know who she voted for.
I will. I'll get back to you.
That'd be interesting. Let's check in with Kate Baldwin now. She's in Ames, Iowa, at a site. Kate.
Hey, I'm not doing math on air. I'm just going to say that right now, Jake. We're in Ames, Iowa. This is Sawyer Elementary School, where there are 3 of the 24 precincts.
Wait, what? 50% of the Iowa nurses refuse to take the vaccine? That's not a joke? Shut up. No way. Are you serious? No fucking shot, dude. No way. Oh my God.
So I've caucused several times before.
Several times, but for Democrat.
Last election I caucused with Democrats, and so this election I wanted to come back and caucus
Nikki
with
Haley.
Republicans.
Nikki Haley.
Tell me why.
I've kept really close watch on the election and listened to all the candidates and tried to make an educated decision, so I felt it was important to come and support the candidate that I chose.
It's a secret ballot, and here at this site, this is the critical tool, if I may borrow for 1 second, colored index cards. The caucus captains, they want you to put it there. This is the ballot. You fill it out. If your vote's
Have you seen
not on
Maduro
a
on the
colored index
vaccines?
card,
Thank God we're
vote doesn't
vaccinated.
count. It's to avoid any
Wait, what?
funny business.
He said, thank God we're vaccinated with the Russian, Chinese, and Cuban vaccine because Western vaccines are a disaster. 1,000 people have died from those. He's such an idiot, dude. That is so stupid.
Caucus for Nikki Haley.
What determined that? What's driving your decision tonight?
I think she's going to be very strong in foreign policy. I was debating
Dumbass
between her and
liberals,
Vivek,
baby!
And I think her foreign policy is just going to be a lot stronger than what he was proposing. And I think with the current times globally, that's going to be very important for a president.
There's been a lot said about Ron DeSantis.
Fucking idiot. He said he caucused with the Democrats, and now he's caucusing for Nikki Haley. Hey, that's CNN's doing, by the way. Thank you, CNN, for doing a town hall. That was so sick of you. Here's another thing I want to mention here. Going back to this is such an idiotic position. Okay, this is like literally the dumbest fucking position you can take, because guess what? And this, I stand on this. I do unconditionally say this. The Western vaccines literally lap, I can't speak on the Cuban one, but the Russian and Chinese vaccines. Okay, it's so stupid. The mRNA vaccine specifically is not only revolutionary, but it is most likely going to cause like additional vaccines for cancer and the like. The idea that the Western vaccines have been a failure, a demonstrable failure or whatever, is just silly populist nonsense. Take that for the team. Take that home to the bank with you if you want. The real gross situation was the fact that the Western vaccines and the IP for Western vaccines was not immediately made readily available for the rest of the world. Okay, that was gross. That was disgusting. The idea, however, that like the Western vaccine is worse than like the Chinese one or whatever, I know everybody says I'm a dick rider for China, is wrong. Okay, straight up, it's ridiculous. Anyone that says dumb shit like this is not actually thinking correctly on this. Okay, noticing that only hogs are anti-vax and concluding that the Amerifat vaccine is the only one that gives you autism is awesome. Yeah, ridiculous from Maduro. That's just copium.
On the road as well.
Maduro's doing copium. He's like, oh yeah, who needs the Western vaccines anyway? I hate those. I hate those. Oh, thank God I didn't get any of that.
Politics, and I say that with full respect.
Come
no
on.
disrespect at all. That's how people feel. Where is my home? Who do I trust? Who represents me? And that's what makes this so unpredictable. And so Kate is in a place, that, as she knows, Story County, right? This is a plus 17 Democratic county. If we come up to the 2020 map, Donald Trump won Iowa huge. She's in one of the places that Joe Biden won. She's in a Democratic county. If you have people who used to vote for the Democrats, yes, he was a Trump voter in 2020, but now still participating with Republicans, that's good for the Republicans. They're bringing in new voters or solidifying with this gentleman who voted with them 4 years ago. It's bad for Democrats. It means you're not winning people who you once had on your side. But so come back out here. Number one, Joe Biden wins Story County. Now let's bring it back out and bring it back. Oh, it doesn't want to come back out. Okay, well, let's come back to 2016.
No.
And
John King, bring it back out.
Primary here. As this is a Marco Rubio area, as Kate just noted. The lighter red is Marco Rubio. What does that mean? Traditional Republicans. That's a place Nikki Haley, the old Republican Party, if you will, has to do well tonight. So the fact that that gentleman, a former Democrat and a former Trump voter, says he's for Nikki Haley is one sign of what Nikki Haley needs to do to build not only in that community center where Kate is, but where Sarah Seidner was over here. She's in Lynn County, in Cedar Rapids. Ted Cruz won this last time. Joe Biden will probably carry Lynn County come November, or the Democratic candidate, assuming it's Joe Biden. But what was Donald Trump's kryptonite in 2018, 2020, and 2022? The suburbs, right? That's why Ted Cruz did better than Donald Trump in the suburbs. He was third in this county in 2016. And if you come into the 2020 presidential map, again, Joe Biden wins this county by 6 points there. So do we see some seeds? If Donald Trump wins Iowa tonight, that's good for Donald Trump. But is it just rural voters, just evangelicals, just farmers? Or is he beginning to recover at least suburban Republicans? You know them outside of Philadelphia as well. Now, some of them are moderates, some of them are people who swing back and forth. But for Donald Trump to be a competitive general election candidate, he has to start to win back suburbanites, starting with Republicans, then moving on to independents and soft Democrats. So this is the 2020 map. Again, Brian Todd was over here. He's in Pottawatomie County. That's Nebraska, right? So you're now much more rural, much more conservative as you get out here. Come back to 2016 in the Republican primary. This is a place, again, Cruz, Trump, Rubio. You had this split. Do you get this again tonight? Now that it's Donald Trump's party, do you get a split so that Haley or DeSantis or both can argue, I have a rationale to go on? Or does Trump win this and win this big? This is a place, if you come out here to look at the map again and bring out 2016 Iowa, this is out here. This is where Trump needs to run it up. If Trump wants to get above 50%, he wants to quiet any talk that he's vulnerable. Where Brian Todd is tonight is a great place to watch.
That's fascinating stuff. Let's go to Brian Todd actually right now in Pottawatomie. How do you say it? Pottawatomie?
You got it.
Pottawatomie County. Brian, tell us what you're seeing.
Angie, we're about ready. Yes, hi.
Oh, his camera's there. Can you hear me, Brian? Brian Todd? Brian Todd, I guess that shot is right. It looks like he's ready. Okay, let's go to him. Okay, go.
Yes.
What are you seeing there?
Okay. Sorry, Jake. Well, we've got a building crowd here, and there was some question about turnout. I don't think those questions are there anymore because the turnout is very, very strong here at Kern Middle School in Pottawatomie County in Council Bluffs. I'm going to talk to a voter here, Angie Thomas. Angie, hi. Thanks for talking to us. First, talk to us about the whole buildup about the weather and turnout. It's not affecting this place. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, of course, I'd have liked it to be warmer, but I think it was important to come out to the caucus tonight, and I was really excited about it.
You're switching from Trump to DeSantis. Talk to me about, the reasons that you want to do that tonight.
I just really like what DeSantis stands for. I think he stands for family. I like the clean-up campaign he's ran. It was really been clean. It hasn't tore people down, and I appreciate that.
Would the speeches by the surrogates maybe change your mind, or are you pretty much set in what you want to do tonight?
I want to listen to what they have to say. I'm interested in what they have to say.
So you might change.
That's a possibility, I suppose. It's my daughter's first time, so it's very important to bring her and see the process.
That's great. Is she going to be voting too?
Yes.
Great. How excited are you about that?
Really excited.
Is there a divide in the family about who's supporting who?
No, but I think everybody gets to pick who they feel strongly about.
Good luck tonight, Angie. Thank you for talking to us. So that's just kind of one sampling here, Jake. Again, a lot of buzz here. They're going to call this caucus to order in a short time, the Pledge of Allegiance. Then they're going to elect by voice vote the caucus chair, the permanent chair, and then the speeches will take place. The surrogates have 3 minutes. Very strictly timed to give their speeches. We've talked to the surrogates, too, about the messages that they're going to impart to people here. We'll bring some of that to you later. And, of course, again, what gets us really excited and why we love covering the Iowa caucuses, we're going to show all this to people in real time. Jake?
Just as our reporters have been talking to voters, so have our pollsters. And right now we can reveal the first information from our entrance poll. of Iowa voters as they went into caucus sites across the state. David Chalian is here with that. David, what are you seeing?
Well, Jake, we are sort of trying to take stock of what does this electorate look like in Iowa tonight. Now, these are early entrance poll results. These are people who arrived at the caucus site early. These numbers will change throughout the night as we do more interviews. But look at this. We asked folks, are you part of the MAGA movement? 53%, a majority of those that we've interviewed thus far say yes, they consider themselves part of the MAGA movement. 41% say no, they're not. We also asked folks, do you think Joe Biden legitimately won the 2020 election? 68%, 68%, more than two-thirds of those in these early entrance poll results showing up early to the caucus sites say no, he did not. Wrongly say no, he did not win legitimately in 2020. And then we asked, if Donald Trump is convicted of a crime, do you still think he's fit for the presidency? A similar result here. Nearly two-thirds of those who have showed up at the Republican caucuses tonight in Iowa, at least these early arrivers, tell us, yes, Donald Trump is still fit for the presidency, even if convicted of a crime. These numbers show a very Trump-aligned Republican electorate, Jake.
I love the guys that are like, no, I'm not a part of the MAGA movement. Yes, I think Joe Biden stole the election. Yes, I think Trump is infallible and didn't do anything wrong.
Entrance polls, obviously, that's very strong support.
Good-looking electorate for Donald Trump right here. Yeah,
that's your
there are literally thousands of us
Mr.
out
Joyner
there.
did not respond to that poll, I promise. No. These people have already...
No, I'm not a part of the MAGA movement. Yes, I think Donald Trump is God King. Excuse me. No, I'm not a part of the MAGA movement. Yes, I think Joe Biden is a pedophile vampire. What? Excuse me. What do you mean?
The closer they are, the better the margin for him. So, you know, going in, you'd think that he is in a really good spot. And this certainly reflects that. I just want to say one other thing. Organization, like I've been involved in Iowa caucuses, and you put a premium on organization. The Trump campaign has done that. The DeSantis campaign has done that. Haley has been late to this, and she's counting on momentum to overcome that. It could happen, and she could get second place here, but that would be unusual, especially on a cold night like.
And to add what David is saying, you know, this is the opportunity for the Trump campaign to show that they are actually able to build a proper ground game, which does have implications for a general election. Can you do that while you're also in court? Can you do that, you know, when your money is being pulled in various directions?
Big L for Chris Christie for not
Haley
being here.
And DeSantis, in a way, they've
And by that I mean on
their
CNN
work
tonight.
to PACs, right? To these
This is why.
outside
This is
groups
literally
that
why
have
he dropped out. This is why he
fundraising,
ran.
but it's proven to be a little wobblier in terms of shaping a campaign. Those are sort of inside things, but I think
Like,
they're
did they
things
not
that
ask
are
him to be
important
on?
moving
That's kind of
forward
crazy.
to think about as we look at how these candidates perform.
I think two things could be true. I think you could look at these early numbers and say, this looks like a good electorate for Trump. But if I were looking ahead, if this holds and 32% of people who showed up in this caucus said Trump is not fit for the presidency if convicted of a crime, that's a troubling item. If that holds, and if it's a little bit more than what we've seen in some of the polling.
No, I know he pulled out.
The 32%.
I'm saying it's a big L for him not being on the CNN panel.
Yes, I mean, if these are like engaged, actively voting Republicans who show up and say he's not fit if convicted of a crime, I mean, you got to have these kinds of people in the fall to win a close election. And so I'm anxious to see how this shakes out by the end of the night, because that to me is a pretty high
that's
number.
the thesis. That's the thesis of the case for DeSantis and Haley. That's what they've been running on, right? That's their reason d'etre, right? They are saying that Trump's not going to a vote for me is a vote for Donald Trump. That's what Vivek had said, right, in his piece there, and with DeSantis as well. That Trump's not going to make it for the long run, and I'm the guy to be it. And so, whether or not that holds true, we'll see tonight, and we'll see what the former president's numbers are. If he surpasses 50%, is it 52, 51? I think if he falls below 50, it's going to be kind of a loss.
But by the way, I think we may be seeing the greatest political comeback in modern political history tonight if Donald Trump does break 50. Because keep in mind, I know I don't need to say it for this table, but
Oh my
quadruply
God.
indicted, 91 felony counts, 2 impeachments
Oh my
against
God.
him. That in just 4 years, he is back to a place where he is dominating this caucus, very likely statistically, and is in first place in New Hampshire, the next contest. I mean, it's just remarkable what he has been able to do and how he's
We're
been able
so
to
back.
shift voter sentiment.
We're
back
so
in
back.
his
They're
favor in such an
glazing. Oh my
unprecedented
God.
way. And then the question becomes for whoever does come in second here,
We're
can they
glazing
make
Trump.
a
We're back.
sustained case for themselves moving forward?
At
If
least
Trump
it's honest,
does
though.
go on
That
to
one is
win by
honest.
over
Well,
50%
he's
and can
dishonestly
reasonably
defending
make
Trump, but
claim that he's
Trump
had a
does deserve
dominant
the
performance
praise
and
if we're
clearly has a
talking about it from
dominant
like the
hold
real
on the base
Republican
of the Republican
perspective.
Party. Can Haley or DeSantis, whoever comes in second, make a case that they are
Saying it's a
better,
phenomenal
in the general
comeback
election?
is stupid.
You know,
but-
can they distinguish themselves in a way that I would argue we haven't really effectively seen them do in this primary? It's part of why they haven't been able to get traction. Haley, obviously, in a much stronger position in New Hampshire. You could see sort of an easier path for her coming out of Iowa, but that's going to be an important question for their campaigns is, you know, how do they quickly spend tonight to get to a sustainable
What do
place?
Haley and DeSantis need to do in order to move forward?
Well, I think DeSantis I think if he doesn't come in second here, after all he's invested in the state of Iowa, I think he's got a one-way ticket back to Tallahassee.
Someone in the chat said, play the
for
drinking
Haley,
game.
She's got the luxury of knowing
Take a
she's
shot
doing
every
well in
every
New
time you see a
Hampshire.
person of
This would
color
give her
in the Iowa
momentum if she
caucus.
got second.
And that is the quickest way to just be sober all night. Iowa's like 94% white, and this is the Republican caucus for the Republican primary. You could literally take a shot of not just liquor, but like black tar heroin. Say that you're going to do black tar heroin every time you see a POC, a person of color in an Iowa caucus for the Republican primaries, and you'll be fine. You'll never have to do it. I guess like Vivek Ramaswamy will be the only brown person there. So depends. Our Irish POC for Iowa, they are. Italians too.
We've got cameras and reporters inside multiple locations across the state to cover the caucuses and the results live. Once the caucuses begin, we'll have our first chance to reveal which candidate is the early leader based on our entrance poll. Let's go to our caucus reporters. First to Sarah Seidner in Cedar Rapids in eastern Iowa. Sarah?
Hey, Anderson. Yeah, this place is starting to fill up. Lots of folks coming here. We've got 6 different precincts. And we have this lovely family who showed up with their 2 very adorable, formerly cold children. Now they're here, they're warm, and they're the cutest things ever. Hi. Tell me your name.
I'm Eric. It's my wife, Sarah.
Nice name, by the way. I'm also Sarah. So Eric and Sarah, and who are these lovely little kids?
Lydia and Caleb.
Lydia and Caleb. Hi, guys. Hi. Are you sleepy? A little bit. Tell me what you're doing here. Have you ever caucused before?
Yes, this would be time number 3 for me. And
This is my first time in Iowa.
Okay, so this is your first time in Iowa. You've not done this before. Have you given some tips, or have things changed?
This looks pretty similar, yeah. Sarah was describing to me how things went in Minnesota. It sounds about the same, so just maybe a little bit warmer sometimes. So
Well, Minnesota, I mean, you know, it gets this cold there. That's like kind of the norm, right, Sarah? Like, this is nothing to you. So this is your first time here, but not your first time caucusing. Why do you caucus? Why do you come and do this? You have to go through extremely cold temperatures. You had to get the kids ready, and we know that takes a minute. Why do you show up to do this?
it's just a chance to have our voices heard and participate in the process here. So I've come and caucused ever since I was able to. It's actually kind of interesting to find out that we can be involved in the process. So if you're going to ask me, I'm going to tell you. So.
Yeah. And what about you, Sarah?
It's important to know who our leaders are going to be and have a say in that.
Do you guys know who you are definitely going for at this moment in time, or can you be swayed?
We do. We know what we're going for.
Yes, we do.
You know. You clearly are interested in the microphone. One day, my friend, you too might be able to use one of these. You're very cute. So there you go. Been here 3 times, first time here in Iowa. This place is filling up, though, and I want to just give you a quick look at the room. Leon's going to show you, my photographer is going to show you what's going on. By the way, they will start counting in just a few minutes here, so things will start to get really interesting. Guys?
Really?
All right, Sarah Seidner in Cedar Rapids. Fascinating stuff. Let's check in with Brian Todd, who's in Council Bluffs. Brian, what do you got there?
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
Well, Jake, much more of a turnout here than they anticipated. So much more that they have run out of these ballots. This is a sample ballot here, but they've run out of them. Many more people have shown up than they anticipated. So here's what they've got to do. Our photographer, David Albritton, can maybe take you past these folks and show you what they're giving to people now. Sheets of paper from a small yellow legal pad. That's what they're handing out to people in order to facilitate their ability to vote tonight, because they have run out of ballots. The turnout here, exceptional, much better than they anticipated. They've also got to set up more chairs in here. I'm going to kind of scoot over here while David shows you people checking in and getting their paper ballots. And then David will come over here and kind of zoom past me into the room that is pretty much at capacity. Marianne Hanusa, who's running the organizational part of this, tells me that they're going to have to set up more chairs in there. I can already see people standing in the back row. So this is going to be called to order shortly. She did say that people who are in line right now, when this is caucus is going to be called to order in about 5 minutes, will be allowed to continue to register and check in before they start the caucus. So the short answer to the obvious question is yes, they will delay this for a couple of minutes in order to get people checked in and into the room so that the caucus can start. Jake?
Yeah, those roads are tricky tonight. Thanks so much. So let's go back to David Chalian, who has more information from our entrance poll. David, what are the voters telling us?
We're looking at sort of the makeup of the electorate, how voters are identifying themselves ideologically. You see here 54% of those arriving at the caucus sites call themselves very conservatives. These numbers will update even as we go through them here. 34% say somewhat conservative. It's a very conservative electorate. In fact, it's more conservative than it was 8 years ago. This number was 40% 8 years ago of self-identified very conservative voters. The view on banning most or all abortion nationwide we asked about, 60% of Iowa Republican caucus goers tonight,
oh my God.
at least these early arrivers, tell us they favor a national abortion ban. Only 32% say they oppose it. And in terms of the overall issue set, driving voters' decision, the most important issues for these Iowa Republican caucus goers, immigration at 37%, the economy at 36%, abortion at 11%, foreign policy at 11%. This is an electorate largely driven by the immigration issue and economy.
All right, David Chalian, fascinating stuff. And while we're waiting for the actual votes to start coming in, let's check in with...
I love being from Iowa and worrying about immigration.
In terms of where you're looking for, you know what I mean?
We're about to count, Jake, which is the wonderful part. People get to vote. Our last election ended with a lot of turmoil, even
Who's
violence.
immigrating into Iowa, dog?
To vote and watching those caucus sites is a great thing. In the end, it's
94% white, chat.
15 delegates, and everybody starts tonight with 0. So it's a brand new race. But with Trump so heavily favored, the question is, can he be stopped? So Iowa tonight is not about math. The math matters in the long run. Tonight, Iowa is about momentum. So let's just look at the map and what we're looking for right here. Again, if you go back to 2016, Donald Trump came to Iowa as the insurgent. He was the guy saying these established politicians, the Ted Cruz, the Marco Rubios, the Rand Pauls, the Jeb Bushes, the John Kasichs. You know, Trump was against them, he insurgent. He was the guy saying these established politicians, the Ted Cruz, the Marco Rubios, the Rand Pauls, the Jeb Bushes, the John Kasichs. You know, Trump was against them. He came in second in Iowa, then went on to New Hampshire, and the rest is history. Now the question is, he's not the insurgent anymore. He is the new Republican establishment because he has, as David said, repopulated the Republican Party, reshaped the Republican Party. The one question tonight
no, he hasn't.
is, can anybody slow him or stop him? Because if he wins Iowa big tonight and wins New Hampshire big next week, then we...
It's just weird. Like, yes, Trump actually brought out a lot of non-voters or voters that voted for Barack Obama and stuff. But the idea that he, like, actually reshaped the Republican Party is just... Like, how are we still saying this? Brother, it has been more than... I mean, it's been so many years at this point. How are we still saying this? It's been since 2016. He didn't reshape anything. These are all the same hogs, plus new guys that he brought on board that didn't vote. He didn't hijack the Republican Party. He is a continuation. He is a continuation of the Republican Party policies. He just made it more open. Like, it's just straight up. Instead of lying or instead of hiding behind, like, you know, more liberal focused language, he just said at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, right? He said it exactly how it is. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you know, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. They think immigrants want to steal their corn. Oh my God. You are a bad person, 1010. Well, there you go. I am a bad person.
Republican caucuses, and for the very first time, we will be able to reveal the top choice of voters as they went into caucus sites. Their choices could change, of course, once they're inside the room and they cast this ballot. Right now we have this key race alert. And Donald Trump is the early leader in the Iowa Republican caucuses based on our entrance poll of caucus goers. And our entrance poll shows Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are in a tense fight for second place. Remember, this is all based on early results.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite projection when there's like 8 people that voted and they immediately are like, wow, this smells trouble for Ron DeSantis.
The ultimate winner, but it's a pretty good sense of what voters are thinking as they go to caucus. Dan and Bash, no surprise there, I suppose?
No surprise. The question is going to be what the margin is. And again, I should just underscore that I am here, I should say, with Casey Hunt and
It's so
Chris
funny.
Wallace. That is.
Oh, there you go. Wallace in the building. I think it's pretty funny that they cultivated this false notion. They completely created a new identity. The idea that Trump might be, Trump might be having a hard time. Nikki Haley sure is doing well, blah, blah, blah. And now they're just well, it's not shocking that Trump is winning.
You've been doing this since 1980. I want to say that in a way that shows
Chris Wallace. Oh, God.
An experience that you bring to this. And it's a lot. You've seen this many, many times.
Yeah, I have. The first time was Teddy Kennedy against Jimmy Carter. I was
Phony
covering the
Rhino
Kennedy
Chris
campaign.
Wallace,
It didn't
dude.
go well for him. Listening to these exit polls and hearing what David Chalian has to say, what becomes clear to me is this really is Donald Trump's party. I was talking to one of his top campaign operatives this afternoon, and he pointed out to me that the networks, cable news, I don't know who did it first, called the race for Ted Cruz in 2016 at 9:16 p.m. Central Time, 10:16 on the East Coast. And he said, we think that in the 8 o'clock hour, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, that somebody is going to be calling this race for Donald Trump. And when I talked to him about how big the victory is going to be, and they're not sure about 50% or not, the most that anybody has ever gotten in a contested Republican primary in Iowa, or in a caucus, is 41% by George W. Bush in 2000. They say we'll absolutely beat that. The biggest margin between the first and second place is 12.8% by Bob Dole in 1988, and they said we're going to crush that. So we don't know the numbers. We don't know what the margin's going to be, but they say it'll be over 41%. It'll be well over a dozen points. They
That's
laugh at that.
why claiming anything short of 50% is a loss for Trump is ridiculous.
Them losers.
The reality here, everyone I've talked to says, okay,
Chris Wallace did a good job of
Trump.
describing
You really hear
exactly
from
what
people, and there is
historically
obviously
this
a huge segment
means.
of the Republican Party.
Anyone
they'll
saying
point
that,
out,
like,
if he's
Trump
under 50%,
performing
that means that 1 in
under
2
50% is a
Republican
loss
voters
is
want someone
ridiculous.
other than Trump. I do think that's a little bit of kind of wishful thinking on the part of the party that has been, you can call them never Trumpers. I think at this point there's kind of an other than Trumper, universe out there. And I think the real question is, and the thing I'm going to be looking for about the second piece of this race is really how long is it going to continue? Only because if Ron DeSantis comes in third place, I think it's likely,
Yeah.
and I've been talking to sources.
Yeah, Trump didn't win this in 2016 because he was an outsider. It doesn't mean anything in 2016, but now obviously Trump is not going to lose the Iowa caucus. If he lost the Iowa caucus, that would be a problem because Trump is not an outsider now.
To snowball her momentum,
He is an
is to
insider.
come in second here.
He was the
and
president.
Listen, this is very, very, was very, very close in 2016. Donald Trump lost to Ted Cruz by about 5,000 votes. The difference between then and now is vast. But when it comes just to the organization of the campaign, it has been remarkable to see. I was here in 2016 to see the difference. It's a real organization. Now you would say, okay, he's a former president. He should have one. But it is something that will, no question, help him, particularly in the areas, not like where we are right now, which is very crowded. It's a suburban area. The
Lots of
roads are
people have
plowed.
SUVs.
The rural areas where it is very, very much Trump country.
There's certain numbers that we have all learned right now that are very important today and will be utterly useless tomorrow. One of them is that there are 1,657 precincts in the state of Iowa, and the Trump campaign has what they call a caucus captain in a white hat, gold lettering, not surprised, in each one of those precincts, and they are ready. They are totally organized.
As we get ready for the actual votes to happen here, I want to go back to David Chalian, who has more information from the entrance polls.
That's right, Dana. Now that the doors have closed and the caucusing is beginning, we actually can start to see how
Hutchinson
people
at
are
minus.
Dividing their votes by candidate. So are
What
you
the
part
hell?
of the MAGA movement? Remember, we said 53% of the overall electorate, according to these entrance polls, say yes, they're part of the MAGA movement. So how does that 53% split?
What
Well,
does minus
not surprisingly,
mean?
since it's the MAGA movement, overwhelmingly they vote for Donald Trump. 78% say they're intending to do so as they walk in. 10% of MAGA voters for DeSantis, 9% for Ramaswamy. And again, probably not surprising that Nikki Haley is down at 3% among this cohort in the electorate. Then we looked at the white evangelical vote. John King was just talking about this with Jake. It makes up about 51%, about half the electorate say they're white evangelical. That's actually a little bit down from what we saw 8 years ago as an overall share. But look at this, guys. 55% of white evangelical voters are voting for Donald Trump, according to these entrance polls. That number for Donald Trump...
It's so funny because a major evangelical church backed, like the leader of the evangelicals in Iowa backed DeSantis publicly.
Made a big push at 24%.
And he still barely captured 24%?
Down at 8%.
That's so
Among
sad.
Those very conservative caucus goers, again, this is about 51% of the overall electorate that identify as very conservative, a larger share than 8.
I mean, listen, why would you vote for Ron DeSantis? You know what I mean? He's literally Catholic. If you're an evangelical and you vote for a Catholic, you're just so cucked.
Nearly 2/3 of that half of the electorate.
That's it.
DeSantis, 24%.
He's Italian, which is like
at 10% with the very
he's
conservative.
Italian, which to an Iowan is like basically the closest you're going to get to an ethnic person. You know what I mean? He's Catholic, he's Italian, no shot.
They make up about 16% of the overall electorate. 16% of the overall electorate say they're independent. Donald Trump is winning independents. He's got 47%, more than doubling Haley's total at 20%. She's basically tied with Ramaswamy there at 19%, and DeSantis is pulling in 14% of the independents. Again, a small slice of the Republican caucus-going electorate. They're only 16%, but even Donald Trump is winning independents big.
Yeah, absolutely dominant so far, David. Thanks so much. Let's check back in with Kate Baldwin in Ames, Iowa. Kate, who are you standing with? Who are these lovely Iowans?
These lovely Iowans, says Jake Tapper. Exactly, lovely Iowans that I have now become best friends with. This is April and Isabel, both Iowa State students, both born and raised in Iowa. Ames, born and raised. Des Moines, born and raised. Now, tell me, this is your first caucus?
Yes, it is.
And this is your first caucus as well?
Yes.
Okay, so why did you want to come out and caucus?
Because I want to make a difference and impact the world I live in.
Isabel, it's a secret ballot. I saw you guys checking in.
Yeah.
Have you decided who you're going to be caucusing for this evening?
Yes, I have.
Would you like to tell me?
Sure, Ron DeSantis.
What is it about Ron DeSantis?
What?
So actually,
He's
I
hot.
just listened to her family, and they tell me about who they're going to vote for. So they were telling me about him. And
Are you going to caucus for DeSantis as well?
yes, I am. That's my plan.
Have you been decided and committed for quite some time, or has this been a journey for you?
I thought they were just like trolling. I thought they were like libs who were just trolling.
On a lot of my parents' wisdom because they have been looking into it, and I really trust them. But I really like how Ron DeSantis has communicated, and what he's done in Florida sounds pretty good. And I really appreciate how he is respectful and the way he treats people and interacts. I really respect that.
What?
And I want that in my leader.
April and Isabel, thank you both so much. Heading into the gymnasium right now as we're about to begin. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right,
I think
Kate
these people
Baldwin,
are
go
dumber than
Cyclones.
Trump voters.
Appreciate it. Let's check back.
I think those people are dumber than Trump voters. I'll say it. They literally don't even know why they're voting for Ron DeSantis. This is the most ethnic man in Iowa right now, 100%.
Expecting around 200 people right now. We've calculated roughly between 40 and 50 caucus goers. And if I could ask the room, folks, if you could show me your hands, how many of you are caucusing for the first time? You see a handful, I'd say maybe about 10 or so people caucusing for the first time. So they lost the shot. It went down. Thank you guys for doing that.
So we can still hear you. Boris, we can still hear you if you can.
Camera fell apart when they showed not one but two black people.
We can't see you, but we can hear you. But we're gonna wait for you guys to hopefully get the weather gremlins under control. And let's check back in with Dana Bash, who's in Clive, Iowa. Dana, you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here with Casey and with Chris Wallace. As we were talking about earlier, this is the biggest caucus site, and because of that, we are going to see. Forgive me, they were doing a prayer behind me, so I want to be respectful.
What? What the fuck?
A prayer is going on. Usually these caucuses start with both the Pledge of Allegiance, and then a prayer, Iowa tradition. John King, while we're waiting for the prayer to end, tell me what more you're looking for tonight.
Dude, we're the dumbest country on the planet.
Right
It's
Sometimes
so
you
weird.
just have bad timing, whether it's technical gremlins, whether it's respect for the flag and the prayer, we have to do that. So what are we looking for tonight? Number one, Boris Sanchez was just talking to you from here, and he said that the turnout was down.
Whether it's the weather gremlins or
I'm just saying
respect
it's
for
based
the
on experience.
flag.
But if turnout is down here, that's bad for Nikki Haley and potentially for Ron DeSantis, in the sense that the Des Moines area and the suburbs tends to be a Democratic area. This county in the general election is plus 15 points for the Democrats. It's one of the few blue spots in Iowa. But it is where you find moderates. It is where you find independents. It is a place where if Democrats, like the gentleman who was with Kate earlier, wants to cross over, you would find it here. So shorter drives. If you live in an urban area or suburban area, it's a shorter trip to your precinct. It's still dangerous. It's still nuts out there. But you're not driving 25, 30 minutes like you might be in some of these rural counties. So if that holds up, he's in one spot. Maybe it's not like that the next precinct over. But if that holds up, that's bad news for the non-Trump candidates, because this is where you would find your non-Trump voters. One of our voters from our All Over the Map project, Chris Mudd, was just texting me. He's here in Blackhawk County in Cedar Falls. He sent me some pictures. They got a pretty good turnout at his precinct. There are several precincts. It's a big county, the 5th largest of the 99 counties. Again, in the fall, this is likely to be a Democratic county, but there are a lot of rural areas where he's a Trump voter, and a loyal Trump voter. You have a lot of Trump voters out here. But again, you have a suburban area here where Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, if they're going to cut into Trump, this is one of the places they need to do it. He texted me a photo first of the crowd showing up, and then of the Nikki Haley supporter giving a speech. The Iowans, he's a firm Trump voter. He's not going anywhere. They love this process. And so he's being respectful. He sent me a picture as the Nikki Haley voter gives. What does that tell you? It tells you pretty soon you'll be over here and we'll be watching the map fill in. If the candidates are giving their speeches, once they're done with that, then they actually get about the process of voting. And so our reporters are in the right places. Brian's out here, as we talked to him earlier, right on the Nebraska border, southwest Iowa. This is conservative Trump country. If Trump doesn't run it up here, if we don't see big Trump votes, then that's a sign we got something to watch. If he does run it up here, then the question is, if Trump is doing what we've watched him do every time he's on the ballot, run it up in rural America, the question is, how's he doing where you get into suburban America? And that's the test tonight. If Trump can do the rural area and then do fairly well in the suburbs, that's a big win. If they can get to him in the suburbs and DeSantis and maybe Haley can compete, a little bit of Ramaswamy in the rural areas, then we got down. We're about to find out.
All right, fascinating stuff. There's much more ahead as we follow the action inside caucus sites and try to track the votes when they come in. Will there be any surprises? You'll find out soon live on CNN. Back after this quick break.
I mean, look at the crowd and then look at Vivek, dude. That is literally the only time they've seen a brown person.
We went with her this weekend. The roads were bad. There was even one person who was supposed to give the intro to her that didn't make it because they were hit by a semi-truck, rear-ended. They were fine, but that's the stuff that we were talking about. She only had to cancel a couple of the events, but she was determined to get in front of those people. And we just spoke with her team just a short time ago, and they were telling us they don't actually feel pressure here tonight. They think the pressure is really much more on former President Trump to perform up to what those polls are. And Ron DeSantis, because he put all of his eggs...
Yeah, sure, dude. No, definitely. They're like, dude, I love being in second place. Many are saying second place is the first place, okay? Folks, I'm getting reports that first place ain't shit, and being in second place is actually more favorable of a position than being in first place. That's what they're saying. Believe me, folks, many people are saying this. Here's Nikki Haley on MSNBC, by the way. You might be asking yourself, why are they showing Nikki Haley's speech? Wait, what? Why is there no audio? Nikki Haley's on MSNBC, but I can't hear. Does anyone have a better link for MSNBC? Because I want to hear what she has to say. Is it possible for a candidate to run on a specific set of morals and completely flip when in office? Yes. You mean what most Democrats do, like regularly? Yes. More Vivek Ramaswamy focus group gems. Iowa voter on Ramaswamy. I'm not being prejudiced, guys, but I don't like his name. I don't like where he came from. After 9/11, I still harbor a lot of hard feelings. I've never felt... I mean, dude, a lot of things are happening today that are making me feel incredibly vindicated. Okay? This is not only like another I told you so moment, but I have rarely ever been able to pinpoint and identify the racism down to like the comma. Okay. Do you understand? Like, look, I make a lot of predictions. Some of it is, some of it fails and everyone constantly talks about it. Like me saying Russia would never invade Ukraine. Don't be silly. right? But in the overwhelming majority of time, like I do make some pretty solid predictions. I have, however, never in my life been able to make a prediction down to the T. Like I told you exactly what kind of racism they were going to do and what kind of words they were going to use to be directly racist towards Vivek Ramaswamy. And it was verbatim correct. Like 2 hours ago? No. I've been saying this for months. No, not 2 hours ago. I've been saying this for months. Okay? Fuckheads like Tim Pool are lucky you aren't a conservative pundit. You call their moves better than he does. Dude, this is why I'm saying to you that I am a hog whisperer, and 1,000% I would be a better right-wing commentator if I wanted to grift. I would literally be a better right-wing commentator than any number of these weird goons and goblins out there. I called that months ago down to the T. Literally, down to the 9/11 mention. I told you that exactly on what terms the American hogs and hogalinas and hogettes were going to say, Vivek Ramaswamy, I don't understand it. He's like, he one of them guys that did 9/11, right? Americans do not know how to be racist towards Indian people. Okay, Lebrazanabi. Brother, if you think that I'm pulling a LeBron with this, I don't know what to tell you, because this is to a T. You also said he knows this too, and he's doing this for a cabinet position. Yes, he knows he's not going to get VP. There's no way for him to get anything. Like his last name is not going to come on. His last name is not going to appear next to Donald Trump. Like that's not going to happen, right? Louder with Hassan. Someone said, yes, dude, I would fucking destroy. I would destroy as a right-wing commentator. You don't have to be correct with your takes to be a right-winger, just racist. Yes. Anyway, regardless,
runs deeper than that. And, David French has articulated this quite beautifully. It's that Trump has in some ways become religion for a certain section of the American electorate, and especially for evangelicals, that it's not about the virtue anymore. It's about the vice that Trump expresses. And I think you see that playing out in Iowa, where the evangelical vote is key. It is central to what is going to unfold tonight. And it is very much a group of people that find that Trump is in some ways the second coming. It's why Trump is taking out ads like the one that came out, I think, a week ago called God Made Trump. There is a distinctly religious undertone to his campaigning nationally and
vice signaling. I mean, I didn't invent vice signaling. I don't know. I don't know where I heard it, but like I'm pretty sure people were saying it beforehand.
Really interesting thing, if not a downright curious thing.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. I mean, entrance polls are polls. They are not election results. We will have to see if they match what we're expecting in terms of the overall results.
I think
if they're
it was
as
a chatter
predictive
who said
as
it.
we're expecting them to be. You never know. Right now, we've been watching live caucuses underway in places like Waukee, Iowa, and Sioux City, and Storm Lake, and Davenport, and Des Moines, where we just saw Nikki Haley herself speaking on behalf of her own campaign. We're going to take a quick break.
But it's mine now. So a chatter said it. I liked it. And guess what? It's mine now. Believe me. I invented vice signaling. Folks, I signal vices better than anyone else. Day one, I'm signaling all of the vices. Nobody's signaling vices harder than me.
My son is learning. He's young. He's learning. We stick together as a family.
Bro, he's got a Minecraft jersey on.
We're just trying to be supportive and hopefully make America great again. That's what we need.
All right. I can tell by your hat who you're probably going to vote for, is right? Is everybody here as this Trump family? All right. Thank you, Allens. We appreciate you all for coming and talking to us. We appreciate you. And your call, it's about to start, right? The counting's about to start. Jake, back to you.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. Donald Trump is visiting a caucus site in Clive, Iowa. Let's dip in and listen to that.
Yes, my goat.
China to pay $28 billion to the farmers of our country because they took advantage of politicians.
Wait, that's literally false. What? I mean, okay. Well, I shouldn't be shocked that he's lying, I guess.
Farmers, and it's not going to happen, and it will never happen with me. I stood up for ethanol like nobody has ever stood up for it. Impact on Iowa and some other places, but in particular you.
I feel like forcing your Minecraft loving child to go and caucus around smelly old people in the middle of an afternoon is probably the most surefire way that they're never going to vote Republican again, right? I assume that there is 0% chance that that child's becoming a communist, okay? That child in like 3 or 4 years is going to be in this community being like, dude, I hate my father. He's so fucking annoying. Like, he's such a psychotic hog. I mean, half of this community is exactly like that kid. Anyway.
Former President Trump is speaking, trying to get anybody here who is undecided, or maybe people who have come here and thought maybe they were going to support somebody else, to be on his side. And, you know, this sounds so basic, but listening to him, it's crystallizing in my mind that all the other candidates are saying what they would do. He gets to say what he did do. He's going through a litany of all of the things that he did when he was president that people in this room love, on issues from immigration to international security. He even talked about the trade war that sparked with China, and he helped. And he helped to give $28 billion to farmers, many of whom were helped in this state.
Well, first of all, when he walked in the room, the reaction was electric. Everybody, there may be people here for a lot of other candidates. There was genuine excitement. Everybody stood up, gave him a standing ovation. I completely agree with you. And it's interesting, he's not, at least the part that we heard so far, he's not talking about 2020. He's not talking grievance.
I just heard somebody scream, "You didn't lose." But continue.
Well, you can't help the audience. But I mean, he was exactly saying how much better the country was when he was president than it is now. And I think you're going to see, I'm told, an increasing focus on Biden and a general election, in a sense that, assuming that he does well tonight, that let's get this nomination over with and unite and fight Joe Biden.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the thing that we can't lose sight of is that this really is a race between two incumbents for all intents and purposes in Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is one of the most famous men on the entire planet, right? It makes sense that he has been the front runner all along. And I think what really has driven that dynamic is that no other candidate has made a convincing argument against him or shown the country that they can stand up and become or be a bigger deal than he is.
You know, it's so true. And what you said about the way that this room changed when he walked in and the people here realized that he was here, it's a reminder that one of the main reasons that people love him and people don't love him, but in this case, it's the people who love him, it's because of not just what he says, but how he makes them feel. It is his, the reason why he has been so incredibly successful with the people who are
what do people say?
Stuck to him and would walk through fire for him. And I've met a lot of people like that here in Iowa.
That's awesome. Here.
Gives them like, oh, I can't vote for him because what are the things that they tell you? What answers can I help you provide? Wow. Or just
Well, the only one I've had, and I couldn't even remember who said that to me, but they mentioned it's dark skin, and they think Muslim right away. And so I kind of set them straight on that, whether they believe me or thought I was covering for it. I don't know, but
I can't hear anything that she's saying. I can't understand it. But anyway, that's right, folks. 2024 decision time. Let's get to the khaki Kornacki man
as these
himself.
votes come in tonight, we're going to be getting to. So let me just start going through them as we got a fifth one in right now. We'll start in Lyon County, far northwest Iowa.
He's dark-skinned and Muslim?
Religious.
Oh, my God.
Of all the 99 counties in Iowa, this was Donald Trump's second worst county in 2016, the first time he ran. Look, you can't even see him on our list of the top three right here. This county speaks to the heart of what we were talking about. In 2016, evangelical Christians, especially church-going evangelical Christians in Iowa, were skeptical of Trump. Some were hostile toward Trump. And boy, did you see it in Lyon County and in northwest Iowa. Now, this is not all of the county. This is a fraction of the county. But Donald Trump is at 72% here. A county he got absolutely blown out in 2016. Deeply evangelical, deeply religious. Again, we'll see more vote coming in, but this is hinting at what that exit poll showed. The explosion, the more than doubling of Trump's support with evangelicals. and it's a complete reversal of what we saw when this county reported its results back in 2016. Take a look here at Hancock County. We got about 8% in. Again, it's just a scattering, but the significance of this county, this was Ted Cruz's best county in Iowa of all 99 in 2016. And Donald Trump, again, in the early vote running near 70%. This is also, Hancock County is one of 42 counties.
Yeah, obviously you can't make a comparison to what Trump performed like in 2016 when he was an outsider, especially in the first caucus, versus where we're at now. Like, these guys love him.
Win him big, and from DeSantis' standpoint, could DeSantis win any of them? Because that's where he's going to need votes if he's going to make a statement. Well, look, again, this was Cruz's best, and there you see the early return. This was Trump's second worst in line. We just showed you the early return there. We also have Keokuk County reporting a little bit. Significance of this county, we talk about that difference between college and non-college educated voters. This, of all 99 counties, has the lowest share of college educated adult. The adult population, the lowest share of degree attainment, and again, speaks to a strength of Trump we just saw in that exit poll. Certainly the early returns from Keokuk reflecting that strength with non-college voters. Take a look over here by the Mississippi River, Des Moines County here. Again, this is one of those counties. Iowa had more counties than any other country in the United States that went Obama 2008, Obama 2012, Trump 2016.
I know it's impossible, but do you think Trump could win? Just curious. What do you mean it's impossible? What do you mean? It's currently impossible for anyone to win but Donald Trump in the primaries, in the Republican primaries. If you're talking about the general, Trump winning is very possible. I mean, it shouldn't even be close because it's a candidate who lost going up against a candidate who won, except it is definitely very possible for him to win.
About 1 out of every 6 caucus votes cast tonight in Iowa from this one county. This county is different than a lot of what we've been talking about here. This has the 4th highest rate of a college degree attainment of any county in Iowa. This gets to that Haley base we're talking about. College educated, wealthy, urban, suburban. Look how Polk voted in 2016. It was a Rubio County. Cruz is up there. Trump finished 3rd here in 2016. So very, very early going. 13 votes you see on the screen in front of you. This is like one precinct coming in. But this is the county as votes come in. Keep an eye on it, because if Nikki Haley is going to be doing anything tonight, she's going to be doing it in places like Polk. She's going to be doing it right next door. Dallas County, big suburban county right outside Des Moines. Rubio, Marco Rubio, with a similar coalition, won this in 2016. She'd have to do it in Story County. This is where Ames is. Iowa State University, home of the Cyclones. Johnson County, University of Iowa. Iowa City. These were all Marco Rubio counties in 2016. Lynn County, this is where Cedar Rapids is.
Why are people not as racist to Haley? What do you mean? Her name is Nikki Haley, and most people don't know she's Indian. That's it. If it takes effort to find out what someone's background is, then most people are not going to know. Her name is Nikki Haley. She's white as hell. I've never, well, there's people still right now. There are people still in the chat going, what? Nikki Haley is Indian? Yes, her name is Nimrata.
At the panel, Aaron, not a surprise, but still, this is the earliest I can
it's
remember
over,
calling
boys.
such a thing.
Damn, that
exactly.
was
Both things are true. Not
quick.
a surprise, and yet it is 8:30 Eastern. Those caucus doors opened 30 minutes ago. And here we are, Caitlin, with a projection. And you could see it in those entrance polls, but I mean, it is very decisive.
Yeah, and the question for Trump's team really here is how big is this victory going to be? They expected for him to win. Obviously, if he did it, it would be like a meteor striking the earth in their world. Their question is, what is that?
The way
margin
Hassan
going to
says
look
Nimrata
like?
is so
and you
white.
can see Donald Trump is
Yeah,
speaking.
I mean, I'm Turkish. You know what I mean? Like I've never met, like growing up, I never met someone named Nimrata. I don't know how to say it
to the
correctly.
moment that we are in. I mean, Donald Trump 8 years ago left Iowa with a loss to Ted Cruz. And not only did he not accept that loss, he claimed that they should nullify the result.
Is it
and went on to
Nimrata?
New Hampshire. What
Is
he's
that how
planning
you
to
say
do
it?
now, we've now just learned, is tonight
Nimrata?
New York. And tomorrow he'll attend the opening arguments of the E. Jean Carroll trial, where the jury is going to determine how much
Did I
he
get it
owes
right? Did I
in
get it good?
damages and that. And then he'll be going to New Hampshire tomorrow night after that. And it just speaks to how he is really balancing the campaign trail and the courthouse here in these moments. And so we will likely hear from him tonight. but it goes to what this campaign and what this primary is being defined by, and it's Donald Trump's legal troubles, but also really decisive victories and a strong hold on the Republican Party.
You see, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, he's really made over the Republican Party, really, which what you've seen from these entrant polls is just that. The way that the voters identify
is that better?
The very conservative voters, the moderate, the other conservative voters leaning towards Trump, but also just the fact that they identify themselves overwhelmingly as part of the MAGA movement, that they falsely believe that the 2020
better but
election
slightly racist.
Joe Biden
Bro, it is the one time when it's literally not racist. Okay, trying to say like a non-white, non-American name originally, like an Indian name or whatever, correctly is the one time where you can sound racist, but it's like the exact opposite of racism. Okay, it's the same as saying speaking other languages is racist. Enunciate T with the tip of your tongue. Nimrata. Oh, Nimrata. Wait, you rolled the R? No, I thought you didn't roll the R. Of course I can roll R's. Turkish people roll R's. The fuck do you mean? I don't think you rolled the R. Worse and worse every time. The real racists are the people who refuse to try. Yes. Call Raj Patel. If Americans use total enunciations while speaking Chinese are clearly racist.
Nimrata.
Wait, that's it? Nimrata? Nimrata?
Nimrata.
Nimrata? Is there only one type of Indian person ever? What? Okay, well, I was just trying way harder than what it needed, what it necessitated.
They want to go back to Trump in so many ways. They've been saying that. These candidates have been hoping that maybe they could change their minds. We will see what the real numbers look like, but the task for Haley and DeSantis will be to fundamentally shift the thinking of a large swath of this party. We just have to be honest with folks, that is a very heavy lift in Iowa. It's still a heavy lift, even in New Hampshire. And then as you get beyond that on the calendar, it gets harder and harder and harder.
The only other thought that I would add to that is that what Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley are hoping for is that there is a stumble, that something does happen with Trump's legal issues to where they would be there in the wings. The issue for people like Ron DeSantis especially is money. You can't stay in the race very long if you don't have a lot of money, and his campaign and super PACs have been burning through it. And so that is a question of the longevity of their campaigns depending on how they do tonight. But they're hoping to be that Trump alternative.
All right.
Dude,
and,
1%, less than 1% of votes, then they called it.
We've made the projection. The votes are still coming in. Anderson, I'll say one thing. You know, Sarah Seidner talking to the Allens kind of stood out, right? I mean, he had his Trump hat on. He was very clear who he was voting for, but it was interesting that they were saying they were first-time caucus goers, right? So Trump supporters, and they wanted to have that turnout, wanted to have that voice, and maybe that's what we're seeing here in these early results.
I miss Doug Burgum too, Chatter.
It's an extraordinary, not surprising, but still extraordinary so early. Listen.
Well, Donald Trump's literally broken every rule of politics. He campaigned the least of anyone, any of the top tier of candidates in Iowa, showing up the least, frankly, because he's been in court quite a bit. Yet he has won, and it's going to be likely a question now of how big of a margin. His team thinks it may be as much as 50%. We're going to see kind of a taste of what the general will look like very quickly, because tomorrow, as Caitlin said, he's going to be in New York for his defamation trial. Then he's going to go to New Hampshire. Then he's going to have to jump back here for a number of other cases that he has coming up. So he's broken the rules. It's worked in a primary because he is kind of the dominant force running as almost an incumbent. But that's a lot tougher in a general election.
For anybody thinking that this race goes on for Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, it's very difficult when they don't even go after the front runner. I mean, at this stage, how can you make any inroad on the front runner if you don't really discuss the front runner?
Well, and also, you know, the idea that finishing second here so far back is any momentum. It's not a race for second. It's a race for relevancy. And everyone's losing except for Donald Trump. And, you know, if you look at the entrance polling we've done, if you look at the expected results here, this Republican Party wants to give Donald Trump one more shot.
No way. Guys, are you serious? Dude, what? That's so crazy. Dude, that's wild. What? No. What? No, stop.
There's one significant demographic that Trump has a real advantage in, and it's called Republicans. The others are relying on independents, on Democrats, and that's why New Hampshire is more competitive, because New Hampshire invites independents, and it's easy for independents to participate, and they generally do it. But even in,
bro, sometimes it really doesn't take much. As far as analysis goes, sometimes sometimes it's quite simple. Okay, this is one of those moments. The media for the past week or so has been trying to be like, yeah, Trump is number one and people really want him, but also like, what if it was Nikki Haley, who's awesome and we like her a lot? We like her more than we like Joe Biden, even, who's bad. But Nikki Haley is not so bad. Have you guys thought about voting for Nikki Haley? Like, when you do that, you're not doing shit. Can't even get the others. Nick Merckx has been crying a lot more than that. He's still crying about trans people. I don't even want to hear about it, okay? I don't want to hear about it. Forecasting for the second blaze. Oh, my God. What is happening with the needle? We're keeping track of each candidate's chance of being the runner-up in Iowa. They busted out the needle for second place. God, what a loser party this is. Wait, what the fuck is this shit?
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China.
We're talking about Taiwan. That's funny. They're talking about Taiwan defending itself. Yeah, you make fun of Vivek, but his idea is being represented
in
well.
The Senate in 2021, where he was acquitted. But look, I'll be watching to see what the margins are, because the kinds of voters that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis needed to be competitive in this primary, a lot of those voters have left the Republican Party in the era of Trump and in the last 4 years as well. And I'm going to be drilling in on the 5 counties that Marco Rubio won in 2016 to see if Haley or DeSantis are beating Trump there, but also to see whether Haley has a pulse outside of those highly college-educated places in Iowa, to see whether she can carry some momentum if she does play second into New Hampshire. And those are the kinds
Bro, if Nikki Haley wins second place in Iowa, okay, if I'm Ron DeSantis, I'm literally signing on the Grand Theft Auto. I'm climbing to the fucking highest tower in Grand Theft Auto, and I'm just straight diving head first. Okay, until my fucking character in the video game's head is directly pizza on the ground. Okay, I'm stamped to the fucking pavement at that point. Jesus Christ, dude. That is literally the work. Oh my God. What a fucking loser. Jesus Christ, what a loser. Oh my Lord. Just unimaginable. L after L after L. He had everything. He was Nick Merckx's GOAT, okay? He had everything. And then people basically saw how he carried himself. And we're just like, this is the worst person I've ever seen in my entire life. He's going to lose Florida. Bro, he's 50 points behind Trump in Florida. 50 points behind Trump in his home state that he is currently the governor of. Nick Merckx is voting for Trump over Ron DeSantis, and that's his GOAT. I love the idea of Nick Merckx being like a still to this day, like a diehard Ron DeSantis loyalist, though. That's pretty funny.
McCain lost the Iowa caucus in 2008. It's been a long time. You have to go back a ways to find an Iowa caucus winner going on to win the Republican nomination. Obviously, we've never seen a victory quite like this one. What do they have to do? Look, Nikki Haley has staked her campaign as much as Ron DeSantis has on Iowa, on New Hampshire. If she can go into New Hampshire and she can find a way to actually beat Donald Trump in New Hampshire, where the polls
Red Bar Radio's doing an investigation. What the fuck is Red Bar Radio?
You know, there's a chance she
How
can
about
try
they
to build
investigate some
momentum. It goes
bitches?
next to Nevada and in her home state of South Carolina, where, by the way, Donald Trump has a huge lead in the polls and the endorsements of virtually every Republican elected official, including her former lieutenant governor, who is now the governor of South Carolina.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at. I mean, the Iowa caucuses have had
As if you don't know Red Bar, what the fuck is that?
okay
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just giving it to
You should investigate
right?
Ligma.
But this is different. You're
This
dealing with
is
a former
different.
president.
We've never seen a win like this.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he's dominated the party in a way that we have not seen a front runner who is not already an incumbent president dominate going in
What's
to
Ligma?
primary season. Is it over? No.
Ligma
We're just now
balls,
having
Jack.
the first votes actually cast in Iowa, which is, you know, relatively small. But this is going to very quickly turn into a national primary, because once you get past New Hampshire, Iowa, Nevada, March 5th, we're at Super Tuesday.
Here's where it could get interesting and really quickly.
Yeah.
You mentioned New Hampshire up next. The most recent polling shows Nikki Haley coming within single digits now of Donald Trump in New Hampshire.
Yeah.
She's tried to say in these last 24 to 36 hours, this is a two-person
I've done it
race.
again.
Yeah.
So again, she's holding on to that. But as you point out, you look a little beyond that. You see South Carolina where she's not leading in her home state. New Hampshire where she's getting closer, but still trailing Donald Trump. So we'll have to see where these numbers land at the end of this evening. But it's going to be a tough fight for the person who's in second place.
I mean, one of the things that helps her in New Hampshire is that in New Hampshire, independents can vote in the Republican primary. That's not the case in South Carolina and in a lot of the states that follow, where you have to be a Republican to vote in the Republican primary. She will benefit from the fact that people that want to stop Donald Trump, some who are not Republicans, can get a chance to try to give her a boost. But that's why this race for second actually matters. I mean, it doesn't matter in terms of the delegate allocation.
Okay, shut up. All right. I mean, no disrespect. Caitlin Collins says, a sign of how Trump is balancing the campaign trail in the courthouse, he will go from Iowa tonight to New York, where he'll attend the opening of the trial tomorrow, where a jury will determine how much he'll pay in damages to E.G. and Carroll. Then back to New Hampshire tomorrow night. Potentially back for court Wednesday and another event in New Hampshire Wednesday. Messed up how much my man has to fly around, dude. How long into this election will they ride the second place is a really important train? New Hampshire. And then it's over probably. Whoa, Nikki Haley, come up, folks. What is happening, folks? Let me tell you, 2% of the votes are in, and Donald Trump has dropped off the map, went all the way down to a 54-point. Nikki Haley coming in strong, slay mama at 20%. God damn it. Ladies and gentlemen, she is slaying, okay? She is mother cunt. She is slaying. She is Nimrata Haley. Did I say it right? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Second place might as well be first place in our hearts. It's Nikki Haley time. That mother is mothering. View all candidates. Chris Christie has more than Asa Hutchinson. No shot. Get out of here. Magnitude 8 slay mother quake on the Cunter scale. Wow. Who the fuck is Ryan Binky? It's Ryan Binky, dude. You would have more votes than Asa. There's at least 5 Hasanabe hits in Iowa. Oh, 100%. I could get 5 people to caucus for me. Asa, more like Azad. I'm a Hasanabe hit in Des Moines, Iowa. I'm sorry. Not this weather. You can't. If I made a push for it, I could. I mean, who in their right minds is like, I am such a diehard loyalist Asa Hutchinson fan that it's minus 40 degrees. I know he's not going to win. Like, there's just no shot. And I still drove out there at least 45, 60 miles to a caucus location to be a caucus captain for Asa Hutchinson. Who? My man said her employees. People in the chat think Asa Hutchinson is a woman. That's how it's right on there. It's on the screen. And people think he is a woman, bro. There is no campaign that has been more disastrous. Okay? It's so bad. Like, he's so irrelevant, even though he is on the screen right now. People are still like, what do you mean? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Ryan Binky is destroying.
For a sitcom, Florida family moves to like Iowa in the middle of the like cold snap, and it's like, right, you are like still the, like, you know, it's one thing, I think Lawrence will agree with me, it's one thing to be a senator and do that, where like you fly back to DC, whatever, but like, you know, Florida's a big state, and managing the state is some work, and it's pretty wild that he has also just taken leave of this incredibly important job by and large for months.
While the Florida Republican Party has just had to forcibly oust its state
Republican Party chairman for the worst possible reasons. Google it. I have to tell you, we did just get that updated projection from the decision desk about the expected turnout, lower than expected turnout projected by the decision desk, expected to be around 130,000. That is 56,000 fewer people than turned out in 2016. Steve, do you have any insight for us into that call and what that means in terms of that turnout projection?
Yeah, I mean, it's a question here. Look, the race was very different, obviously, this time around than it was
Bro, I
in
told you
2016.
save me, I'll vote Asa. Look at my logs, you tanky. Jesus, fuck, you leave no room for any other options.
5 points for the lead. So is it that?
Wait, you're going to actually vote for Asa? Do it. Ada. Vote for Ada. A vote for Ada is a vote for me. A vote for Ada is a vote for ads at the top of the hour. That's right. Look it up. At the top of the hour, there's Adza Hutchinson. 3 minutes of ads at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Believe me, folks. Believe me, folks. You don't want to miss it. Wall-to-wall coverage of the Iowa caucus. Lots to talk about. Who will win second place? Very interesting. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You've been serving heaters today, my man. Thank you. It's been quite controversial, this last one, it seems, but what you probably just said doubled Ada's numbers in the primary. Well, yeah, he went from 5 to 10 supporters.
In excess of 30 points. Donald Trump is the first Republican since George W. Bush in 2000 to come to the Iowa caucuses with a Des Moines Register poll showing anything like the kind of lead Donald Trump walked into this with. So it was expected and it was assumed in 2000 that George W. Bush was going to win Iowa. And the question was, what would the margin be between him and Steve Forbes? And it created an atmosphere where there was pretty low interest overall on the Republican side. Bush got the win. Forbes got second place. He said he had momentum. He went absolutely nowhere. They moved on to New Hampshire. It got interesting. But I say the dynamics in 2000 when you had the lowest ever are the most similar to 2016. And in terms of drawing a correlation, one thing to keep in mind here, in 2000, lowest ever, that was George W. Bush, who went on to win the nomination and did go on to win in contested fashion the presidency.
Right now, it's just coming up on 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 8 p.m. in Iowa. Most caucuses, if not all caucuses, are still underway in Iowa. At this point, NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will be the winner of the Iowa caucuses tonight, but we are watching closely as Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis vie for second place. We've been talking a lot about what the implications might be for each of these candidates of a second place finish. We'll have more on that as these results continue to come in right after this.
When everyone drops and it's just Haley, does she have a chance? Yes, queen. That is the yes mother. That is the yes mama candidate, okay? Nikki Haley is the winner in our heart.
All right, Jake, here in Council Bluffs, the votes have been put into the popcorn buckets. They've got them out now, and they're starting the count. So I'm going to let them do it, and you'll hear it live.
Ramaswamy.
The popcorn bucket. Yo, Americans are so fucking...
Haley.
We are such a fat country, dude. AmeriFat, rise up. I love popcorn.
Trump.
Extra butter. Put him extra butter on him. We love corn, baby.
Trump. DeSantis.
And our viewers can see the tabulation on the left side of the screen as we tabulate with them.
Trump.
No, Nikki.
DeSantis.
Nikki, mother cunt.
DeSantis.
Slay.
Haley.
Puss in Boots. Bust down the boots in the house. Whatever people say.
DeSantis.
No, ew, gross.
Trump.
DeSantis sucks.
Haley. Trump. Sorry. DeSantis.
This one just says
DeSantis.
a slur again.
Trump. Haley. Trump.
All right, you're watching the vote count right now in Council Bluffs, Iowa. So, John, you hear, obviously, we had a Vivek Ramaswamy vote, several Nikki Haley votes.
Wait, what? I got this tattoo the night Barack Obama won the Iowa caucus in 2008. The following year, I would raise the same hand and take the executive oath of office on the same day Obama took the presidential oath, which was also my 35th birthday. Today, I turned 50 this Saturday. Wow. I've seen some ugly ass tattoos in my life, but goddamn, dude, I think that might take the actual cake. The fact that there's no Hutchinson in any of the votes implies that there's something wrong with Iowa.
Trump won this in 2016. Trump won it overwhelmingly in both general elections in 2016 and 2020. So this is conservative country. So this is where we were before these votes were coming in live. We had these votes from here beforehand. The very first votes counted in the county at Trump.
The Elizabeth Warren tattoos were worse, especially because, yes, they were also Holocaust tattoos. Like, they literally looked like Holocaust survivor tattoos, which made it even worse, especially because, like, it was shorter lived than the Confederacy. You know what I mean? You guys don't remember those? And then for like a week, they would post that, and then also on top of that, they would what was it, Blood and Teeth or something, like something off of what Warren said, where Blood and Teeth was like their logo on Twitter. They like changed all 16 of them, changed their logo to Blood and Teeth, their names. I mean, these people don't get it. I watched Schindler's List on the way to Auschwitz in 2014 to go see firsthand the atrocities of the Holocaust, and they're all going bananas over requesting for our hex code in Elizabeth Warren's handwriting. Is this the one? Is this the... Oh, there it is. Yep. Your girl in a Julian Castro shirt and a fresh new Elizabeth Warren tattoo. I understand the significance of this for you, but as a Jewish person who has family in the Holocaust, this tattoo is pretty offensive. Also, like, I get it, I'm a graphic designer too, but there are many better ways to use a Warren design than this. Hi, it's her handwriting and my partner is Jewish. I'm so sorry it feels that way for you, but I promise I thought about that and chose placement so it wouldn't be seen on the outer arm. Hi, it's her handwriting and my partner is Jewish. Just tattoo this under the first one and you should be fine. Yeah, y'all are right. I shouldn't have tried to explain. I should have sat back and listened. I fucked up. And I'll be modifying the tattoo. I would never, ever want to make anyone feel unsafe by something that to me is a nerdy in-joke. Thanks for calling me out. They used the hexadecimal color code. God, American politics is fucking awesome, dude. Okay? It's awesome. There's so much wonderful shit going on in it. Like, here, I mean, dude, you got that, and then you have this. Hold on. I mean, look, like 2016 was weird, okay? It was a weird time for everybody. You feel me? A weird time in general. Awesome. So many people's brains broke in irreparable fashion. It's so wild because this motherfucker is still even in 2020, not 2016. Sorry, this is 2020. Okay. But so many people from 2016 to 2020 and onwards basically lost their fucking minds. Okay.
All right, so Buttigieg will get 3 delegates.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Stop. Oh my God. Oh my God, please stop. It's killing me.
Convicted. Do you consider him fit to be president? Again, this is our entrance poll of Republican caucus goers. So yes, similar, very similar spread here. Yes is 63%. And I can just show you the breakdown on this is those who say he's fit to serve, 71%. Then it will say they're going to vote for him tonight. And it's 13% for DeSantis. It is 6% for Haley. Among those who say no, Trump would not be fit to serve, the number is Haley. Remember, Haley seems to be gobbling up the lion's share of the anti-Trump votes. You see,
light up karaoke,
for
Mike.
with
Let's
this group.
go.
DeSantis is getting 30%. Trump is getting 9%. And actually, Trump is barely edging out Ramaswamy, who's getting 8% with this group. But yeah, this is about a 1/3, 2/3 divide about the legitimacy of the 2020 election, about Trump's legal situation. And you could just see how that is the divide you're seeing there in the party.
But again, though, big picture is the big picture here. This means that of people turning out to caucus in Iowa, 1/3 of them think that if Donald Trump is convicted, he is not fit to be president. In this incredibly conservative electorate where Trump is going to run away with the Iowa caucuses by a mile and then some, still 1/3 of that electorate says if he's convicted, they're going to nominate him nationwide?
Yeah.
When even 1/3 of Iowa caucus goers say no, he can't be president if he's convicted? I'm sorry, but he's going to be convicted.
Well, Rachel, there's overwhelming evidence in several of these cases. So I can't say what's going to happen, but there's very strong evidence.
I cannot.
Go ahead.
He's going to be convicted.
All right. Stage whispering.
Yes.
So we all know the limits of polling, and I think the audience and the citizenry knows the limits because we've seen polls go sideways. If you poll Chris and I, and say, are we going to follow our New Year's resolution all year? Say, yeah, I've been running this month. But we might not. In other words, our answer to the pollster about certain things may not hold true. And so let's say that the 32% is high, because some of it involves motivated reasoning by people who oppose Trump and other people who don't like the idea of admitting that they would stomach this. But even if it's triple, let's say it's 10%, triple, and it's 10 or 8 or even 5%, and Jen Psaki's here, I can't wait to hear what you think, 5% minus the 7 million that Trump came up short last time doesn't get you to another electoral college or national victory. Independents and Republicans outside of the caucus-going universe are at a higher percentage than this, according to polls. So if your stage whisper is right, and I know you to be frequently right, okay, if you're right,
you're the only one who says
that there's a conviction, then there is overwhelming data, new data tonight among Republican activists, and a bunch of other indies, normies, and otherwise who say, no, I don't want a felon running the country. So that would be, and I don't say this as anything other than observation, that would be bad.
Dude, I feel like I've taken crack cocaine. MSNBC is, I rarely ever watch MSNBC. We should watch MSNBC
They're more than he was in Iowa.
Like, I know CNN is like peak liberalism for me, but I forgot that MSNBC even existed. It's just like they're having so much fun. They're like, yeah, Trump is going to get convicted. He's going to jail. Like, it's just like, this is awesome. And you said the strikes wouldn't make Yemen better? What? Omar al-Ameri, I bear God witness that from this hour onwards, I declare my full joining of the Houthis to the honor, pride, and dignity of the nation, and I apologize to the Yemeni people for fighting with the coalition and the legitimacy for 9 years.
That 81% is of the United States. So that as a roadblock for Nikki Haley is impossible, but it also shows you what you're up against in any kind of campaign.
It's probably one of the, I mean, it says, I don't know, Omar al-Ameri, it says he's a major in the National Army, so I suspect that he was a part of the coalition forces against the Houthis in Yemen. From context, he's one of the major generals of the MSNBC gets absolutely buck wild during election season. Remember when Chris Matthews said socialists would kill him if they were elected, and he got clapped for that? Yes, I do remember. Chris Matthews said famously, if Bernie was elected, if Bernie won the primaries, they would literally take him out to Central Park and execute him, which was awesome. Like, they do go buck wild, okay? I mean, dude, Joyanne Reed is another person who's like a fucking despicable like anti-Bernie Sanders person, but she's actually done a pretty decent job on the Palestine issue, surprisingly.
I don't know if that's acceptable to me, and saying that to her face. And he suddenly discovered at the end that, I don't know, he went silent.
Chris Matthews said with a guillotine. Oh my God, it was so good. It was so good. He played hardball too hard. You know what I mean?
The answer to your question, Chris, is are they going to still nominate him despite his 91 criminal? Yes.
Probably.
Yes, they're going to nominate him. They're going to nominate him.
The other thing we should keep in mind, again, you know, I always look at these numbers.
Chris Hayes is a Hassan Abihed, and therefore he's good.
The Bronx population of 1.4 million or something people. Like, we're talking about 140,000 people here. Like the people that are going to vote in a presidential election in Iowa, even for Trump, are going to be far in excess of this number, right? So this is the sort of most distilled essence in some ways. People coming out -7 degrees to caucus on a caucus night.
Motivated activists,
the most motivated people. So there are lots of people that are going to vote, Republican vote for Donald Trump, and might even told those pollsters. I mean, in that poll, that CBS poll, it was the general electorate was like 46% agreeing with the
47%.
47
disagree with Trump among American voters. 53. This is only 53%.
It's a very narrow thing, right?
Of American voters disagree with Trump that immigrants poison the blood of this country, which is to say, you have an electorate in the United States that is 53% sane, and that's all you got.
That's not a good number.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Not to be too dark here, but
oh God, I missed this like unfettered, unrestricted liberalism.
consistent with that.
It's so much fun to watch them have fun while they're like shitting on Republicans. They're so smug, but it's awesome. It's awesome to watch them fucking shit on Republicans. I mean, obviously, most of the time they use this energy against like leftists and stuff, but
Great, that's our guy. The radical left thugs that live like vermin in the U.S. need to be rooted out. Does that make you more likely? 43% more likely, meaning
when is the
might
winner
not
going to be
think on
announced?
its own,
Buddy,
that's an okay.
the winner was announced 3 seconds into the primary. It's been Trump.
Again, the big picture takeaway from that, and I don't mean to be, again, too dark, as you said, on this, but it is not, if we are worried about the rise of authoritarianism in this country, we are worried about potential rise of fascism in this country, if we're worried about our democracy falling to an authoritarian and potentially fascist form of government, the leader who is trying to do that is part of that equation. But people wanting that is a much bigger part of that equation. And the American electorate is made up of 2 major parties. One of those parties has been flirting with extremism on the ultra-right for a very long time. They've brought them in a way that they haven't been central to Republican electoral politics ever before, and I know because I've been studying this. But once you have radicalized one major party so that those are the preferences of the people who adhere to your party, the leader is interchangeable. And yes, Trumpism is sometimes what we call it. MAGA movement is probably a better way to do it. But there is an authoritarian movement inside Republican politics that isn't being bamboozled by Trump. They are pushing Trump to get more and more extreme, because the more extreme things he says, the more they adhere to him. And that is coming from a very large proportion of the American right that adheres to the Republican Party. And that's why this is a Republican Party problem more than it is the problem of one man and his leader.
Doesn't that tie together the 2 points you were raising? You're talking about religion, religious zeal, without religion. But it's a religious level zeal, and it is for those people replacing or supplanting something.
I want them to talk about Joe Biden more.
And that goes just to the second point, which is what you were saying earlier, and several people were speaking on. There's no reassessment about winning anyone back over, even though you got fewer votes in 16, you lost big time in the 18 midterms. You got shellacked 7 million net negative in 20. You had a fizzle in 22 that underperformed. And 23, your great idea of overturning Roe v. Wade, which you and the judges promised you wouldn't do, they were lying and you did it, has also been rejected in states red, blue, and purple. And there's no reassessment. And why? I think it goes to exactly what Rachel's saying and what you've documented and what you've written about, which is when that many people don't believe in the tenets of democracy, they don't try to adjust for the public.
You don't need to be, you don't need to be popular, you just need power.
But it's not religion without it's not religion without religion. It is religion. And I think what we have to actually confront, and this is what the Democrats are going to face, is this is now what white evangelicalism is. It is Christian nationalism.
Yes,
that's the name of it, right?
Speak on
These are
it.
people who, to Robert Jones again from PRI, who does these numbers, they believe that God has promised them, specifically white evangelical Christians of a certain mindset, that they own this country, that immigrants, that brown people, that Hindus like Vivek Ramaswamy and his wife are illegitimate Americans. They are less legitimate Americans than they are. And so they're not trying to
I don't know why she said it like that. It freaked me out a little bit.
What they're saying is we own this country and everyone will bow down to us. And Donald Trump, Ben Carson was on right-wing TV earlier tonight, comparing Donald Trump to King David.
Yeah, that's the big one.
And saying that his vulgarity itself is not something that makes him unsuitable to be the leader of the Christian movement. It makes him a legend of the Christian movement, because like David, his flaws are simply more evidence that God is using him. There's nothing he can do, no vulgarity, no cruelty, saying you should vote anyway, even if you die. And I've said it before and I'll say it again.
Yeah, I mean, he was joking, like, and everybody laughed when he said that. I don't think he means like literally.
And reason, right? The leader is the source of the truth.
No, he wasn't.
There can be no
Yes, he
reasoning
was.
with it. There is
Guys,
no
come on.
rationality behind it. There is no way to factually argue with it. And so if you want to
We watched 5 minutes of MSNBC and chat already became like 100% libbed up. Okay, it's like when Donald Trump famously told Sarah Huckabee Sanders, you got to take one for the team. Okay, when Kim Jong-un said Donald Trump jokingly said to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Kim Jong-un finds you hot, you got to fly out there and take one for the team. Like, that's not serious. He doesn't mean like Sarah Huckabee Sanders, you have to fuck Kim Jong-un. Okay, he's joking. It's uh-oh, he's under 50%. That means he's taking an L.
Yeah,
That's right. Rachel, we've talked for months about the ways in which Donald Trump's political and legal calendars are sometimes at odds, and there's no better example of it than what we're going to see tomorrow.
Yep, this will not be great for you, PR.
Essentially en route to New Hampshire to stop in New York City to appear for the first day of the second E. Jean Carroll defamation case against him, according to a source familiar with his travel plans. Now, I don't expect it to be a long visit in New York, and Donald Trump will end the day tomorrow with the kind of triumphant next day in New Hampshire rally that we've come to expect from Iowa caucus winners here. But it is another example, like we saw last week when he took 2 days off the trail here in Iowa to go appear in 2 different courtrooms on 2 separate cases, of the way in which his legal and political entanglements are sometimes at odds with each other. And I just say sometimes because in the time I've spent covering this campaign, especially the last 8 or 9 days or so on the ground here in Iowa, I have to tell you
Dude,
that
I do want Nikki Haley to defeat DeSantis so hard. He sucks so bad. I desperately want to see what'll happen if Nikki Haley comes out on top after the $100 million flop of Ronald DeSantis. Ronald McDonald, Mickey Mouse rings DeSantis. Curious if Haley's demographics are white women Republicans that are just upset about the grab her the pussy still. No, Nikki Haley's demographics are CNN liberals, okay? Well, it's like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, but especially Nikki Haley, are the, we got to restore sanity back to the Republican Party. Ron is already mad at the media. Absolutely outrageous. This is the DeSantis campaign saying, absolutely outrageous the media would participate in election interference by calling the race before tens of thousands of Iowans even had a chance to vote. The media is in the tank for Trump, and this is the most egregious example yet. Oh, no. Oh, no, dude. No. If you're in line to caucus for Asa Hutchinson, stay in line. Stay in line, folks. It's gonna happen. Asa's winning. We believe. Stop the steal. Stand up. Stand by. Asa Hutchinson won 100% of the counties. Yeah, Nikki Haley does have good views on abortion in comparison.
Put yours on first and then help your neighbor. If we're not healthy, how in the world can we be helpful to anyone else?
So let me ask you, though, Secretary. I mean, a lot of people can't get over the personal behavior stuff, the name calling, the insults, and all of that.
That's bullshit. Everyone can. And as a matter of fact, many like it.
And I talked to a good many of them and said, look, if he's our nominee, we're just not there. We're not supporting him. We might not vote at all or might leave the presidential thing, blank or vote even for Joe Biden. How does he get over that hump?
Well, you think about the Bible and King David. Most of those people probably, if they were alive back in those days, would have said, oh, what a horrible guy. The episode with Bathsheba and some of the other things that he did. And yet he was a man after God's own heart.
Oh, my God. MSNBC wasn't lying. He did actually pull out the King David. Respect, dude. If they were alive back then.
Uses different people for different times. You need somebody with a man.
Famously, people always voted for kings. It's like the one thing that's notorious about kings is how hard you vote for the king.
Type of personality to deal with the administrative state. There are some real wolves in that Manhattan business environment, and to succeed in that, you don't just kind of be a flower.
Of course, what do you expect from Mr. Ben Carson himself, who famously also said that Africans that came to the United States on slave ships were actually migrants with a dream. So his analysis of historical events is always going to be very different than what the actual truth is. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, that is a real thing that Ben Carson, a 2016 presidential candidate, said. This guy is also one of the best brain surgeons in the country. I just want to point something out here. This is not a joke. He is one of the only people who has been able to successfully pull off a conjoined twin operation where the twins were joined at the head. And also the former HUD secretary, of course. But that's like a classic. The Republicans love doing that. No shot that's true. Which part of what I told you about Ben Carson do you think is untrue? Ben Carson, slaves were immigrants with dreams their family could find prosperity in America. Carson said slaves were immigrants who wished for a better future for their descendants. That is not even a joke. And everybody is revealing their racism. Ben Carson did not die to COVID. That was Herman Cain. Oh my God, chat. You don't have to fucking tell everyone how silly you are. Okay? Jesus Christ. To be. Which makes it really funny because, like, he's a really good neurosurgeon, but also may have, you know, done a lobotomy to himself.
You're comparing him to King David?
The volume is very low. I can't hear you
okay,
now.
I'm sorry. You are, just to put up for the record, you're comparing him to King David, and that worked out well for King David, and that this is another King David, right?
I don't know about him, King, but certainly he has some policies that are very worthwhile. And
oh, here. Although the surgeons were able to separate the boys, both were left profoundly disabled. According to a 2015 Washington Post article, Patrick remained completely mute. He had a setback in the Baltimore hospital when he choked on a piece of food, going without oxygen for a short time, and later died sometime in the last decade. Benjamin recovered to a certain extent. Washington Post reported that Peter Parlagi, the twins' uncle, by the way, like, the idea that this is somehow a diss on him is ridiculous. Like, chat, they were fucking conjoined twins. Like, what are we talking about? At the head. The idea that they were going to have normal lives and would have survived regardless is also silly. Like, that's not, this is not Ben Carson's fault. He said that the twins' father became an alcoholic, spent all the couple's funds, and left their mother destitute and alone. She was forced to institutionalize them. In a 1993 interview, their mother, Theresia Binder, described guilt for agreeing to the operation that ruined the boy's prospect of ever having any quality of life. According to the Washington Post 2015 interview with Parlagi, Benjamin never learned to speak or feed himself, but he does enjoy visitors and being taken for walks. Like, he's not Jesus, bro. He's like, the surgery at that time had a 0% chance of recovery.
And the other thing, though,
yeah, like, you can shit on Ben Carson, but, you know, this is not a you know, knock on his
that must be mentioned.
career.
If the left is allowed to use the DOJ to hurt him and to eliminate him from the process, then that's when we lose democracy.
Are you interested in running with him? Your name is always on that short list.
Yeah, okay, bro. Sure. Since then he's lost his mind. No, I mean, I think he's always been, like, pretty crazy. Like, pretty weird. Don't be fooled on Nikki Haley on abortion.
This is exactly why I track conservatives' language on abortion, because Nikki Haley is working overtime to make it seem as if she is the reasonable, moderate candidate on abortion, but a word like consensus actually really gives her away. My bench is wet out here. I've been writing for months about how the word consensus actually means abortion ban. Republicans don't want to use the word ban anymore. They know that bans are super unpopular, and so they've replaced the term abortion ban with national consensus or national standard.
Yeah, I mean, she's right. Nikki Haley, as any other Republican, would still be awful on abortion. It's actually, in my opinion, a gross piece of liberal malpractice in their media coverage to show Nikki Haley as, like, the moderate on abortion without talking about what her actual position is. It doesn't change her perspective on abortion being better than the rest of the Republican Party, in my opinion, only shows that she is the only adult in the room that understands that you have to, well, I guess outside of Donald Trump, you have to recognize that abortion is unpopular. The insistence that abortion and an abortion ban is actually good and trying to run on that is a problem, is a misstep that Ron DeSantis and everyone else is engaged in. Trump has had a really hard time trying to both take ownership over the restriction of abortion, which happened because of him, while simultaneously saying, oh, well, I left it up to the states. Why is he saying that? Well, because he can't fully and totally own abortion. That's the reason why he has to play fast and loose and play the song and dance and speak out of both sides of his mouth. Nikki Haley, on the other hand, doesn't have to own the abortion situation and can simply go and say, oh, well, I care about the consensus on this. I care about the consensus on this. They both recognize that abortion is unpopular, okay? The abortion bans are historically unpopular.
When you understand consensus to mean abortion ban, the stuff that candidates say becomes so much clearer. So let's take Haley. First and foremost, She is trying to separate herself, to distinguish herself from the other candidates who have explicitly called for a 15-week national ban. She doesn't say she disagrees with that. What she says is that it's unrealistic. It's not realistic, it's not going to pass. She doesn't say she disagrees with it. Then what she does is she says, can't we all come to a consensus on late term?
You're wrong about Ben Carson. You can't practice medicine with the goal of achieving records. It has to be the goal of improving patients' lives. Whatever his surgical skills, the outcome was an abject failure. It makes him a good butcher, not a good surgeon. I'm losing my fucking mind. Brother, they were conjoined twins that were literally locked to one another at the head. Like, I don't think he was thinking like, oh, this is going to be sick for me and my career. Like, what is he supposed to do? Anyway, women hate other women, always comparing themselves. What? This has not had nothing to do with women hating other women. Not even remotely true. Lamau surgeons have some of the biggest egos. Fine, but like, surgeons are all chasers. They will turn down risky surgeries to up their percentages. This is how medicinal and surgical progress happens. Don't listen to the chatters. Yeah, I don't know what is happening here. Like, dude, Ben Carson is a psycho for many reasons. But I feel like as a neurosurgeon, it's like, I don't know.
Term abortion. Now, late term is not a medical term, right? It's a made-up conservative thing. And Republicans have been moving that marker further and further back about what constitutes a late-term abortion. And some Republicans have even said anything after 12 weeks is a late-term abortion. And so when you understand these things, when you understand that context and that language, then you know that when Nikki Haley says, can't we find a consensus on late-term abortion, what she's saying is, I want to have a national ban on abortion at a time in pregnancy that I say is late term, okay? So right from the get-go, it's very clear that she's not different than the other candidates. She's just saying it in a different way. The other thing that she does is she uses this these couple of lines that I've been writing about for months, where she says, can't we all agree that birth control should be available, and that women shouldn't go to jail or get the death penalty for abortion? Yeah, I think we can all agree on that, and we have for a really long time. That is not her being moderate or reasonable. That is her redefining the middle, redefining what the center is. Like, what Republican has been arguing against birth control? They want to make birth control illegal, but they haven't been arguing against it explicitly. What she is doing is calling that into question, making that a thing, and positioning herself as the reasonable person on that. Oh, you can have birth control and I won't kill you for having an abortion. That's a very radical statement, actually. That's a very, very radical.
Yeah, this is, no, she's absolutely correct. That, from where I'm standing, is a testament to her trying to message successfully around an issue that is profoundly unpopular within even the base of the Republican Party, though.
Statement, because she is setting up the idea that those things could be possibilities, but that she is the moderate person on those issues. Again, once you understand the language, once you understand the context, it becomes clear that she is just as radical as any of the other candidates on abortion, and maybe even more dangerous because she is so good at messaging.
I don't understand. Why would they want to ban birth control? Then you can't bust inside. Like, what the fuck? I mean, it's all just a way to appease like more and more psychopathic voters in the Republican Party. And at a certain point, you're going to fucking run out of shit. You're going to run out of stuff to give them.
6-7 weeks from now, if we are, Donald Trump has a challenge on his hand. If we're not, it's a blowout.
And just to give people some sense of historical context of this, for a non-incumbent president in the modern era, they've been holding caucuses in Iowa since literally the 1840s, but the modern era of caucuses, where Iowa goes first, started in the 1970s. The best performance of a non-incumbent president was George W. Bush in 2000, and he got 41%.
41%.
41%. So Donald Trump is beating that. Well, that's the general election.
Yeah, the Republican primary's not in here. Sorry, I didn't check to see how many old ones we had in here.
I'm very demanding.
Yeah, but that's
I know.
Good. No, it's good. I just want to see if we could actually show the numbers.
But this number, even if it's not 50%, it's still historically unprecedented.
Yes, and so that, again, there are going to be a lot of arguments in the Republican Party, and those for Trump and against Trump, and in political debate circles, the punditry circles out there, of, what's the line of strength right there?
Right.
The Trump campaign will tell you that's a historic win, right? If that's where it ends up, above the 41%, and then other people say, oh, no, he's an incumbent president. Right. At least Republican voters think he's an incumbent president.
Right.
So these debates will continue, as they have since he came down that escalator in 2015.
Remember when Ron DeSantis was favored and all the right-wing pundits sucked their dick like Elon? 100%. I like that you gendered Ron DeSantis as they, them, which I think is funny. I don't know why you did that. It's like being overly cautious. But also, Ron DeSantis, the emperor. But yes, I do remember. If you guys recall, they even was it Brian Kill Myself that did a baseball shoot? Was it? It was Brian Kill Me, right? It was Brian Please Kill Me that played baseball with him. They like tossed the ball around, and he's already like Brian Kill Myself has been in the Ron DeSantis train for a minute now too. And no, just because little Rhonda wears heels doesn't mean that he is they, them, and be. That's just, he's just a little bit, he likes to, no, it wasn't Hannity. Hannity and little Rhonda tossed the pigskin too, but that's a Hannity special. On the Hannity broadcast, he threw the football at the crowd, but they do that after, I think, a lot of the shows. Ron DeSantis.
I mean, let's be real. DeSantis planted himself in Iowa. He's got all the big endorsements, the governor of the state, the biggest evangelical leader in the state. He spent tens of millions of dollars here.
Thank you for
Iowa.
fucking speaking a little bit of sanity here. Jesus
second
Christ.
Place would not be the victory that his
Yes,
campaign is looking
thank
for.
you for finally saying this, by the way. I'm losing my mind. 120 plus million dollars, has like top marks. Literally dumped everything to Iowa, barely scrounging for second place above Nikki Haley. That is devastation.
Today, who could go to Trump or not go to Trump, they will be looking to see what's next. So it's not about the conversation we're having at this table. For a candidate like DeSantis especially, it's about what are his donors going to do? What are those, a lot of DeSantis's supporters, the
Hutchinson
actual
with
voters,
0.1%. Let's go.
Don't mind Trump all that much. There's a lot of overlap between those voters. DeSantis says it himself. What do they do if they feel like all of the effort put into this state was for essentially a tied race with the next candidate who did not spend as much time here?
And as we wait for those results, Caitlin, of course, he's signaled very clearly that he's in it, right? He's got the town hall with Wolf tomorrow night. He's going to South Carolina tomorrow morning, clearly not sleeping tonight. He's trying to make it very clear he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, well, and we'll let Governor DeSantis obviously define that for himself, but I think all politicians say that they're in the race until they're not. I mean, Chris Christie was telling us just 2 weeks ago that he was taking this race all the way to the Republican convention, and then, of course, we saw him drop out last Wednesday. I think right now what's happening in DeSantis and Haley worlds that we're hearing from is a bit of surprise at how quickly the race was called for Donald Trump, some anger from them over it. But really, they're staying pretty tight-lipped right now as we're waiting to see what it's going to look like, who is going to be in that second place position, and what it means for the shape of this race. I think overall, though, what we're seeing tonight and what they're also recognizing privately, at least some of them to me, is that Donald Trump's grasp on the Republican Party is as firm as it's ever been, maybe potentially more so than it has been previously. And so that is the question of what this looks like. And when you look at the 91 criminal counts, all the civil suits, including the one that he's facing tomorrow, I mean, also look at what Chris Sununu of New Hampshire is saying, and Ken Reynolds, the two governors here in these two first states, have both said that they would still vote for Donald Trump if he's the nominee. Chris Sununu saying even if he's a convicted
Asa
felon.
at 0.2%. We're making gains.
Of what the resistance to
We're
Donald
making
Trump
gains,
is.
boys.
DeSantis may want to compete in New Hampshire, but he really has not put in the kind of investment that other.
Never mind. Is it 0.2%? That's a double. That's double the gains.
DeSantis dollars spent in January in New Hampshire TV ads compared to $8 million for Haley's.
Remember, a huge chunk of Nikki Haley's voters in Iowa caucus tonight are actually Democrats. This psyop failed.
Okay, like it's a foregone
as much as I like making fun of DC Drano, who's a fucking dumbass, he's not wrong, except not for the reasons that he thinks he's right. Like, it's kind of true. It's like it's not wrong, except like those guys are unironically like, no, I like Nikki Haley. Does that make sense? Like, it's not a psyop. It's just that CNN is just like hamming up Nikki Haley way too much, and so is New York Times. So is everybody else. I don't think it's like people deliberately going out in -40-degree weather to do a psyop. Like, Whoa.
You know, unfortunately, I am not confident that we will see any kind of reform. And once again, it's the Republicans unwilling to work with the president.
Right, but Governor, you know that polling data reflects this.
He's running. Chat, he's running.
They can discern a difference in Biden and Trump policies when it comes
Our
to
big
immigration.
rotund
how many
boy.
people come in, how many asylum claims come into the United States, either with times to report later, and they just feel that the difference is so pronounced and something that they are no longer comfortable with. That is something that's within the president's ability to change, is it not?
It's over. He's
Well,
running.
We don't have a head-to-head race yet, but in a head-to-head race, I think it would easily be pointed out that it was Donald Trump that created the chaos that's happened in Venezuela, that's caused so many people to leave that country and seek asylum in the United States. That's on Donald Trump. Now, the question is, once they arrive here, what policy can you put in place to keep people from getting asylum? And the president has sought help from the Congress, the Republicans in Congress. They're unwilling to work with him. So in the end, when we get to it, when there's a head-to-head race here, I think this will be pointed out to people, and they'll understand it's been Donald Trump and the Republicans that have kept us from having true immigration reform.
Do I hear you correctly, Governor, saying that on immigration, President Biden can fight it to a draw or actually win on the immigration issue?
I think that it's one that Democrats can win on, although I understand, you know, as you look at the polls today, that fighting to a draw would be a pretty good place to end up.
Say the Democratic messaging is off.
Their own well-being, their families' well-being, how they're doing economically, and things are getting better every single day in this country. People are earning more than they've ever earned before. We have higher wages, and those wages are above inflation. Inflation's going down. Gas prices are going down. We have, frankly, the best, most energy-independent nation that we've had ever. And it's Joe Biden that's bringing manufacturing back to the United States. So those are all things that really matter to people in their personal lives. And again, as we see the economy continuing to improve and people feel it, that's getting nearer to President Biden's benefit.
Let's get to the feel part of it, because that's an essential part of politics. You know that better than I do. There seems to be, Governor, a time perception gap here. The data reflect what you suggest, but it's not reflective in how people yet feel. What's it going to take for them to feel it and translate that into something that might be helpful to the president?
Well, things have been getting significantly better starting from the summer on, right? And whether people are feeling it or not in that those early days matters to, you know, how they're going to respond to polls. Now we've seen 6+ months of things getting better. Mortgage rates are coming down. Inflation significantly down. Wages are up. Those are all things that people do feel in their daily lives. And as time goes on, as you're experiencing that and seeing those dollars coming in, those are things that inure to the benefit of incumbents, and in particular to this president who has fought for working families his entire career.
Illinois is becoming a place where abortion access is looming larger and larger. In the great northern Midwest of our country, how important do you think that issue will be in the 2024 campaign?
It's a huge issue. I mean, I can tell you that, you know, I ran for re-election in 2022. Abortion rights, even in Illinois, where it is safe and legal, was a huge issue, and I won the suburbs by double digits in a way that I hadn't done the first time I ran. And the
people from neighboring states are coming to Illinois.
Now we've got people because they're being driven out, right? I mean, they're refugees from their states. You've got governors like Kim Reynolds who want to basically do away with abortion.
Here in Iowa.
In Iowa and in Missouri, and look at every state around Illinois, Kentucky, Indiana, Wisconsin. All of those states have restricted abortion rights, and so people who are just seeking to exercise fundamental rights have to come across the border into Illinois in order to exercise those. But we protect them when they come to Illinois. We want them to get reproductive health care, and in particular, women have been left out and left behind by the Republican Party. It's Democrats standing up for them.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Good to see you.
With CBS News projecting former President Trump as the winner.
He has a one head. J.B. Pritzker has literally the greatest hairline. It's too good. It's too good that it's like bad. You know what I mean? It loops back to being bad. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay,
guys,
so
stop the vote. Stop the count. Clive, believe me, we won Clive. Okay? We won Clive.
Doesn't have a sticker on the back.
Don't count it. Don't count it. We won Clive. That's good enough. That's good enough.
Yes.
That's right. Enough votes have been cast in Clive. Don't vote it. All right, don't count it.
DeSantis, 2.
All right, never mind. They're counting it. They're still counting it. Turns out DeSantis getting more votes. Don't like it. Stop the count.
DeSantis, 35.
Stop the. I'm telling you, stop the count.
36. DeSantis, 37. DeSantis, 38. DeSantis, 39. DeSantis, 40. DeSantis, 41. DeSantis, 42. DeSantis, 43. DeSantis, 44. DeSantis, 45. DeSantis, 46. DeSantis, 47. DeSantis, 48.
Day one,
DeSantis,
we're going to make
49.
sure that the moment that I'm leading in the ballots, I'm going to win. That's it. We're making it so that if I'm winning in the ballots, then we stop the count.
52.
We're going to go back to the voting in Clive, but right now let me bring you a key race alert, and let's look at the actual votes coming in. We have a lot more of the vote in now. 34% of the estimated vote in for the Iowa Republican caucuses. That's more than a third of it. And right now, Donald Trump is far and away in the lead with 52%. That's 22,815 votes. Ron DeSantis maintaining his second place position at 20.3%. Nikki Haley at third, 19.2%. Pulling out the rear, Vivek Ramaswamy, 7.7%. Asa Hutchinson, 0.2%. So Donald Trump maintaining his, at least as of right now, with about a third of the vote in, historically massive lead, John King. Tell us more, and I do want to know where we are still waiting for votes from.
Well, as you can see, the gray counties mean no votes at all just yet. That's 30 left. 30. So,
and those are, generally speaking, going to be Trump counties.
Yeah, up here is a little bit more iffy, but yes, rural here, rural here. So 30 of the 99 counties, which means 69 of the counties have now reported at least some results. So that's progress. That's progress. And as you see, they're doing this by hand. It's hand ballots, paper ballots, and they count them out. But they're moving along. They're moving on quite efficiently.
Jesus
and you see all the
Christ, you
campaigns
guys
they're
are
counting.
so dumb.
It's wonderful to watch. Where Dana Bash is, so I'm going to pull up Polk County here. This is Des Moines. Clive is unique. It's right out here. It's right out here on the border. She's in Polk County. But Clive also extends over into neighboring Dallas County. It's one of the fastest growing areas in Iowa. The Des Moines suburbs, if you've been there, 10 campaigns ago was my first campaign.
Bro, there's like a total of 15 people there and a Starbucks.
In 1988, it is literally
Let me tell you,
AMC.
things are looking up. Things are looking up big time.
That's where you have the higher college education, the insurance industry, finance industries. The Des Moines suburbs are just growing like gangbusters, younger people as well. So watching the votes there is very important. If you're going to say, this is Trump's party, all that red tells you this is Trump's state and this is Trump's party. The question is, where are the new people going? How are they for Trump? What's happening? So it's fascinating to watch a place like that. Earlier on, Nikki Haley was leading out here in Johnson County. Again, about 60% of the vote count, a ways to go. She's close, but Trump has now pulled ahead in this county. Again, if Donald Trump is winning in a county over here in eastern Iowa, there's a big college in the middle of it right there, that's a sign of strength for Donald Trump. The one place where Nikki Haley remains ahead, but we're still very early in the vote count here. This has not changed in quite some time. This is where we were talking to Kate Baldwin earlier. Again, 7th of the 99 counties in terms of population. A Democratic county come November.
University area, Iowa State.
University, Iowa State right there. Again, you're looking at Des Moines, growing suburban area in the southern part of the county right here. Let's watch as it goes in. But as this fills in, Dubuque, right? Dubuque County here, Donald Trump with, again, a long way to go, but 48% of the vote in a place, if you're just looking back, the population centers, Donald Trump is winning. This is the one.
DeSantis, yeah.
Yeah, the one county for DeSantis right now is Sioux County, very conservative county. Again, right out here, South Dakota and Nebraska. If you go this way and over a little bit, or this way and down, South Dakota and then Nebraska down a little bit. Very conservative rural county. Again, 30% of the vote. Let's see where we go. But he's in a tug of war. This is what happened in 2016. This was Cruz and Trump in the rural areas, something like this. And Cruz won. Trump was second and went on to New Hampshire. This is what DeSantis needs to do everywhere. So you see it here, but you come out here and it's mostly Trump. So let's just take one thing and take a peek here. Let's just take a peek. Where is
Trump is winning in every county except the one with the university. The only places where Nikki Haley is winning is college-educated voters. She's winning the Republican Party's college-educated voters is the only demographic she's outperforming Trump on. And it is, of course, completely destroyed by the fact that there is a significantly larger number of non-college-educated voters, which is her worst performing demographic. So that's why I'm telling you, like, it's all the moderate, college-educated Republican voters that have remained, I guess, in the. Why is there no VOD for today? Why? I don't know. Is there no VOD for today? Yeah, it is the non-college educated Republican voters that are carrying Donald Trump across the finish line, which is a big number. She's not even doing good with the suburbs. It's literally just college students. I assume it's because they like her, mother cunt style, her slay mama. That is, because she's a slay mother.
This takes a little bit longer to get through the process. Now that you see it filling in, every 5 or 10 minutes now, we're going to get a decent amount of more votes. But this has held. This has held, and so has this. The question, we're about 37%. This can be a little bit off, but we're roughly a little over a third of the vote,
Still,
or close to 40% of the vote.
They are in a tug of war here. I mean, like either one of them could end up in second place. I wouldn't bet on either one right now.
But I would not.
Dude, I want her to win second place so bad. Only because it is hilarious that Ron DeSantis loses so drastically, so ginormously. What a fucking failure. I mean, let's be real. The fact that it would be so tight between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, despite how much Ron DeSantis has tried, already is like, it's over. Okay? Like, Ron DeSantis didn't dump everything he had into Iowa with the hopes that he would get second place. He did that because he thought he could win. That's why he secured partnerships. That's why, that's why he got endorsements, none of which worked because you just can't. You can't shake the Trump train, baby. And also, you definitely can't shake the Trump train when the most captivating element of Donald Trump is not just the policies, but his way of being the best hog whisperer. Okay? So he's just super cooked. And the fact that even the institutional defenders of the Republican Party pulled out because they saw the writing on the wall and started lending their support to Nikki Haley after a couple debates and after every single campaign stop where little Rhonda showed time and time again that he is completely unable to appear even human, not even charismatic, but just simply human, spells genuine trouble for our boy.
What's happening with
Vivek Ramaswamy, again, we saw him, I believe, at 7% in our final poll. He's at 7.7. Asa Hutchinson right now, the former governor of Arkansas, didn't really, I think he made one debate stage way back, 0.2% for him. Chris Christie name still on this ballot, sitting there with 20 votes.
It doesn't count. Nikki Haley does not count as a vote
below 8%. That puts him
for an Indian
essentially on track
candidate.
with
She is
the latest.
Seen as white. Many people do not know that she is Indian.
Haley at 20, DeSantis at 16. The question mark about turnout. We had Trump at 48 in that final poll. So again, that final poll, the exit poll, and the results so far, all pretty much in line. And it really does look like it's going to be a close fight here for second place. We need to see more vote, obviously. I told you the basic dynamics that we're following, but a very tight race for second. But Trump just showing you the improvements he had, whether it's in these rural counties where he's running 40 points better, whether it's in Johnson County where for the moment he's taken the lead over Nikki Haley. Johnson County, again, probably should be the worst on the map, one of the worst on the map for Donald Trump, outside of Sioux in northwest Iowa. So, he's the inroads he's made here relative to 2016 and frankly, relative to the start of this campaign. I mean, it's hard to remember, but this time last year in 2023, the whole reason DeSantis got in, the whole reason Haley got in, and for a time a whole bunch of other candidates got in, is there was polling at the start of 2023 that had Donald Trump nationally losing to DeSantis. The average poll had him under 40% for a while, a single-point national race. And so from that point to where he is finishing tonight, the turning point obviously being that first indictment in March of 2023, these are some gigantic gains that he's made.
Yeah, and again, the previous record, as you said, Steve, for the biggest margin ever in an Iowa Republican caucus was 12 points, and here we are looking at 32. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back on the other side of this as our coverage of the Iowa Republican caucus continues.
Seems Republicans like to use white passing ethnic candidates often. DEI, much lol. Rubio, Haley, Ramaswamy. Here's a fun fact. The Republican primaries almost always is more diverse than the Democratic Party's primaries. Famously so. not just like white passing candidates, but straight up black candidates as well. Yeah. Democrats are more racist. No, that's not what that means. No. Republicans, at least for the sake of like playing the role that they're not racist, even though they, of course, are engaging in racist agitprop, love to prop up tokenized candidates specifically so they can come up on stage and be like, this guy's not racist. Let me tell you what's really racist: the Democratic Party. Now, of course, their shot is immediately eviscerated. I mean, look at Tim Ryan, right? Everyone's favorite virgin. And they're either meme candidates or I mean, they just get destroyed. They get destroyed instantaneously. Or not Tim Ryan, fuck Tim Scott. God damn it. I do this every time, dude. Oh, God. He is so forgettable. He is so forgettable. Trump is currently huddled with his senior campaign aides and close allies at his team's headquarters in Des Moines, watching the Iowa caucus results come in on CNN and Fox News. That's right. It's happening.
Bash, we were watching the counting. Tell us what happened.
Mm-hmm. It's over, and Mona here has just, with her friends and neighbors who are on different sides, but counted together. And thank you for giving us the results live here. This is
the old lady.
3. It's in Polk County. It's precinct 3. Take it away, Mona.
Okay, so we sorted all of the different candidates into the different baskets, and then we checked to make sure that it had the name on the front and the correct precinct on the back. And then we started, so I'm going to start down here. Ryan Binkley got 1 vote. Asa Hutchinson got 3 votes.
Yo!
We have 1 blank and 1 DeSantis vote.
Fuck Ryan
There's no
Binky.
precinct number on the back, so we could not count that. Okay. Then I'm going to go
Asa
from top
boys
to bottom.
on top,
so
baby.
Donald Trump got 61 votes. Ron DeSantis got 77 votes. Vivek Ramaswamy, that's why we have watchers. Okay, Donald Trump, I put that on the wrong line. Donald Trump got 61 votes. Vivek Ramaswamy got 40 votes. And Nikki Haley got 92 votes. So I'm going to read them back and just make sure everybody.
It's a lived up ass county, baby.
And I want all the campaigns to make sure you take a picture of this.
She said
so we're all on the
Ramaswamy,
same
by the way.
page.
That's for real. She watches RP.
And we're going to keep this sheet, so if
This is
anybody has any
Squeaks'
questions,
youngest
if anybody
fan.
wants a recount, we're going to be available to do that.
So just to recap, Mona, what you
Is
just
it normal for poll workers to wear candidate merch? My friend, she is a captain. She's a caucus captain. This is a caucus. So they are supposed to wear a candidate merch.
Donald Trump came in 3rd with 61, and Vivek
The whole point of a
Ramaswamy came
caucus
in
is
4th
literally
with 40.
whipping votes, kind of.
Thank you so much for giving us that information. Thank you. So, Jake, this is just one. This is, I believe, the largest of the 3 precincts.
No, you can't wear political merch at all in normal voting stations, in normal polling stations. In regular old voting processes, you can't do that. But when you're at a caucus, you can. As a matter, the caucus is more of a socialized voting process. And captains literally wear caucus captain merch too. Like, you're allowed to talk up your candidate. You're allowed to have conversations.
Saying yes, this is what actually happened, including the Trump precinct captain with her hat. But Nikki Haley, we shouldn't make too big a deal of it. This is one district, and there are more than 16,000 precincts here. But Nikki Haley won this one precinct.
With 92 to 77 to DeSantis, 61 Trump, 40 Ramaswamy. Haley wins in a suburban precinct where this is where she needs to do well. I think you would argue that they would like to do it by more than that. We'll see how the other precincts come in. It's just one. But for Nikki Haley, you know Donald Trump's going to win in all these rural areas. If you're trying to get close to him, you have to really perform strongly in the suburban areas where you find your Marco Rubio voters, your more traditional Republicans, where Trump has had trouble, especially with suburban women. So that is a win for Nikki Haley in that precinct. I would argue if you're trying to offset all this red you see up here, it's not by enough. This is what Trump wants, right? This is what Trump wants. Haley, and Trump would like to win. But if he's not going to win, he's in play. He's 3rd, and they're kind of fractured. So that's the math. That's the math. Back to as
caucuses are like political party meetings. They try to save votes. Captains get time to plead their candidates at the plead their candidates' cause at the caucuses. Yes. The caucus process is a lot less democratic. That's why it's usually done by the Republican Party and not the Democratic Party, except for in Iowa. They used to do it as a Democratic Party as well, even though there were major issues with the caucus structure last caucus. But beyond that, I like it because it favors Bernie Sanders. So I don't care. Polls are meaningless. Votes matter. The Great American Comeback starting today in Iowa. Dave Rubin, of course, is a Ron DeSantis. He's back in the wrong horse again. Huge lines. We hit 8 p.m. in California. That's a good sign for yes on recall. Also, Newsom is a douchebag. Donald J. Trump has won the Iowa Republican caucus. And, of course, the recall lost majorly. Classic. Of course you do. You're corrupt to the core. Yes, I am corrupt. I'm corrupt, and I thought at the time and wanted at the, oh, fuck you. Just as corrupt as the top of the hour ad. God damn it. Why did I click on it? Should have never done that. Yeah, well, you know, sometimes you got to lose one, okay? And I did, all right? I did. At this top of the hour, I lost. But you don't have to lose. Because if you're subscribed, you won't lose anything. You won't lose a moment, except for the $5 that you paid for the subscription or a Twitch Prime if you have one. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also win by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Corrupt Overlord. You know what I've decided? Wait, is Tarek still streaming? He is. Tarek! He's got headphones in. I think I want to watch Saltburn tonight.
With a major in CS.
Tarek! You want to watch Saltburn tonight. Let's see if he sees me. What do you say?
What's Saltburn? Oh, scary movie at the theaters? That's the movie you told me to watch? Or is it
Hello, I play
Netflix?
Oh wait, no, we have Viper.
Not sure if Tarek is the person to watch it with. I think it's fine.
Viper or mid.
Anyway, all right. Dude, it's so weird that he's like right over there and he's having such different vibes than me. This too much. Thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Make a TikTok of your reactions. Is the caucus just a temperature check or does it help with the national convention pick a candidate? What do you mean? No, it's just like a regular old primary. At the end, like, you know, whoever wins, wins. So Donald Trump won the primary in Iowa. I just finished it. It was awful. The amount that they advertised Jacob Elordi being gay in his character just made me upset. Okay, don't spoil it. But happened personally. Like everyone keeps repeating the same dumbass bullshit over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Oh my God, I just found out that a Japanese company called Samurai Age creates handmade samurai armor for cats and dogs. They also sell pet fashion. Wait, what? I'm gonna look this up. Samurai Age dog armor. What the okay, I'm buying this for Kaya. It's not even a joke. Perhaps nothing size. Oh no, the largest size is large. That's not gonna fit. Perhaps nothing says Japan quite like samurai pet armor for cats and dogs, which brings together Japan's history and its love for small domestic animals. Unlike real armor, this is lightweight, so your feline or canine friend won't get too annoyed and will be happy to pose for unique photos. Shit. That's kind of a bummer. Wow, So Samurai. A pup rocks a custom set of battle armor. Get the largest and modify it? Dude, as soon as I saw it, immediately I was like, this is so sick. Piker's not fitting into Japanese clothes. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. What did they censor over here? Give it pregnancy extensions? I don't know what that is.
The state didn't do the full grass league.
Anyway, they're so fucking they're so starving. They're so desperate. That brother is starving. Aside from, all right, let's get away from the samurai armor content for a second and talk about what is really happening here. They have nothing going on. So they're like talking about here, look,
is akin
this
to
is a
the
good exit
campaign
poll,
trail.
entrance poll.
And I would just like to build, John, for a moment on the reporting offered by Ed O'Keefe and Major Garrett, their expert analysis. In the last few days here, I've been covering Trump voters, covering the final Trump rally here in Iowa. And just to give you a sense of how unusual this campaign is, at Trump's final rally, before he came on stage, his campaign played a video that said, God made Trump. And it spoke about Trump in reverential terms, religious terms.
Wait, really? Does anyone have that ad? Because that sounds awesome. God made Trump?
Party to save it. And this was a dramatic video played before Trump took the stage. And so when you talk about Senator Tim Scott or former Vice President Mike Pence, these are Republicans just like Florida Governor Ron DeSantis who came into Iowa seeking to get that evangelical voter, believing they can turn that voter away from Trump, offer a new generation, offer an alternative. But what I'm witnessing here in Iowa and across the country is many Republican voters, evangelical Christians, conservative Republicans are saying, no thanks. We don't want an alternative. We believe Trump is a figure unlike any we've seen in American politics before. He is not
MAGA devil dog. Okay, this is not a real ad.
And on June 14th, 1946, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God gave us Trump. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, fix this country, work all day, fight the...
Wait, you think Donald Trump gets up before dawn? That's crazy. That's so... Dude, I know this is probably not the major point of contention here, but there are a lot of like weird things that Republicans in the MAGA cult believe that always blow my mind, and it spells that they're just genuinely schizophrenic. I think one of those things is the fact that they think he wakes up before dawn and he's like a hard worker. The other one is famously like thinking that he's much hotter than he actually is. Like people that literally would be like, oh my God, I love him. Like he's so attractive. He's a real man. And like, to me, that's way worse than just being like, he's good for me. Like his policies are good for me. Because like a lot of Americans are deluded into thinking that like a politician that responds to their anger is actually being genuine and is actually going to defend them. But like when you look at Donald Trump and then you go, he's so hot. Okay. He's like an actually sexy man, or he wakes up early in the morning. Like these are things that I don't know how you can believe. Like he's so fit and vibrant. Okay. I don't know how you believe those things. It's like I get why flat earthers believe the earth is flat. It feels flat, dog. But Trump, you see him with your eyes. Like, how can you believe such a ridiculous thing? What, you want to go outside? I think Kaya might need to go outside.
The
Hold
Marxists
on.
eat supper, then go to the Oval Office and stay past midnight at a meeting of the heads of state. So God made Trump. I need somebody with arms, strong enough to rustle the deep state, and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to ruffle the feathers, tame cantankerous World Economic Forum, come home hungry, have to wait until the First Lady is done with lunch with friends, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God gave us Trump. I need somebody who can shape an axe, but wield a sword, who had the courage to step foot in North Korea, who can make money from the tar of the sand, turn liquid to gold, who understands the difference between tariffs and inflation, will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon, but then put in another 72 hours. So God made Trump. God had to have somebody willing to go into the den of vipers, call out the fake news for their tongues as sharp as a serpent's. The poison of vipers is on their lips, and yet stop. So God made Trump. God said, I need somebody who will be strong and courageous, who will not be afraid or terrified of the wolves when they attack, a man who cares for the flock, a shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. I need the most diligent worker to follow the path and remain strong in faith and know the belief of God and country, somebody who's willing to drill, bring back manufacturing and American jobs, farm the lands, secure our borders, build our military, fight the system all day, and finish a hard week's work by attending church on Sunday.
You even said he's hot, don't deny it. Like, yeah, as a joke, like I talk about his dumpy being fat and stuff, but like, God, dude, Republicans are so desperate. I guess they forgot to add that he cheated on his wife. Dude, Trump he is such a perfect, like, sassy bitch who loves drama. He puts in 40 hours by Tuesday. That's insane. God, that's so... The problem is, like, they also fantasize about him as, like, a churchgoer when he very clearly has never been a religious person, and he certainly is not a religious person and doesn't even make any serious attempts to appear as a religious person. I don't understand. They said he delivered his own grandchild. Bro, this is straight up like Kim Jong-un shit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, the way that like we present how there is so much admiration for the dear leader. I mean, this is literally that on identical terms. Trump once famously golfed a perfect game, like a hole in one every time.
And then his oldest son.
Oh God, that's so bad. Why? Just this alone shows he has weak seed, man. This is the biggest L for Trump. Look at this chinless fuck. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. No wonder he hates his son so much. It's like a constant reminder that he's gross.
Turns and says, Dad, let's make America great again. Dad, let's build back a country to be the envy of the world again. So God made Trump.
Okay, that's my seat, ma'am. This is my spot. What are you doing? The Dilly 300 meme team. This is not a professional ad. I don't know why they're suggesting that it is.
All the surveys you've been doing nationally and otherwise about the shape and landscape of the Republican Party, any inconsistencies you see between what you're seeing tonight and what you see more broadly, for those who might say, well, this is a small turnout in a particular kind of state with some idiosyncrasies.
This is ironic, please. No, it's not.
But in some ways, John, that's the point, which is to say we have seen that MAGA base, and these are people who say they are part of the MAGA movement, in surveys and then here tonight, they have bought the narrative. As you were just talking about, they believe that the election was stolen. You see right there on your screen, 69% think Biden didn't win legitimately in 2020, and they went for Trump. That is true nationally as well. And it's that commitment, it's that dedication, if you will, that has them turning out and underpins Trump's support here.
Okay, you guys can't see. You can't say nice every time. Oh, he ran it before a rally. Okay. Yeah, it's just like an unofficial, unsanctioned meme that a fan made that he is like hyping up. I thought he ran it as an ad. But anyway, let's arrive at the DeSantis team. Chaos.
Calling the race for Donald Trump.
Chaos, ladies and gentlemen, at the DeSantis team. Campaign manager James Utmeyer slams the appalling decision of corporate media to call the race before all the votes were cast, folks. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Well, what happened tonight is appalling. The media calling the race for Donald Trump before votes have...
Why wouldn't they do that? Dude, the media runs on projections, dumbass. Like, what do you want them to fake it? Like, I don't understand.
Been cast. I personally spoke in multiple precincts in front of hundreds of voters, and while I'm presenting and delivering the closing argument to Ron DeSantis and actually flipping voters, people start getting alerts on their phones saying the race is over before they've even won. One guy said, why do we even bother voting if it's already over? That is absurd. That challenges the very tenets of our Republican democracy, and that should not happen. We still expect a good night. I know it's going to take a while for votes to come in, but you can't taint the process like that. Having a victory declared.
Stop complaining. Stop chirping. Stop the chirp. Stop the chirp. Your candidate sucks. Why do you sound exactly like him?
Is that like a thing? I'm actually confused by this. Why does he sound like Ron DeSantis? Fresh and fit mic. Oh, you guys like the microphone? Did you do the loudspeaker? Yes, I did. This is Rodecaster Pro 2, baby. We got some different voices. Let me see what else we got. We have applause. Damn, that goes on for a minute. What the hell? We have record scratch. We have crickets. We have trombone. Okay, Howard Stern. And then we have different voices like you have large robot, small robot, monster, and megaphone. Pitch up.
Probably to sound like Ben Shapiro, I assume. I don't know what I sound like. Can someone clip this and send it to me? Hypothetically.
What did that sound like? Finally, Real Hassan. Finally, Hassan is using sound bites. Bro, you need to use this on NoPixel. I like that I said, can you send me a clip? And you send me clips.tv/create. Thanks, chatter. Okay, Howard Stern. And then we have different voices like you have large robot, small robot, monster, and megaphone. Pitch up.
Probably to sound like Ben Shapiro, I assume. I don't know what I sound like. Can someone clip this and send it to me? Hypothetically.
What did that sound like? Let's go. Do monster? No, a lot of them suck. A lot of them don't sound good. You need a reverb filter so you can use that to yell at chatters in a more intimidating way. I mean, maybe I can do monster.
and then talk like this to chatters, but I don't know what I sound like. Monster sounds like.
What does it sound like? All right, someone clip it and ship it to me, please. And let's see. This is what Monster. A lot of them suck. A lot of them don't sound good. You need a reverb filter, so you use that to yell at chatters and do Monster. Okay, bro.
Talk like this to chatters, but I don't know what I sound like.
Oh, nice.
Monster sounds like.
Let's go. Whoa.
Well, folks.
Let's see what Benny Boy had to say about tonight's results.
Well, folks, we will obviously have full analysis of all the results from the Iowa caucus tomorrow on the Ben Shapiro Show, so make sure that you tune in for the full analysis. But here is the very quick story. Donald Trump wins.
I've pissed my pants. And guess what? It doesn't matter. Nobody cares about the fact that I have pissed my pants. I, Ben Shapiro, hypothetically, have peed in my diapers. Now, of course, my diapers are tiny. They're baby diapers. That's the only type of diaper that actually fits me. However, I have the amount of piss in my body of an adult male, which means that I actually filled my baby diapers. And now, my baby diapers are actually spilling into my khakis. That's right. This is the analysis from tonight's primaries. Hypothetically, what if you were to piss in your diapers? Nobody would laugh at that. Everyone would think that's a full-grown adult pissing in their diapers like a baby.
That's cool, man. I can't believe Ben said all that. That's fire. Grow up. No.
Soon as the polls open. That raises questions in and of itself about procedure, about whether that affects the final vote tally. But bottom line,
Oh God, is he in the fucking tank for Robert Dion DeSantis?
Bureau show, so make sure that you tune in for the full analysis. But here is the very quick story. Donald Trump wins walking away. All of the pollsters called this thing pretty much as soon as the polls open. That raises questions in and of itself about procedure, about whether that affects the final vote tally. But bottom line is they were doing that based on the entrance polling data. Donald Trump is way out ahead. Donald Trump is so far out ahead that the rest of the field can't even see him. This is Secretariat against the rest of the field in the 1973 Belmont Stakes. What does that mean going forward? It means that de facto Trump is the nominee. If no one could challenge him in Iowa, if nobody really has a chance of challenging him based on that momentum going into New Hampshire, if nobody has a challenge for him in South Carolina, then all you can say at this point is that he is preparing for the general election against Joe Biden. And we're already there. Maybe it was always going to be this way. After all, he's been treated by the Republican electorate as the incumbent president. And he's been treated that way because that's how they think of him. Many Republicans think, by the way, that he won the last election against Joe Biden, rightly or wrongly.
That's so wild. Ben needs to be like the smart guy, right? So, I mean, he knows Donald Trump didn't win. Interesting times for someone like Ben Shapiro. You know, that's why he has to say rightly or wrongly. It's like, you know, he didn't win, dog. You know that. What do you mean? You went to Harvard and UCLA. You know Donald Trump lost the election, okay?
And so why wouldn't they treat him that way? There might have been a brief moment in time where there were minds that were open to be changed enough to possibly challenge Trump, but that time passed a while ago.
He seems mad.
Tomorrow on the Ben Shapiro Show, so make sure that you tune in for the full analysis. But here is the very quick story. Donald Trump wins.
I've pissed my pants. And guess what? It doesn't matter. Nobody cares about the fact that I have pissed my pants. I, Ben Shapiro, hypothetically, have peed in my diapers. Now, of course, my diapers are tiny. They're baby diapers. That's the only type of diaper that actually fits me. At that, everyone would think that's a full-grown adult pissing in their diapers like a baby.
Kai is done. No, Murad is walking past, so she went over to get pets. Please make this a new bit. The dubbing is not bad. He's not filming this from the driver's seat of an F-350, so I'm not sure about his credibility here. It's significantly less slurs than I would like as well. All right, he's still Trump, the man, the myth, the legend, still at 51%. Nikki Haley is unfortunately losing a little bit of her support here, dropping down to 18%, whereas Ron Dion DeSantis at 21% after so much effort, so much money, went to every single town. Maybe Ron should not have gone to every single county. Perhaps that would have been better for him, because then every single county saw how gross he is, and their response was, ew, gross, get away. Why are you here? I hate you, and I'm still voting for Trump. I assume that's what he was met with, and the results are in, okay? Anyone that tries to tell you that this is good for Ron is the most delusional person on the planet. Okay? It's so bad. This is so devastatingly bad. Oh my God. Imagine trying so hard. Race for second is most important. Yeah. Yeah. If you're a fucking loser. Yeah. This is what happened in Iowa and it ruined him. It ruined him permanently. Wait, what? What's happening? Oh.
Yeah. That's probably a lot of sugar, huh? Good to see.
Yeah. This is what happened and he never recovered.
An icy? Yeah. That's probably a lot of sugar, huh? Good to see you. Oh, what is that? An icy? Yeah, that's probably a lot of sugar, huh?
Vivek didn't do so bad for a suspected terrorist. I know. This is a big... Listen, guys, what we also have to remember is how big this is for Islam rising in America. That's right. Sharia won tonight, folks. Iowa, with a whopping 94% white demographic, the Iowa Republican Party has chosen Sharia by 7.7%, despite the fact that his people have caused 9/11. Okay, Iowan Republicans have decided to vote for a man who is restoring the caliphate in America, county by county. No, wait, what size is that one? No, one is triple XL long, one is double XL. Oh, one is tall then, 2XL tall. Mine is 2XL tall. Don't get the other one. 25 votes for Chris Christie. Oh, he's really killing it.
Wow, look at this. You guys said hi. How are you guys? Good to see you. So what do you got? Go right over here? Yeah. Okay, good deal. Good deal.
Wow, good deal. Good deal.
Crowded, huh? Hey, how are you doing? It smells really good, I'll tell you that. So we'll do it, okay. How you doing? Good to see you. What's your name? I'm Tim Anthony. Okay.
25 idiots voted for someone who dropped out of the race days ago. Chat, they voted for someone in a caucus setting. Do you understand what that means? That means that people literally were around other human beings that could have told them and probably did tell them, actually, no, like this candidate has dropped. And they were like, don't care, still voting for Chris Christie.
How are you? I'm wonderful. It's great to be up in New Hampshire. How are you guys doing? Stay tuned, man. Stay tuned. I can't do it. How are you doing?
Wow. Good deal. Good deal.
Why do you think Elon Musk is saying you're going to do better than people think?
I think he's a smart guy. And look, we'll see what happens tonight. But one of the things is I think the polls are dramatically.
Bro, they didn't even have him. They didn't even have him on the graphic early in the morning, and he was complaining about it.
Off. Many of our supporters are first-time caucus goers, people who may have come from younger generations, people who may have been libertarian-leaning but haven't traditionally been polled in Republican caucuses. And I think a lot of our supporters, we don't have lukewarm supporters, Steve. No. We have diehard supporters, and I think that's what's going to be rewarded tonight as well.
And
I love Timothy Poole like hyping Ramaswamy up because like Ramaswamy went on his channel. Like it's great. It's so obvious where he's coming at it from. Like he just doesn't care. He's just like, this is a guy that came on my show, so I like him.
I just told you about how I've got family members and friends who love you. And Doctor, one of the things about him is he's got some new ideas and some.
Excuse me, Mr. Douchey. Put some respect on her name. That is a throat surgeon, okay? She is the throat surgeon, not the throat goat. Many people are the throat goat, but not many people are the throat surgeon.
New approaches.
Yes.
He's a young guy who, as you've seen, has really worked the state of Iowa.
By the way, that is literally not one, not two, but three candidates with significantly hotter wives, okay? Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Donald Trump. Not even a joke. And Nikki Haley is technically the hot wife as well in this equation. How did this happen? Nobody knows, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we are not politicians. We're people who have made a living in the United States, and we work hard, and that really...
Oh my gosh, she speaks like him too.
...resonates with a lot of Iowans. They've become dear friends over the course of this year because...
Wait, what?
I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will use our own military to secure our own southern border and our northern border, too. That's what it means to stand for the rule of law in the United States.
I don't think he understands. Like, in the minds of Americans, like, they're worried about people that look like him coming from the southern border. Like, people that look like him don't come from the northern border in the minds of the people that care about the border. People mistake like border policy with like a respect for the rule of law. Like, they don't give a shit about that, dumbass. First of all, the majority of people that are undocumented immigrants in this country don't even directly physically cross the border. They're visa overstayers. Okay? That's not what people are actually trying to clamp down on. They are trying to stop Mexicans from coming, and you fall under the Mexican category. So like when you say, oh, we got to stop, immigration from coming in from the northern border, we got to put military there. It's like, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the northern border because like we assume it's just like, white people coming in from the northern border, which is ironically probably not the case. It's actually something way worse than white people. It's Quebecers. And for that reason, I am voting for Ron DeSantis, Ramaswamy, because we should stop the immigration coming in from Quebec. So that is true.
United States of America. It means we, the people, create a government that is accountable to us, not the other way around. That the
Thank
people
you.
who we elect
Charge it? Oh, wait, why didn't you do it? Do it.
who actually run the government, not the shadow government in the deep state that's running the show today. So you actually, and I say this.
Yeah, when I say we got to stop immigration from Quebec, I mean it for the Quebecers' sake. Because I'm a Quebec nationalist and a Quebec separatist, you can't have one without the other, obviously. I am a firm believer that we have to force the Quebecers to stay inside of Quebec so they finally separate from the rest of Canada. Yeah, two-state solution for Canada. What? The Rivers kids are going to take over the league? What are you talking about? What? Why did you send this to like 10 other people in the chat and you tried to at them and it didn't even work? Sports chatters talking to one another, thinking this is the offline chat, bro. Is this the offline chat? Vivek went on InfoWars today? No way he did. God, he's so desperate. Oh my God, this is 20 minutes.
And I get your point about what's happening currently, Vivek, but you're amazing. But I also don't want you to get destroyed or hurt in the process with the movement because Trump is very old. I'm thinking into the future.
Yeah, well,
Vivek.
I'm never criticizing Trump. I'm never criticizing Trump.
Whoa, this is a very cool graphic that they have for his voice, though. Like, it's a cool voiceover. Anyway, let's keep going.
We have been here day in and day out, and we've heard what they need, what they care about, and that is really resonating. Vivek's message of really bringing something totally new, not just to our whole process, but to the Republican Party as well, and I think that's really resonating.
Why do you think former President Trump threw you under the bus over the weekend?
Well, I didn't get thrown anywhere, but I think there might have been an attempt to do that. I'd say that it's partly because of what
you were under the bus.
Well, look, I'd say what Elon Musk and others are saying. What they're seeing.
Oh my God, Douchey is slamming him, dude.
And snow tires on it.
Well, I'll tell you this: I took it in a lighthearted way, but the truth is, people have to have their heads stuck in the snow not to see what's happening on the ground here. I know the mainstream media is ignoring it, but there has been a massive surge here late in the process. A number of
a massive Vivek surge. Oh, that's
endorsers
awesome.
who were widely expected to go to Donald Trump. Legends in Iowa, like former Congressman Steve King, widely expected to go for Trump, came for me. A number of the strongest.
Yeah, that was really cool. That straight up, white supremacists were like, yeah, dude, Steve King is woke now. He's doing DEI. Straight up legends in Iowa that had to resign in disgrace. Legendary racist Steve King, who famously talked about how you can't build a civilization with non-white children. He's going for the brown guy, folks. Everybody knows. He's woke now.
Constitutionalist conservatives have switched from the other candidates in the last 72 hours. To me, Steve Holt came from Ron DeSantis. Right. And so I think people who are actually on the ground are not blind to that.
Yeah, Steve King is just like, he doesn't even hide it. Three wise African Americans: Clarence Thomas, Thomas Sowell, Elon Musk. I mean, he is like this is an attempt at being humorous, but like overall, he's just like a gross racist piece of shit. Really, really gross. Oh, God, he was so awful. Ugh.
Reality. And I think the mainstream media, largely for better or worse, has been, which means I think we're going to see a shock tonight.
And Dr. Apoorva Ramaswamy, one of the things about the Iowa caucus is there's no early voting. So it's not like people have already voted. They're going to go to a high school gym or something like that tonight at 7 o'clock, and they're going to decide. They're going to write the name down. And as we've heard, there are a number, and it's not a gigantic number, but there's still a significant number of people who are undecided. And so that's why a late surge is really good for you. If you're going to surge in a campaign, you want to do it on Election Day, caucus day in this case.
Exactly. We have people who, despite this cold, are going to be coming out because they are so passionate about this cause. They have been campaigning this whole process, and especially now. They work so hard all the way late into the night. As many campaign events as we do, we have a staff and a volunteer base who have been working just as.
I'm sorry. This is literally the most like, no, I don't want to cover more Steve King tweets. Hassan is a buy. This is the most liberal ass shit. It's like, yeah, we're losing, but we're losing with grace. Okay. We worked really hard to get in 4th place with like maybe 8% of the vote. Okay.
It's hard. And that really speaks to how passionate people are about Vivek's message.
We invited all the candidates on today, including Donald Trump. I'm going to give you 20 seconds. What would you like to, if you'd like to look over there at camera 2, what would be your closing argument for the folks of Iowa?
If you want somebody who's actually going to get in there, fight the corruption, and speak truth to power, then vote for the one
She kind of fine though. Oh no, undeniably, without a doubt. Yes.
Candidate who is speaking the truth to you. And there's a reason I'm the only candidate in this race who's able to say I'll strip vaccine manufacturers of special liability exemptions, or that I'll pardon peaceful J6 protesters on day 1, or that I'm a
the important stuff, guys, I'm going in specifically. Do you have a kooky ass? Do you have just an insane kooky ass conspiracy that you believe in? You know what I mean? Like maybe dolphins are actually humans trapped inside of this mammal's body. Okay, I'm your guy. I will investigate that. Okay, do you think aliens are already among us and in the highest ranks of the government? I'm the guy that will tell you that is the case. Do you think that like the Chabad Jewish tunnels were actually not pertaining to like a singular place in Brooklyn, but an entire conspiracy? Is there a network of tunnels under every Jewish community? If you believe that, I'm your guy. I'm literally going to investigate it. Okay, please vote for me. Oh, don't worry about the economy. Okay, do you like weird shit? He always hits like the weirdest shit. He'll be like, do you think that there are people coming in from the Canadian border? I'm the guy who's going to shut it down. It's awesome.
who is speaking the truth to you. And there's a reason I'm the only candidate in this race who's able to say I'll strip vaccine manufacturers of special liability exemptions, or that I'll pardon peaceful
Like, I'm sorry. There are a lot of anti-vaxxers in this country, okay? Like, a tremendous amount, a terrifying amount. And it's certainly grown during COVID. Like, and it is very, very scary, okay? But, like, who is, like, that's my first vote. Like, that, I'm a single-issue voter, and you have to strip the liability off of vaccine manufacturers. It's just...
J6 protesters on day one, or that I'm against the CO2 pipeline making its way across this state. And the reason is every other candidate is dancing to the tune of their...
You were talking about everyone I know. Everyone you know is like, you know, a lot of anti-vaxxers, I'm sure. Okay? It is very stupid. It is very stupid, for sure. But like, I don't think, no matter how stupid anti-vaxxers are, there's probably people who are casually anti-vax. There's probably more people who are casually anti-vax and not like, that is my most important issue, right?
Biggest donors. And in my case, my biggest donor is me. And that's what it's going to take to actually shut down the deep state this time. Not just to talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, brother. Sure. Isn't RFK going to get the anti-vax vote anyway? Yes. Nikki Haley catching back up to Ronald McDonald DeSantis with his Mickey Mouse rings. God, ABC's like ABC's filter is so gross. I don't know how to describe it. It just looks so awful. It hurts my brain. It hurts my feelings. I don't want to see it. Also, a lot of these guys are like 5K Andys, which is wild. We are so washed, boys. Absolutely zero people care about the Iowa primaries. Yeah, it's so abrasive. It's like fluorescent or something. I don't know what it is. It's crazy. Nobody cares about politics. Oh my God. It's so Jover.
And it's stunning because Republicans are still going ahead and nominating him, despite the fact, likely nominating him, despite the fact that others perform better against him.
Yeah, and look, with all due respect to Kate, I know she's left the White House, but their messaging, the Biden administration hasn't been great, right? To date, I mean, in all these polls in battleground states all across America, this is not in one state, Trump is leading still. So the Biden messaging on threat to democracy and Dobbs and all these things in the indictments, it's not working. It's not
Well,
getting through.
but time and again, we've seen at the ballot box that's not true, right? I mean, yes, polling.
But that hasn't been Trump
you
on the
can
ballot.
ask, but it has been the Republican vision. It's been the Trump vision. I mean, every time voters have gone to the ballot box in the Biden administration, they've chosen Democrats. So, yes, can polls give you information? Can you ask a question 100 different ways in a poll to get an answer you want to get? Yes. And I'm not saying there isn't data in those polls that's not instructive to the Biden campaign.
Well, and by the way,
I would just say this, in 16 and 20, when I was working on the Trump campaign, we were never ahead of Biden in any polls, ever. Just so you know, never once. We lagged dramatically in every poll.
The question is what story had an overarching narrative that they've been driving every day. Now, if Trump is viewed as the nominee, or essentially the de facto nominee, we'll see what happens next week in New Hampshire. The time has come to be consistently driving the same set of points, surrogates, the president, everyone.
And it helps that Trump himself will be out there more publicly in terms of people are paying attention tonight, right?
Yeah.
All the people who might have been like, is this really happening, are going to see tonight it's really happening.
Does anybody think that there are people that don't think that?
You ordering food again?
No, but there are.
Damn, son, you eat. No, I'm good.
Wild cards. They're
I'm
not
not hungry right now.
attention.
There are a lot of people who are very tuned out.
No, I'm good. What are you getting?
This will be a reminder to them that there's an election.
What?
So,
as will his appearance in court tomorrow morning.
I would say that the Biden number
you're
from
here
this
from
weekend.
there again?
I mean,
Yeah,
he's
I'm
at
good.
33%.
Bro, get
in
the
ABC News
Porsche
Washington
Ochma and
Post
shit. They're
poll.
so
I wonder,
fire.
coming out of this now,
The
that Trump's
Porsche Ochma
clearly,
is really
obviously
good.
in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, everything
If
is
they
really
don't
good.
see a
The
bump
pita
out
is
of
really
this
good. The
among
kofta is really
Democrats,
good.
If this doesn't
It's all straight
wake
up real
some
Turkish.
Democrats up, if they don't see some pop up over the next couple, I'd be very concerned.
Well, and because this is where I feel like the
I were
democracy argument isn't really resonating from Biden. I'm somebody who can't vote for Donald Trump because of the threat to democracy. Yet it's not translating to voters in a way that they feel like it's still
Hutchins,
animating
fuck yeah,
enough for them
Hutchinson
to
got
come out.
votes.
It is.
And it will, and especially considering how low he's polling, that he risks losing.
It is part of a message. It is part of a message of what kind of future do we want for the country. There are other elements to that message that go to middle class viability and other things that have to be part of that message. Can I just say one thing before the president comes out with, I'm sure will be a message of humility and gratitude, former president. But, we talk about how he's performed relative to past candidates, but incumbents behave differently, and he's treated like he's
Hutch
sort
Bros,
of an
Hutch Bros,
in the sense we've never
133
seen a
strong,
situation
baby.
like that. That's point one. Point two is, while yes, he's an
Let's
unconventional
go.
candidate, and he doesn't appear
We're
as
so
much as the
in
other
it. We're
candidates
still
and so
in
on.
this. We're in it to
He did one
fucking win
conventional
it,
thing
bros.
here, which is
Hutch
he
Bros.
organized. And in a
Hear me roar.
in a situation like this with what appears to be a relatively low turnout.
And let me tell you what else.
That's important.
American Disabilities Act
The other
gang.
conventional thing that's going to happen is a guy sitting at near 70% in the national
Stay
polls who
in
just rocked
line.
in Iowa. I suspect, I mean, he's gotten a lot lately, but I suspect you're going to see an avalanche of establishment or party level endorsements over the next couple of weeks as they put pressure on people to close the door on this primary race.
That's what I'd keep my eyes on, is the consolidation that's going to come from endorsements, from money, from just to kind of say the primary is over and it's time to start fighting.
Well,
against
do you
Biden.
think DeSantis and Haley speak tonight?
I think Haley should speak tonight. I think if DeSantis wins, he will speak tonight. I think Haley's got to speak.
Well,
one way or
wins
the
mean
other.
what?
If he finishes
Sorry. He wins this race for second.
Oh my God, that's so fucking.
By the
If
way,
he finishes with 20%,
but again,
It's
we
going to
knew
speak for
that
silver medalists everywhere.
Trump was going into this basically as an incumbent. If you combine the collective results tonight of the 4 candidates that are in the race, they would have been effectively the same margin that he would win by, about 50%. We've always known that a crowded field for
The incumbent means the current like seated president. Like the incumbent means like the current person holding the seat. Why is CNN pretending that Trump isn't going to be the Republican nominee? Content. They have to, because this is otherwise a very boring primary season. And it really is. That's why. I mean, look at this. Look, dude. This is the first primary of the fucking year, dog. The first primary of the year. And there's only 6,000 people watching NBC News' coverage of it. And like, I'm doing my very best to spice it up. And probably that's the reason why we got like 20K people in here. But it's so bad. It's lame.
By him, by and large, since he was in the White House, and even before then, when he was a real estate mogul in the state of New York. And a reminder, a place where
everyone else is watching on TV. No one is watching on TV. It doesn't matter. People are watching on TV too, certainly. But that's just YouTube. Yes, dude. But usually in the past, these guys at least had like 20K. That's my point. On YouTube, they would watch and like that. This means that there's more interest in it. Okay. I would look at YouTube numbers and go, oh, okay. Like there's 20K people watching YouTube. Okay. And I would get around like 50K. Whereas right now, the NFL playoffs are on, the Emmys are happening. So like, these numbers themselves are indicative of like a lack of interest. I'm not comparing this to like millions of people watching on television. I'm comparing this to like what it's supposed to be at, like around 20K, for example. This guy's awesome. I don't know what's going on with him, but I really like what's happening back there.
every single one of them. Former president's about to speak. Let's listen in.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing. That's
you fell
practically
off. It's
never
true.
been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon.
Did you see the Taco Penis drop from the trial? Oh, I saw that.
I want to
yeah. Oh, dude, I want to give a quick shout out to Joey Taco Penis, who has been dropped from the E. Jean Carroll defamation suit, which Donald Trump has to deal with tomorrow.
The congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek, because he did a hell of a job. He came from zero, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known.
He 100% hates
tough
her.
Period of time for the family, but she
hates her.
She's amazing. She was amazing.
He hates his mother-in-law,
what she's done for our
hundo
family.
p.
And her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great.
What
great
a
parents
weird
to
way to
all of us,
describe
really.
your
Great
mother-in-law's
parents, but also
passing. Oh
to
my
Barron. Boy,
God.
did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard. And they've taken so much abuse for being.
Victor is so lonely. He's he's so sad. His wife died.
They really did. These two have been working so hard, and they, they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, "You're going to be a basketball player." I said, "Well, I like soccer, Dad. Actually," I said.
That's a gay sport.
Better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything. But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love
Bro,
Elizabeth
this is literally
so much.
the extended Trump cinematic universe. Like, he's giving us the extended Trump cinematic universe.
Took a big chance, in most states.
Barron is probably watching the Hassan Abu broadcast.
The senators, we had Marco Rubio, we had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, "We want to endorse you, sir." I said, "Oh, great." Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Byrd. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come here. She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see.
At least New Hampshire will be fun and interesting because, like, Trump's win in New Hampshire is going to be really narrow, right? Like, it's way closer. This, on the other hand, is like incredibly like this is the most expected win. You know what I mean?
Pause now for a brief moment, but folks, don't go anywhere. NBC News Now special coverage of the 20.
What the fuck? Don't pull away from Trump, you bitches. What's going on? Wow, they don't want to hear Trump speak.
Well, I'll tell you, I had to actually do a TV interview bragging about you. The reason why I was late is because of that, but is he awesome or what? I am honored to be the first person in the United States to endorse this guy. The next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J.
So was it Brett Favre really let himself go? Yeah, dude, all that charity money he stole.
We're really talking about 2015. He endorsed me before, actually, long before I knew I was going to run. I said, "Who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money." And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though.
Oh, fucking own. Fuck electric cars. He's so right.
On the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. We did well. We were looking really good in 2016.
Is Trump by? I don't know if he's by, but he's buying a $5 subscription at the top of the hour to avoid the top of the hour ad break, folks. Am I right? Am I right, ladies and gentlemen? That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Cut the applause. All right. Very good. I should have never set that shit up. Hell yeah, March. Thank you for helping and setting up the Rodecaster Pro 2. That's right. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Barrett Trump is gifting subs in the chat. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. The soundboard is disastrous. You're so wrong.
And he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration.
God, Trump sure is boring,
and
folks.
Also, just to conclude with this. The entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great. Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris.
I genuinely have no idea how much of a shot
And
does
they
he
want
actually
no
have.
accolades.
An
They
incredibly
just want a
high
victory and they want to
shot.
make
What do you
America
mean?
great again. That's all they want.
I mean,
Actually, they
currently,
don't want-
as it stands today, if the election was conducted tomorrow, according to the polls, he's defeating Joe Biden, 50 to 48%. So,
Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Baby, drill.
yeah, we're
going to
drilling
seal up
Iowa.
the book.
Folks, we're drilling in Iowa.
Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And you know, they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries.
All right, I don't care about this stuff. Here's my predictions, okay? New Hampshire polls. Let's pull them up real quick. So New Hampshire is actually interesting. It's coming up. New Hampshire is coming up, folks. The New Hampshire primary, okay? That's right. The Republican Party New Hampshire primaries is going to be coming up on January 23rd, okay? It's a Tuesday, okay? Now, New Hampshire is interesting. Why is it interesting? Well, because New Hampshire is a weirdo state, right? I've said this before. It's like northeastern Arizona. They got like a lot of sovereign citizens there. They're very fucking weird. They're very libertarian. It's the freak state. Now, having said that, New Hampshire has actually, does DeSantis drop out before or after New Hampshire? I think DeSantis drops out after New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is the only one that's like kind of interesting as far as all the other states goes, because let's look up the polls here. I think New Hampshire is the most Robert F. Kennedy Jr. state in the entire process. Okay, live free or die. These guys are fucking freaks. All right, let's take a look at the polls here in New Hampshire for the Republican presidential primary. Now, obviously, Trump is ahead in the primaries there. However, having said that, Haley has gained a tremendous amount of pickup there, and according to some polls, is within striking distance, okay? Within single digits. That's a big deal, right? That's a big deal. The fact that Haley is doing fairly well in Iowa as well definitely shows that, you know, she's gonna do well. Now, two things can happen here. New Hampshire, freak state, okay, a lot of weirdos. Let's say Nikki Haley wins New Hampshire. I suspect if that is the case, if Nikki Haley wins New Hampshire, they're going to try to Super Tuesday Donald Trump in the same way that the media did with Bernie Sanders, against Bernie Sanders, when they were like, oh my God, what an unimaginable victory in South Carolina for Joe Biden. Nobody thought this was going to happen. The real underdog story. Now, this can only work if you already propped up Joe Biden, which the media did. And this only works if the media propped up Nikki Haley, which they also did. Okay? So if New Hampshire picks Nikki Slaley, thank you, Dolby Lana, for that one, the media will try to make it seem as though this is an unimaginable dub for her, despite the fact that in every other fucking state, Donald Trump is performing very well and you know, running the table. So I think that there's two outcomes here. Either Donald Trump wins with a narrow margin, but wins nonetheless, and then it's over. It's Joe from there on. The Trump momentum is unstoppable. Okay. Ron DeSantis drops out regardless. I think Ron DeSantis drops out probably after New Hampshire, but who knows? Maybe he'll stay in before New Hampshire. I mean, maybe he'll drop out before New Hampshire. Sorry, but Ron is done, dead in the water. Nikki Haley will crush the opposition in New Hampshire, obviously, with the incredible amount of momentum and support that she got from Cristobal Christie. I'm just kidding about that part. But I think that it's over after New Hampshire. Now, what is really devastating, what is really scary, and what is really devastating is that Donald Trump knows how to read the room like a motherfucker. If he brings on board a Nikki Haley type, if not Nikki Haley herself, even though the VP is supposed to bring in a state and South Carolina is already locked in, if Donald Trump brings in Nikki Haley on the board, okay, that all of a sudden turns into a genuinely scary prospect for the Brandon camp. Because Nikki Haley herself, no, Nikki is not the Republican Kamala. Nikki has captivated the Democratic Party media apparatus entirely, okay? Donald Trump doesn't need a powerful VP. Mike Pence was the VP of Donald Trump, if you guys recall. So the fact that she brings in like a moderate liberal would cause every single person who, by the way, Nikki Haley is literally currently, according to polls, 9 points ahead of Biden. 9 points. Biden performs worse against Nikki Haley. The media loves her. She is telegenic. She is charismatic. New Hampshire, or whenever he announces for VP. And the media has already propped her up as this like reasonable person. Okay, now you have two people that are at least trying to solve the abortion problem on a messaging front. One person that is a moderate. The media starts writing articles about how like Nikki Haley might actually be the promise that we needed to like make Donald Trump more reasonable. Could Donald Trump become more reasonable with Nikki Haley by his side? Is a powerful woman exactly what Donald Trump needed for new momentum? And then we're fucking cooked. It's off to the races from that point on. Anyway, I don't think Republicans would vote for a woman, though. Nah, the VP doesn't matter. Did you actually review the new poll? ABC poll is devastating. Iowa ahead. Trump tops his opponents while Biden hits a new low in approval. Yes, Biden has hit a historic low in approval. To get you to understand how bad the situation is for Biden at 33%, Donald Trump after January 6th, was polling at 34%. Joe Brandon's approval rating is worse than Donald Trump after January 6th, when he was like refusing to back down, refusing to admit that he lost, and was utilizing the lame duck period to fucking complain nonstop and did a literal insurrection. And even then, Joe Biden is now less popular than Trump was back then. So it's lower than any president at this moment in their presidency. It's bad. So some fun stuff to remember. It's really, really good stuff overall. He's like Bush after the Iraq war and the economy crashed. Yeah. What do Democrats do here? They need to swap him out. If they swap him out this late into the game, then that signals instability in the party. It's going to be hard to prop up. It's going to be hard to prop up someone. Yeah, presidential approval ratings were only this low. Brandon is lower than the lowest point of George W. Bush's president, or not the lowest point, but like, look at this. George W. Bush at this point is at 34%. His first term average is at 49, second term average is at 37%, high point 90, obviously, September 21st, right after 9/11, and his lowest point being 25%. God damn, dude. Jesus Christ, is so unimaginably cooked. That's his second term, dog. Brandon is so fucked, it's over. Yeah. No, Brandon is definitely fucked. It's not good. Let me tell you, it's definitely not good. Now, obviously, still far out. Things can change. Remember, last election cycle, COVID still hadn't popped off at this point. I know I repeat myself all the time, but who knows? This year's COVID, in my opinion, is Donald Trump's many different legal battles. Having said that, however, the legal battles do have the tendency to galvanize the base, especially because plenty of people have very openly stated time and time again to 80% of the party in the entrance polls have said that they would still vote for Donald Trump even if he was convicted of a crime. So what? You're coping, Hassan? I'm sorry, Biden is not liked. Who's coming out for him? Wait, what? No, I don't think Biden is liked at all. I never said that Biden was popular. What are you talking about? I'm talking about how unpopular Brandon is. However, having said that, things can change. It's far out. Maybe Biden just does a full 180 on his policies. He pushes to legalize weed. I don't know. He shakes the money tree and finds like a shit ton of money in the education department to like somehow magically decide that student loan debt relief is happening. Ramaswamy is about to speak, ending his campaign. No, folks, it's happening. Oh no, Ramaswamy is about to end his campaign. That's right, folks.
Orders. Kylie, what are you
coming down
hearing?
to a thunderous applause?
Well, listen, Anderson, we're hearing that Nikki Haley is going to come down and speak with her supporters here at the headquarters any moment now. Of course, she's going to be speaking on the heels of President Trump's victory speech here in Iowa, and it comes as it looks
Day none.
like she is poised to come
Day
in third.
none.
Of course, we
No
haven't,
longer am I
called the
talking
race
about day one.
definitively in
I'm
terms
talking
of if
about
she will,
day none.
Pull out a victory ahead of Ron DeSantis, but it does look like she's, closely behind him right now. It's important to note that her campaign has been consistently saying that they want a strong.
Good question. I wonder who Ramaswamy will endorse. Folks, shocking things. I think this is meant to be soon. So proud of our team. Press conference at 10:15 at Surety Hotel in Des Moines. We'll live stream on X. God, he's going out like a fucking loser, dude. It's awesome. Oh, God. Oh, my God. It's so funny. Just like he's going out the same way that Ron DeSantis came in on a dying platform. Ramaswamy told staff in a private meeting he will endorse Trump on stage. Oh, come on. Come on. Why are you guys breaking this? I was waiting. I was waiting to see who he was going to endorse. This was going to be interesting. You're spoiling it. Vivek is going to get a Trump cabinet job for sure. No, he's not. Guys, I said this already. I don't think Vivek is going to get a Trump cabinet position. I don't. I think you guys are wrong. There are at least 100 other billionaire donor-backed psychopathic predators that are, in Trump's eyes, way more deserving of agency positions than Vivek Ramaswamy. No, he's not going to get a Mayor Pete spot. He's not. I don't think Trump is going to give him something. If he does give him something, he's going to literally give him like an ambassadorship to a place that nobody cares about. Okay? Like, there is no shot, not even India. Okay? He's not going to be ambassador to India. That's a position reserved for people who have put their time in the party. Okay? No, he's going to be the ambassador to Seychelles. Okay? Like, come on. No shot. I'm telling you, like, he's not going to be the CDC director. No, because here's the thing. Those positions, those appointments are given to people who pay for it. Okay. Either pay for it through years and years and years of experience in the direction that Republicans like or in the direction that Democrats like. Okay. Seychelles has a large Indian population, for your information. Okay. I didn't know that, but I just mentioned it because it's random. Okay. The idea that like Donald Trump is going to take someone like Vivek Ramaswamy, in my opinion, I might be wrong, but the idea that he's going to take someone like Ramaswamy and put him into like a top level position, no matter how silly it is, despite the fact that he hasn't earned his spot. Like, you're talking about like the HUD secretary or something, but like, no. Okay. He's not positioned in a way to win a cabinet role, in my opinion. He's not like Mayor Pete. No, he's not like Mayor Pete. Mayor Pete is being groomed to be a demon in the ranks of the Democratic Party. That is entirely different. Mayor Pete got a phone call from Barack Obama. Okay. I don't think Donald Trump is calling Vivek and being like, thank you for your endorsement. At the most, he'll mention it on television and be like, it's very nice that he endorsed me. Wonderful guy. Okay. You don't think Trump, as someone who himself didn't earn that spot, would respect that? I don't think he cares about appointment positions like that. I think I'm judging by who he made Secretary of Education. Okay. He put Betsy DeVos on education. Why did he do that? Because Betsy DeVos has been doing this for years and years. Like, she is a Republican party demon. Okay? Like you don't put a guy like Vivek just because, especially if he doesn't genuinely prove himself in the field. You don't put a guy like him into a high ranking position. Like Rick Perry, exactly. Rick Perry is a great example. These are guys who are like for years and years either outside or either directly donating to the Republican Party, but not specifically gaining like a appointed or elected position, but still like very much fighting those battles. Betsy DeVos has been very much fighting that battle against education, right? That's why she got that spot. The only comparison is for, I guess, Ben Carson, but even then, Ben Carson is like, Ben Carson is still, I guess, more serious than Vivek, in my opinion. Vivek is a guy who's trying to write a book and make money. Bro, come on, he's 16K Andy right now. Someone in the chat said Vivek is Yang Gang, and that is absolutely correct, okay? That's 100% correct.
I think we are skating. We have done everything in our part to make and done every one of us to save this country. And I am so proud of every one of you that us up. But we're a campaign founded on the truth. And so that's why we've made that decision today. And I'm also making the decision that this has to be an America First candidate in that White House. As I've said since the beginning, there are two American
If it is accurate that Vivek did more meetings with voters than all the other candidates combined, then I think he will do very well in the vote on Monday. The power and extreme work ethic is usually underestimated. Fucking idiot.
And so I'm going to ask
Someone said, don't do it.
In 2016, it began.
Fucking loser.
For the next journey that our
Did you think he would drop this soon? No.
Leaves and saves this. And as for this movement,
Day one.
Truth, America First 2.0, we're just getting started. That doesn't end today. That begins
America First 2.0, folks. Day 2.
Apoorva and I, we're not going anywhere. We are in this for the future of our country.
Damn, he's owning me. He's past me.
This country has allowed us to live American. They never imagined years ago. Yet now we have lived an American dream that we want to pass on to these kids and their generation. And so the phase of our life where we were getting ahead for ourselves, making a good life for our
Dude,
families.
he's at 20K. He's at 20K, Andy. He's cooking me.
This next chapter of our
He's
life,
cooking me.
the next chapter of this year, is about giving back to this country to create a country that I am worried for. But if we all do our part, and I've been asking that of you at every step of the way, asking patriots across this state and across this country to do their part, I promise you if you did your part, and you have, that we will do ours. And we're going to
Ass audio, ass cam angle still past you? Yeah, I'm cooked. It's over. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's Jover. It's Jover.
50 years and then some still left ahead of us. And if you all continue to join us in this journey, I'm going to ask you to do that. We're just getting warmed up. If you all do your part, and we're going to do ours, our best days as a nation still will as yet be ahead of us. So thank you guys for coming today. God bless you and your families, and may God bless our United States of America. Appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. We better be ready to. We better be ready to. It's what needs to be done, Kathleen, in this country.
Someone in the chat said the real loser here is Taiwan. That's right, folks. Taiwan is not getting the AR-15s that I was going to send them. Day one, I was sending Taiwan AR-15s. 1 AR-15 for every adult, 2 for the children, folks. Children can shoot better than the adults. We want akimbo, folks. We want children in Taiwan using akimbo AR-15s, 1 hand for each child, 1 weapon for each hand of each child. That's right, folks. Now they will not have the AR-15s day one, even though Kai Cenat is going to Taiwan and turning it to Kaiwan, okay? He's going to be sticking out his gat for the Rizzler in Kaiwan, folks. But the real W's were going to come from my presidency, where I gave every Taiwanese national a weapon. Who is Kai Cenat?
Everything that we're going to do for this country.
That's awesome.
We will do everything in our power. We will not hold ourselves back. Everything we can while speaking the truth. That yes, we protect. That yes, we shut down.
What are you going to do, dog? Are you going to, like, what are you going to personally go and defend the borders? Like, what the fuck?
So everything we said still stands. We're going to do everything in our power to make it so. I could have done it best.
Taiwan is now Chinese Taipei, folks. I couldn't save it.
And I'm going to ask you to respect the choice that we made in actually leading this forward. So we love you back. We love all of you for being part of this movement. Tomorrow night, I expect, we have some, we might actually just get to spend a night sleeping in our bed in Ohio for the first time in a long time. We might just be heading there right from here, and I think that's a decision we just made. But tomorrow, I'm going to appear with Donald Trump at a rally in New Hampshire to lay out what I see.
All right, boring. Let's see who else is speaking right now. All right, little Rhonda.
We have our marching orders. Our marching orders are to do all we can to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty.
Boo, shut up. Bring up Mama.
In Philadelphia in 1776 when our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence. The same sacred fire of liberty that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg when our first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, pledged our nation to a new birth of freedom. The same sacred fire of liberty that was on the beaches of Normandy in 1944 when our band of brothers stormed those shores and helped free the world. The same sacred fire of liberty that was at the Berlin Wall in 1987 when Ronald Reagan stood there and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." This is our responsibility.
Wait, did they say it in the fucking
carry
audience?
this torch and to
They're
preserve this sacred fire of liberty. Don't run away from this responsibility. We welcome this responsibility.
Boo. So boring.
We thank you for your effort. We thank you for your support.
Stop
you helped
yapping.
us get a ticket punched out of the Hawkeye State. We have a lot of work to do, but I can tell you this, as the next president of the United States, I am going to get the job done for this country. I am not going to make any excuses, and I guarantee you this, I will not let you down. Thank you all. God bless you.
Bro, he can't even fake it. You know his ass is pissed, dude. I mean, dude. Currently, the CNN projection shows DeSantis barely beating Haley. 21% to Haley's 19.1. 21.3% to Haley's 19.1 is so bad. Is so embarrassing. It is just, oh my God, dude. The amount he dumped into this, I assume, thought he was going to be able to take a significant chunk of Trump's base. Why is he mad? Because he's a loser.
The Iowa Des Moines Register poll, which had him in third place, although we should note that poll also suggested that Nikki Haley, who in their poll was in second place, that her support, that there was not that much enthusiasm for her campaign compared to the other two candidates, Trump and DeSantis. And let's face it, this horrific weather didn't help anybody that didn't have the incredibly dedicated base that Donald Trump has.
That's crazy. Why are they coping for Ron?
That's exactly right. And I'm actually here now in Des Moines, Jake. When it comes to, I think the first thing that matters is his support.
If I'm Nikki Haley, I'm pumping as hard as I can in New Hampshire after this. I'm greatly hyping up my media bona fides, and I'm going into New Hampshire head first, trying to pump and dump, try to defeat Donald Trump in New Hampshire, and then turn around and immediately take the VP slot. Okay? That's the consolidation. That's the reasonable, moderate middle ground. That's the liberal media darling. Side by side with Donald Trump's brash, side by side with brash ass Donald Trump. We'll see. She's going to slay Hampshire so easily, girl. Yeah, Nikki Slaley, baby. On the Nikki Slaley train.
Hard in her home state of South Carolina. That's going to be his focus.
I mean, my sense, Dana, was that this was a
Why wouldn't
bit
putting
of an
in
emotional
DeSantis be the move for Nikki to try to take out Trump? Wait, pulling in DeSantis? Chatter, what are you talking about? In New Hampshire, Nikki Slaley is literally caught up to Trump. DeSantis is polling at 5.8% in New Hampshire. What good is DeSantis going to do? He's literally almost polling as low as Ramaswamy, who just dropped out. Okay, if you think cunt mother is rising up, okay, I don't know what to tell you. Nikki has zero chance. No, I don't think, guys. I don't think that Nikki Haley has a serious shot at winning. I'm saying that if I'm Nikki Haley, I'm trying to make sure that I'm pumping into New Hampshire as hard as possible. The only place where she has even a shot in the dark because she's at least within striking distance of Trump. Okay. Nikki's got this. She graduated from the University of Survington with a major in cuntology. I like when people go, do you think all the Ramaswamy voters are going to turn into Trump? Yeah, dude, he's at 4%, man. Like, it's the same as asking me if DeSantis pulls support behind Nikki Haley. Like, what do you think? Like, how much does Trump need to shit on Rhonda for Rhonda to back Slaley? Ramaswamy doesn't seem like he was going for a media career. What is the motive for a guy like that to run when he knows he won't win? I genuinely don't understand. There's no downsides to running for president, especially as a Republican. There's literally no downsides, only upside. There's no downsides at this point to even running for president unless you're like an actual socialist. What do you mean VP? No man with the last name Ramaswamy is going to be sitting on a motherfucking Republican Party placard with Trump's last name next to it. I'm sorry, but you are out of your fucking mind if you think that that is the case. I said this since day one. I said, folks, they literally, Americans don't even know what Vivek is to be appropriately racist to him. But let me tell you, he's very brown. He's like very, very openly brown. It was never going to happen for the Republican Party. How many of Christie's voters do you think will vote for Haley in New Hampshire? I don't know what is going on with Chris Christie. Cristobal dropping. But it does seem like she picked up a lot here and here. So maybe you just said this 4 hours ago. I mean, I've said it since day one, and I've repeated myself even 4 hours ago. Hassan, watch Beekeeper. It's deeply political. Why did they say he's suspending his campaign and not dropping out? You never know, folks. He's holding out hope. If one of them dropped and endorsed the other, you think they'd have a chance? Chat, look at the polls. Ron DeSantis dropping out at 5.8% doesn't even put Haley in contest with Trump. If Ron DeSantis dropping out when he has 5.8% of the vote in New Hampshire literally does not change the dynamic for Nikki Haley. As much as what Nikki Haley can change the dynamic for herself, going from securing endorsements and going and maybe picking up a Christie contingency and getting up here, okay, by herself. Are the Democrats at least a little bit realistic after seeing this one? Or are they still blind? No, I think they know. I think they knew that Trump was going to win. Oh, let's see what Cunt Mother has to say.
I came to, and I
look how happy she is in comparison to DeSantis. If you want to understand the situation, look at her reaction to her situation versus DeSantis.
Will
okay,
never be lost on me. You're faithful, patriotic, and hardworking Americans, and I will forever be grateful for the time that we had. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. I was at 2% in the polls. But tonight, Iowa did what Iowa always does so well. The pundits will analyze the results from every angle. We get that. But when you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, I can safely say tonight, Iowa made this Republican primary a two-person race. Tonight, I will be back in the great state of New Hampshire. And the question before Americans is now very clear. Do you want more of the same? Or do you want a new generation of conservatives spoken a lot of hard truths to America? And here's another one. I voted for Donald Trump twice. I was proud to serve in his administration. But when I say more of the same, you know what I'm talking about. It's both Donald Trump and Joe Biden. They have more in common than you think. 70% of Americans don't want another Trump-Biden rematch. A majority disapprove of both of them. Trump and Biden are both about 80 years old.
If Donald Trump wanted to destroy Nikki Haley and wasn't maybe looking at her being VP, who knows? Maybe he's not. This is my pure speculation. Maybe I'm on unadulterated copium. He would just straight up be like, "You're brown. Why are you faking that you're brown? You're doing a reverse Elizabeth Warren or something." And then literally fucking chip away at what remains at Nikki Haley's base of like actual Republican Party voters. And the only people that remain would be like angry liberals.
Deserves better.
Nimrata. Isn't Trump supposed to be on trial in April? Why is he on the polls? America loves crime, brother. Yeah, no, Trump is absolutely not above that. If he finds Nikki Haley to be a genuine threat and not someone that he thinks he could potentially work with down the line, he would do that. He would cook her.
We deserve a president who will stop our self-loathing, end division and fear, and make America strong and proud. Our campaign is the last best hope of stopping the Trump-Biden nightmare. But it's more than that. Republicans have lost the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections. That's nothing to be proud of.
I do think Trump needs a female vice president,
of America.
especially with the abortion shit.
That if it's a Trump-Biden rematch, it's going to be another toss-up election. It could go either way. We could have more disputes over election interference. And Joe Biden could win again, with Kamala Harris waiting in the wings. Lord help us if that happens. And then look at what happens when I go head-to-head against Biden.
I'm surprised Haley made it this far. How do you think she did it? Media push. Media loves her. She's literally a straight-up media darling. She was the UN person for the Trump campaign. She was the adult in the room even back then. And she is like someone who's like an old-school Republican who understands like she understands what the messaging issues are within the Republican Party.
No doubt.
She's also, because of the media push, profoundly electable versus Joe Biden. This is now the real Koch candidate. Before the Koch candidate, like, there's different billionaire factions in the Republican Party. Trump had like the Mercers and all these other like fucking kooky freaks. But the institutional Republican Party defenders only came on board because they had to, because Trump was the candidate. And they did so by putting Mike Pence underneath Donald Trump. Mike Pence is a Koch guy from the jump. This gave assurances to the institutional Republicans that he was controllable to a certain degree and not profoundly volatile, right? As far as Nikki Haley goes, she's in the same camp, in my opinion. I see a lot of potential. She performs profoundly well against Joe Biden. She's a woman, and you kind of need that. You kind of need to do a little DEI for the Republican Party right now because, you're losing out on a lot of women voters. But overall, I think it's because the media hypes her up big time. Like, not Fox News, but CNN, MSNBC, CBS. The actual other broadcasters on the liberal side of media are constantly propping her up as like the moderate face. Because they're desperate to make the Republican Party look sane. She's also cunt mother and a slay queen. You know what I mean? Think of the VP position as a balancing act, okay? It's great if the VP brings you an important state, okay, for the Electoral College, but it's even better if the VP is also finding a delicate balance. Like, for example, for Joe Biden, he's an old white guy. They need someone who's like at least spicy, right? Kamala Harris is a black woman. Boom. There you go. With Joe Biden as the VP, Barack Obama is a telegenic and very kinetic young black man. That's terrifying for a lot of older white Americans. So what do you do to balance that out? You get a goofy ass, centrist, conservative, sometimes racist white guy. That's Joe Biden, right? With Donald Trump, he's captivated the base, but he's not actually gotten assurances from the institutional Republican Party guys. How do you get that? How do you capture that? Well, you get that with Michael Pence. So that's what I think. I think right now what the Republican Party desperately needs is an assurance for like some of the moderates, because you're gonna capture the freaks anyway. They love you, right? Maybe some of them might go to RFK, as a matter of fact, but most of the freaks love you. You got the freaks. But where you're hemorrhaging right now, beyond the freaks, is the moderate, college-educated white voters that are actually going to the Biden campaign. How do you bring them back? You bring them back with a classy broad who's able to capture the attention of liberal media and becomes a media darling. Nikki Haley is the classy broad, okay? I would look at how hard Donald Trump pumps Nikki Haley. You know what else I think is a dark horse pick? It's not going to happen. But you know what I think is a fucking insane dark horse pick? Are you ready for this? Wait, what did I say? People are throwing up huzz and stuff. Motherfucking Robert F. Kennedy Jr., dude. Wait, what did I say? RFK Jr., folks. RFK Jr. for VP, baby. RFK Jr. for VP next to Donald Trump. You got a Kennedy. That's the merger ticket, okay? That's right. Now, in the fakest way possible, in the most phony way possible, you got Donald Trump going, that's right. I'm the real unity guy, folks. Believe me. That's the QAnon ticket right there. Ticket to success. But all jokes aside, I do think that Nikki Haley is a fairly balanced VP for Trump. I do. You said how hard Trump pumps Nikki. Oh. What I meant to say is it's entirely dependent. Like if Donald Trump sees Nikki Haley as a threat, which he clearly did in Iowa, right? It depends on how hard he goes after Nikki Haley. I would say that Donald Trump didn't even roll Ron DeSantis as hard in this entire cycle, as hard as he rolled fucking Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz, and many others. He certainly hasn't gone that hard after Nikki Haley. Okay? Think about that. I mean, you could say that that's partially because he's too busy with his trial and his many, his many different issues, right? However, the fact that he hasn't gone super hard after Nikki Haley, your logic fails with Hillary Clinton, Tim Kaine, by the way. What logic? Dude, don't even fucking make me. My logic fails with Tim Kaine? Is that what you just said? Like Hillary Clinton choosing Tim Kaine? You did this, by the way.
There are 10 things you need to do.
Number 1.
You register to vote and it's on. You post that Hillary sign up on your lawn.
Number 2.
Call some undecideds with your crew.
You
your
did that.
cousins in
That's,
Ohio,
you did that,
maybe
Chatter.
try and flip them blue.
Number 3.
Watch Hillary examine the terrain. Watch a campaign with the man Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain. Number 4.
Hillary makes each decision, looking at the world from a rarefied position. A public servant with tenacity, agility.
Mi gente, experience is not a liability. 5. Now we all know this is the time when the other side tries to fly low, we go high. We know that our Hillary's no quitter. We watch as her opponent sits and fiddles with his Twitter.
7.
Confession time, all in a burst. I want to vote the candidate puts our kids first.
November 8.
Your last chance to participate.
On the Epstein plane. That's what he means.
Pull up to your polling place, vote up in your home state. And it's down to the 2 weeks to go. City berserk. Hillary Rowe. Have only one overwhelming feeling. Anybody here want to shatter a glass ceiling? No.
Oh!
Look in the eye, clear your throat. Summon all the time you can devote. Then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 10 paces vote.
Wow, dude. That is like 1 minute and 36 seconds of straight gas. You know what I mean? I just wanted to let you know, kids who were 10 during this will be able to vote this year. Yeah, great. Chat, I will punish the entire chat. Yes, it's called collective punishment. And yes, I will do it. I don't care. Okay? Never bring up Tim Kaine's name in this chat ever again, especially within the context of like, why did Hillary Clinton pick Tim Kaine as his VP? I don't know. Why don't you go ask her that question? Why did she not campaign in Wisconsin? She did many things that were really stupid. Okay? And I don't know. It's just, she lost. She lost to Donald Trump. Do you really think we are headed for 2015 politics again the closer we get to the general election? Brother, we've been in 2015 politics. Reverse Gladio? What are you talking about? We've already been in that. We've been in the pocket of that already, hardcore, as a matter of fact. I feel like I feel like I'm back in like 2014, 2015 at the Young Turks. I haven't been yelled at this much from both liberals and also like the internet in general. I haven't been yelled at this much since like I was at the Young Turks. I would say since 2016, since Trump's election, there was a lot of people that were like, okay, Trump is the guy. He sucks. We all realize that he sucks. Nothing changed for the better. So I guess we'll just take that L and we'll move on. And everyone became like radical leftists at the time frame. Not even House? No. I got yelled at a lot throughout my political commentary career. But I'm talking about the space in general, okay? back in the day, there was back in the day before I was ever on Twitch, it was just negativity. I was born in the darkness. Okay, I was molded in the darkness, where it was just an overwhelming sea of anger towards any expression of politics that wasn't like inherently reactionary online. I'm talking like old, like 2014, 2015, 2016 internet was just dog shit if you were a leftist. Okay, straight up. Like most of you guys are unfamiliar with this stuff because you were either on 4chan at the time or were too young to remember, which is fine. But nah, that's Kaplan out. What are you talking about? The internet was way worse in like 2014, 2015, 2016. What the fuck? Not even a question, dog. Pre-Bernie Sanders internet is so bad. Pre-Bernie Sanders momentum, you have no idea. Like everything was just SJW's own. Guys, literally every single content creator, beloved content creators that were considered apolitical at the time were iDubbbz, Ethan, like all of those guys were apolitical. They were all participating in the SJW own compilations. You have no idea how the internet was. This is the closest we've gotten to like that era of online commentary where like every apolitical content creator is like a fucking small business tyrant fascist, okay? We're talking Gamergate. Yeah, PewDiePie. That's how it is always. We are 100% not as bad, but we are definitely in that pocket. I used to be a MAGA Zoomer back in 2016. I started watching in 2020 and now I'm left of center. Yeah, the internet, you mildly criticizing PewDiePie and even saying you didn't think he was a Nazi got so much hate from his base. Oh yeah, 100%. There was nothing. We're talking like pre-BreadTube, okay? BreadTube didn't even fucking exist at this point. It was barely beginning. Like H-Bomber guys, Sean, ContraPoints. These are all inventions of like 2015, 2016 era internet. Like that's when a lot of content creators started popping up and gaining momentum rather. The Needle Drop got his meme channel. Yeah, like so much has changed at that point. The Needle Drop got his meme channel shut down because the Fader calling it alt-right. I think Anthony Fantano was even kind of spicy too. You're forgetting a lot of the main players at the time because at the time many of you were either too young to remember or didn't care about it or were literally in that group, in that wheelhouse. But like the Sargon of Akkad of the world, the JonTron, like JonTron was a literal fucking meme guy, and yet his politics were just insanely reactionary. Okay, iDubbbz is another great example as well. Like that was Fantano. Now is a leftist. Yes, I'm saying that like there was a lot of people at that time. There was a lot of people at that time that were like insanely reactionary. Okay, insanely reactionary, while simultaneously presenting themselves as like apolitical. Now, here's the thing. What has happened since then? A lot of those guys have changed their politics. Okay? A lot of those guys have changed their politics. Some have died out. Some have completely died out, and there's nothing remaining of the sort, right? What's the Scottish guy that made his pug do the Hitler salute? Guys like that. I don't even know if they're still around. Some of those guys and their politics changed dramatically. I agree, but I don't think Mellon was anywhere near iDubbbz or JonTron. No. I'm simply stating Adam Something made a good video discussing growing up in the internet and how it made us all reactionary back in the day. No, it made not all of us reactionary. Some of us weren't, okay? Myself included. I'm saying that now the era has shifted back to that. The era has 100% shifted back to that. There isn't as much like momentum and mobilization on the annoying like radlib radfem side of that pipeline, okay? But there is certainly a lot of growing momentum around content creators that are doing like centrist content, but a big chunk of their coverage revolves around like yelling at leftists. It's weird. A big chunk of it is like almost inherently anti-communist, openly anti-socialist. I don't know. Exclusively shitting on leftists, kind of weird. Every now and then you sprinkle a little bit of debating right-wingers, but then you go and go back to your bread and butter and consistently talk about how the left is the real problem in a country where Donald Trump might win an election again, I'm just saying, something to consider, something to think about. Did Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro pop off in the day? Yes, absolutely.
Republicans to challenge President Biden in November, winning by a historically strong margin. We saw Trump a short while ago thanking his supporters who appear undaunted by the former president's 4 criminal indictments, 91 charges, and his 2020 election lies. They're giving him a strong headwind into the New Hampshire primary next week. Trump topping 50% with most of the vote counted. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pulling off a needed second-place showing in a state he was counting on to keep his campaign going. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley, a close third, as she looks to friendlier turf in New Hampshire, where independents can vote and the kind of republicanism is more moderate. Let's go now to Jessica.
See, they're propping her up. I'm telling you, dude. They're gearing her up like it's the top of the hour ad break, and you're geared up because you're already subscribed for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Okay? Boss, do I miss the Dudu Bennett reacts? I mean, is there a Dudu Bennett type content creator on the Republican side? I feel like Republicans are kind of washed too in this process. I'm not even kidding. I think like where is there an area of momentum? I feel like maybe debate content pops off on TikTok in short bursts, and that's pretty much it. Beyond that, the political sphere is dry as hell. That's why all these fucking losers on the progressive side are constantly trying to fucking spark drama. There really isn't anything. It's just red pill guys. Like Nelk Boys, Aiden Ross, Olive Kick. That's what I'm saying. It's like, that's not politics, brother. That's just like a bunch of fucking morons, you know? And that's still drama. You're just describing drama. Crowder, great example, just deleted his entire fucking Twitter. What does Crowder have? He has nothing. He dropped the bag on a $50 million deal. He had a very public divorce. He's got nothing going on. Ben Shapiro, I rarely hear about, right? I rarely hear about Ben Shapiro. I rarely hear about even Matt Walsh. Where are the conservative commentators? Where are they popping off? Who are the new names? Who is the new like Caitlin Bennett style conservative commentator? Okay. I mean, sure, a lot of groiped up Nazis are popping off on Twitter, but that's it. And Twitter is just like a desolate shithole. There is not really a lot of momentum on the Republican side, unless I'm missing it. And I might totally be missing it because I am still gathering all my information from this guy's the new face of debates.
LGBTQ rights or economic stability.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this guy's an apolitical content creator, right? Like he's just doing memes on TikTok. That's what he does.
Both? You need to pick one.
Like not this guy, not the atheist legend. Have you seen Michael Malice? Not really. How many of these losers you made a video on are even relevant now?
You're kind of a guy with some of the telling people not to arch their backs and upsetting. Well, oblivious.
Yeah. Like, do these guys still make content? I mean, they do, but does the content have any sort of prescient, any sort of like momentum? Not like the Peak. The intellectual dark web is a great example of like anti-globalist pat stocks are kind of popping off right now. Pfft, no, they're not, dude. Tucker Carlson interviewed Cat Turd, dude. It's so Jover. Jordan Peterson's fallen off. And I also, as a consequence of that, have fallen off as well, for the record. Tommy Lauren is completely done. But I genuinely don't know. Who would you say are the biggest right-wing content creators? I don't know. I mean, I guess like the Ben Shapiros of the world still are. But I mean, even look at their numbers. Like, they don't do that well. Ben Shapiro has 6 million. Ben Shapiro has 6 million subscribers. He has 6 million subscribers, and his videos are like barely hitting 200K. That's insane. Okay? That is insane. This video has 27K views, bro. The second black president. Ben Shapiro destroys 2024 Golden Globes. Like every now and then he bangs on cultural commentary from a conservative perspective. But look at how awful these numbers are. He's interviewing the likes of The Critical Drinker. Do you think that this is good? People don't even talk about Joe Rogan as much anymore.
All right, so a few months ago, while in the throes...
Hassan, hey Hassan, who do you think your biggest influence for doing this is? I promise this is relevant. Wait, what do you mean? Like... Matt Walsh, sitting at 2.8 million subscribers, 66K views, 51K views, 110K, 61K views. This is the most dink couple I've ever seen. 235K views. Every now and then he hits big. Why Joe Coy will never be Ricky Gervais. Like, a little bit of cultural commentary, but these guys used to hit millions, dude. Center-left content is popping off, I think. It's where I'm hearing a lot of conservative rhetoric. I think that center-left content is not necessarily popping off, but drama content from a center-left perspective that just exclusively makes itself busy with like whatever the fuck is going on with Republicans. Whatever the fuck is going on with socialism, no matter how small, that's what's popping off. But center-left is not popping off overall. This is really, really, really interesting. It's really interesting to see. Views are down everywhere. I think a lot of people have just sucked into TikTok. I guess the one person that's like doing relatively well in the conservative sphere, people are saying, is Brett Cooper, which is shocking because she was like an unknown entity with a tremendous amount of backing from the Republicans at Daily Wire. And she's actually doing decently well. Our culture despises self-respecting women. It's all cultural stuff. Weight loss. Is it willpower or Ozempic? TikToker caught digging tunnels under her house. This is all like cultural, lifestyle, TikTok coverage, all of that from a right-wing slant. Okay? And it is doing fairly well. A day in my life living in Budapest. Gen Z is prepping for the year of chaos. And that's it. It seems like she is the only person I'm seeing on the conservative side that's like actually doing decently well, right? And it's like it's like a conservative version of what I've done. She literally ripped your React cover style and just pumped shorts. Yeah, no, I know, but it works. Yeah, it's the girl with the fake set. Exactly. Reactionary content is more specific, e.g. Manosphere, and there's way more creators now than back in the day. Single successful stories aren't needed because their ideas are more mainstream. Yeah, I think that a lot of right-wing commentary is like relegated to the supposedly middle of the ground centrist content creators, right? There's a lot of like centrist content creators that do like center-right commentary, specifically attacking like socialists or leftists or whatever. It's like a lighter version of like, I'm actually kind of liberal myself, or I'm like an apolitical guy, but I really fucking hate these left-wing guys, you know? They're really, really weird, huh? Like, there's a lot of stuff like that out there that kind of bang, but it's usually not done on the boundaries of politics, but instead done on like, this guy kind of sucks, doesn't he? Like, look at his vibes. His vibes are really off. I'll give you a great example. Many people in this sphere, in this orbit, did not actually look at the conversations that me and Ethan had. Okay. They didn't even look at like the information that I brought forward. They didn't look at the information that he brought forward in any of our many conversations about Israel, Palestine, and simply moved on directly to Hassan is mistreating Ethan. That's not political commentary. That was just petty drama. But that shit banged. People literally were like, Hassan made Ethan cry. Hassan is a bad person. He's a bad friend to Ethan. Look at Hassan. Look at how bad he is. That's not political commentary. You're just simply stating like that, you know, you're just presenting me as like a bad person in this situation. And it's and complaining about my mods and whatever. So like that is a cowardly substitute to like real legitimate political commentary, but it's also a very successful way of attacking political commentary because you don't have to talk about politics at all at that point. And yeah, of course it was very bad faith. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters is whether it works or not, okay? If you can bully Steven Crowder offline by, talking about his relationship, then that's a big W against the conservative movement because now you've been able to take down a conservative commentator. The same goes for someone like myself. If you can maybe not take away my audience or anything, but if you can just turn around and say, he's a bad person. Look, this is why. Here's a clip that's like clipped out of context, right? And you can, show that, present that against like a very cry or anything. That's what everyone was fucking saying, but that wasn't true. I was, that was ridiculous. But that's how it was presented. Yes, Ethan and I are still cool, of course. My point is, all of that stuff works, okay? All of that stuff works to chip away. All of that stuff works to chip away. And it's most successfully done by supposedly apolitical people, right? It's supposedly apolitical people that are doing this. So then, like, they have no dog in the fight. They're just objectively looking at the situation. But of course, they have a political framework. They just are smart enough not to show it, right? That's it. And then a lot of people basically jump on it on the supposedly leftist content creator pipeline, so they can eat away at some of the people that are falling off from that. You know, you shake the couch, and people pick up whatever drops out of it. What's up, young Fika? This is how it works. Let's be honest, some people's politics here are actually just hating you. That's also true, which is ironic because it's not politics. That's not politics. You can have disagreements with me, okay? And that's fine. And we can have disagreements on the political front, right? You can have disagreements with me on the political front, but many people don't do that. That's why most of the commentary that revolves around me about like all of the things that I've done that are wrong are like, I bought a house, I bought a car, I don't practice what I preach, right? It's all bullshit. But it's very successful in undermining whatever kind of message I'm trying to spread, because the message I'm trying to spread has to have charitability. The true problem with the right and liberal America is that no one believes in anything. They just want to argue over problems that don't exist. And of course, material problems in the background go unsolved, despite them being massively popular in terms of what matters. Culture war distraction shit. It's funny too, because conspiracy people love to call shit a distraction and then engage in these discourses. Oh yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but I do think that it's happening at a time when like there's not a lot of interest in politics at all, regardless. And that's it. I think you're big enough long enough for many people the well is poisoned too from stuff like that. Yeah, but it's okay. I think the main thing is that they're spiteful that you never broke her back to build their career, so they take it as a personal attack for hate. I don't know what that means. But yeah, becoming a gigajillionaire by preaching a message is something that many people are wary from those crazy church people. Yeah, the difference, however, is that all of this shit is for free. That's the major difference. People voluntarily subscribe, but that's it. That's the major difference. I don't preach salvation. I don't tell you that if you give me money, you'll go to heaven. I don't preach the prosperity gospel. Is it bad to refer to oneself as left of center? So yeah, there's no tithing happening. I don't promise anything either. Anyway, regardless, what was I saying? But yeah, it's just there's not a lot of interest in like hardcore political coverage, partially because people are tapped out, people are bored, people don't want to. So many people that target you are so irrelevant now because you focus on the objective. Everyone out here playing TDM while Hassan plays Diffuser. I don't know what that reference means, but yeah, I mean, I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, but we're also hitting major boomerification of Gen Z. Like, ironically, a lot of Gen Z is putting themselves first under the guise of self-care and putting yourself first before others, like a form of entitlement, not a degree, but survival. Yeah. Do you think politics and commentators will become more popular closer to the election? Potentially. The new culture war is on TikTok, man. I'm telling you. Unfortunately, I'm incredibly tapped out of TikTok. I am not in the know at all. And my only way of knowing what's going on in the world on TikTok specifically was by looking at Twitter. And now Twitter is broken. So my only lens into what pops off in that side of the world is now done. It's like riddled with shit. So I don't know. I don't know what's good. I don't know what's actually doing great on TikTok. Like, I don't know what people care about TikTok. And that's why I do sometimes, and I will say this very earnestly, very honestly, I do sometimes feel like I'm oblivious to what is like going on in the world of conservative commentary. It does legitimately feel far away. I don't know. And all the guys that I do know, they're kind of washed. Would you agree that this sort of drama culture war stuff, even if it gets a lot of views, doesn't lead to much influence in the long run? Like covering politics like Majority Report, half the chat, me included, used to watch that in 2014 era and still turn progressive. Yeah, no, I mean, I think politics has devolved into TikTok drama because the reality is people feel too powerless to care about the systems and control our lives, both right and left. Yes. Even if there's a lot of stuff on TikTok that's like popping off, I just don't know. I feel like conservative commentary was kind of taken over by the manosphere, and I don't know where it's living now. Yeah, I think that is what happened. The alpha male sphere on TikTok is always popping off. Yeah, I think politics has fallen off, or rather, right-wing politics has also fallen off like left-wing politics has. And what it's actually turned into is like a lot of manosphere shit. And I was ahead of the curve on that. I dunked on Andrew Tate, and then I kind of checked out of that scene completely, not realizing that that stuff still bangs, I guess, on TikTok, the podcast, like whatever and the like. So on the one hand, yes, you're right. I feel like the right wing has been taken over by the manosphere and the likes of manosphere content creators. And the left wing has been taken over by drama farmers. And I think that both is a signal that people, like the audiences, are not interested in politics in general. Right-wing podcasters are doing manosphere shit. It's like drama about how women ain't shit, okay? And left-wingers are doing drama about, how other left-wingers are somehow betraying the cause or not real leftists or have their own personal stuff. And you have to write a manifesto and have nukes on others or whatever the fuck they do. I don't really follow it as much. I just see it on Twitter sometimes and I'm grossed out by it and I throw up in my mouth and then I move on. But like, it's still not politics. None of it is politics. And I do think that is because both sides are on the same fucking shitty situation where they just have nothing going on. And men dressed as women are gender partying with your kids at brunch. Men dressed as women are gender partying with your children. Yeah, a lot of them are doing 4chan shit, but from the left. And yes, have you ever covered Tyler Oliveira or other exploitative poverty tourism content? They're definitely doing politics, even if it's content. That's what I mean. Even if it's covert, that's what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, all the people that are like instilling legitimate political messages are doing it without either realizing it or deliberately doing it. Like the Nelk Boys is a great example of a non-political entity doing very real political commentary. Okay. Oh, and very aware of that. And then Tyler Oliveira and the like are doing maybe oblivious to the reality, but have like a right-wing attitude. And they are doing political commentary or baking political commentary into their coverage. Yeah, barstool conservatism is exactly what's going on. Someone literally told me to attack people has been the culture within the online left before you came in. Wait, what? I asked them, how is that good? Got no answer. They're not serious people. What? To attack people has been the culture within the online left before I came in? Yes. That's not a good thing. That's a bad thing. That's the point. I think people like Noah are a good access point to the politics of happening on TikTok. He seems to be really well tapped into the shit that's happening on TikTok. He had the core vids and the incel vids plus the pickup artist vids. He has finger on the pulse of trends. Oh, you mean Noah Sampson? I was like, what? Noah Colwyn? He knows fucking less than I do. I think the leftists are powerless and bored, and it's as simple as that. You're the figurehead of the online left, and they literally have nothing else going for them politically. I agree. I think so too. There's one socialist YouTuber that I listen to that does audiobooks, made a whole vid rant on you. That's what I mean. It's like, it's everyone trying to eat away at like a smaller and smaller market share without like, while dropping their eyes off the prize. That's what I mean. I'm sure every leftist content creator who I'm not like directly and immediately friends with has at a certain point been like, yeah, this guy sucks. Because I think they see that as a pathway. I'm sure they personally fucking hate me too. Like I'm sure they've seen so much negative stuff about me that like that guides their views a little bit. And then they just kind of get, they definitely get a lot of benefits from it too. Like they get views and stuff. So then they just do it. The absolute worst shit is left purists who just want to stay in a small club and be insanely judgmental of anything. You usually only see them online because they would realize even hardcore union people can be bigoted, etc. They do not realize it's best to know how to read the room and engage people properly because they're morons, but it's so annoying to see. Oh, absolutely. You're in the TYT role this time. I know, which sucks. Any leftist content creators who don't hate you? Many of the major ones don't. Was that a joke? What do you mean? Market share? Was that a joke? Bruh, no. Like you're talking about market share? Yes, I think that people see it that way. I thought you were leftist. No, I don't think you understood what I was saying, but I don't know why you're so antagonistic. I think people see content as a situation where there's like a tiny market share that they want to capture. Every single ostensibly left content creator I used to follow who has shat on you have made the reactionary grifter turn, so take that however you will. Yeah, exactly. That's the other part. Ironically, you're being loved by a community of apolitical content creators than leftist one, and that's just sad. Yeah, like most of my friends and people that don't inherently despise me or overtly despise me for content are ironically apolitical content creators, you know, like the OTKs and the offline TVs of the world. But yeah, but that'll never stop. The leftist infighting and the purity spirals won't stop. We try not to do that here, though, of course. OTK is not apolitical. I mean, they are relatively. Anyway, I mean, the left has nothing going for it in mainstream avenues because of disillusionment with the establishment, and the establishment being the only vector for people to channel that. But we kind of have the UAW organizing and coalitions for unions for joint negotiation contracts 2028. UAW actively calling for a ceasefire. Have you covered that? Yes, I have, of course. Yes, I have covered that. I mean, other than the one instance, by the way, that I've yelled at, I've been pretty good on keeping my promise of not malding as much this year, I think. Anyway, I told you guys all this stuff because I am looking at it.
Begin with
And I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on, right? And that's something that I'm still looking at, I guess. I haven't sworn as much either. I still do swear a lot, but not as much. One mauled in 15 days is pretty good. I don't know how much TikTok is still trend-setting platform, but it could be. No, TikTok I think is like where, I mean, the views had to have gone somewhere. I suspect it is TikTok, right? You said cunt mother like 50 times today. That doesn't count. What about moderation? Like you get to just unload on one chatter a month? Maybe. I think a huge part is just less entertainment consumption. True. I think I just got to look at more TikTok and try to figure out what's popping off. And as my community, you guys are also tasked with finding me things that are happening in the world. So I'm telling you as well that in the upcoming months, beyond the primaries, which of course we will be covering, if you want to get caught up with the reactionary culture, go to a gold silver coin shop. I do want to see what the memes are. I feel like we are, as a community, we're getting older, and as a consequence of us getting older as a community, I think that we are losing sight of what is popping online. There used to be much younger people in here. Some of them became older, right? You guys. And others that were really young have left. So we got to figure out what is still popping off. Bro, I'm young as hell. You just old. It's true. I feel like there are less people like you getting mad about shit, which makes the viewers get mad less often, which makes them disengage. Swingers app for Disney adults. Oh my God, I saw this. Okay, let's look at this. Whatever the fuck this is, I have to see it.
Anyone who knows me and my long-term boyfriend know that we meet a lot of our friends online these days.
We have made a ton of friends in the Disney community, a majority of which we have met on Swingers Upon Main.
This is an app for swingers by swingers. Swingers that love Disney.
Yo, you know that room is smelling rank when they're done, okay? God damn, Disney Swinger app. I gotta show this to Cutie. It's so funny. Every time I see some of this like freak shit, immediately my first interaction with this kind of content is like, oh, I can't wait to tell Cutie about this. It's always like, immediately my first interaction with this kind of content is like, oh, I can't wait to tell Cutie about this. It's always like, I can't wait to tell Cutie about this and act like she's responsible for it.
Ashley and I love to swing all over Walt Disney World Resort.
The Grand Floridian.
Main Street, USA.
Cinderella's Castle.
Space Mountain. And people love to drink around the world. Well, how about swinging around the world?
It's our favorite.
Swing Upon Main has Disney lovers from all over the world, and we all just come together in the most magical place on Earth. And heck, why not call it the most fun place on Earth, too?
Okay, let's be real. This is like band geeks, basically, that grew up to become Disney adults that swing, right? That's what's popping, right? That's what's going on, right? I mean, not to age myself here, but this is very like American Pie, band geeks are real freaks type shit. Rumors, Disney maternity ward of Magic Kingdom has expectant parents buzzing. Oh my God, Disney adults are insane, dude. What is happening?
We don't just trade pins at Magic Kingdom. We trade partners.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, he did the Mickey Mouse. Oh boy.
You can download the app Swing Upon Main today, and
Yeah, this is not real.
maybe we'll see you there.
I don't believe
And
this
we'll
is real.
show you a whole new world.
This is not real. There ain't no way. Yeah, there ain't no way. I don't believe it. Wait, what? No. This is fake. Stop. This is fake. That's fake. No, this is fake. I don't believe it. This, though, seems real. Disney maternity ward. Goddamn. What is happening? Oof. That's bad. That's so bad. Oh, here's Iraqi Mr. Beast. I wanted to show you guys. Everybody keeps sending me this in my group of friends outside of Twitch. Here we have Mr. Beast. Today we have giveaway. Kima giveaway. Rice and Kima giveaway.
giveaway Mr. Beast. Money please. تمنى قيمة. عزل القناة هاي.
قيمة. Dude, salam alaikum. We have Iraqi Mr. Beast. Dude, it's so funny. Did the doctor dress up as a character so you can pop a baby out your hoo-ha with Mickey Mouse? Yeah, Timothée Chalamet, we saw already, obviously. I talked about this already. This dude is like, dude, nobody has an answer to this, okay? I'm sorry. If you're this effortlessly cool and good looking while you are overtaking a commercial vessel on international waters that are 100 miles off of your country's coastline as you're in the midst of a genocidal political battle that has killed more than 400,000 people of your fellow countrymen with American proxies such as UAE and Saudi Arabia, Israel and America have no answer to counter this propaganda. That's it. It's Jover. You are now officially a real-life Monkey D. Luffy, okay? Reply saying he's not a pirate, he's a TikToker. Yeah, except, dude, that's so incredible. Do you understand? The fact that dudes in Yemen have the wherewithal to be like, hey, I know that I just checked out his TikTok page and he literally tags his post, hashtag Yemen pirates. The fact that, okay, Ansar Allah has the wherewithal to be like, I know we are currently being bombed by the largest military force on the planet, okay? And also simultaneously, we just overcame a genocide. But you know what would really bang right now? If we got like a hot guy to do TikToks as we overtake commercial vessels on international waters is incredible. The alternative to this is I'm a Zionist because I'm going to be fucking annoying ass ladies on TikTok and all over Twitter. Okay? If you have this on the one hand, this guy is going to win the war. Okay? This guy is literally winning the hearts and minds. Okay? Like, this is phenomenal PR that is undefeated. You know what I'm talking about. You've seen the TikToks I'm talking about. The I'm a Zionist TikToks. Can someone send me one, please? It's just, I know. It's not even a TikTok. It's on Twitter. He looks Mexican. He's confusing our Latinas. He makes one TikTok mogging and legitimately all of TikTok will be on his side. That's what I'm saying. Timothée Chalamet. Timothée Chalamet. No, the TikToks I'm talking about are not thirst traps. It's like this. It's this shit, okay?
We're Zionists. Of course we recognize the Jewish people's right to self-determination in their ancestral. Of course we support the IDF's mission to dismantle Hamas.
Bro, you live in Kentucky. Why are you saying Hamas? Like, what the fuck? I don't understand that. Like, she said Hamas. I've never heard that before, okay? You hit the hardest ha I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, what is happening? Like, listen, dude, if you're in fucking Terre Haute, Indiana, and you say Hamas, it's like, what happened? Like, that is a sound you have never produced in your life, okay? Where did this come from? Hamas! You're inside of a Target. What do you mean Hamas?
Zionists. Of course we support the IDF's mission to dismantle Hamas.
And also, people are going, oh, this is probably fake. No, it's not, man.
Hostages. We know Hatikva like the back of our hand.
We Israelify wardrobe when Israel is attacked to show our support and pride.
This is my favorite. Oh, not this one. The other one is my favorite one because she just walks back and forth. It's so funny.
Zionists. Of course we proudly stand by our brothers and sisters in the Holy Land. We're Zionists. Of course we won't stop talking about our last trip to Israel. We're Zionists. Our favorite colors are blue and white.
It's like, what is the goal here? You're not winning the hearts and minds, man. You are not winning the hearts and minds, dude. This is not, listen, if I'm in the Israeli foreign ministry, okay, and I see this video come out, I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Stop doing that now. I'll be like, stop this, cut it out. What is happening on the PR front for Israel, bro? An entire country of fucking DJs and no marketing people? What the hell? If I see this and I'm on the Israeli foreign, propaganda operation, if I'm on the Hasbara operation and I see this TikTok, I'm like, stop. I'm literally sanctioning the family that allowed this to be put out. Okay? I'm secretly trying to mass report this so that nobody sees it.
We're Zionists. We won't stop advocating for the world's only Jewish state.
It's so funny that people in the chat literally are like, no, this is like sarcastic, right? Like they made this as a joke, like they're making fun of people. No, man. No, they're not making fun of people. No, they are not making fun of people. No, they're being themselves. This ain't satire, dog. This is real shit.
For Zionists, one of our favorite sayings is 3 words. Am Yisrael Chai.
It's like you've lost the propaganda battle, and then you got this one. This is the continuation.
I'm a Zionist. Of course, I've lost over 300 followers since October 7th. I'm a Zionist.
That's so crazy. It's like dudes are losing 300 of their family members, okay? And she's like, oh, I lost 300 followers since October 7th. It's like, maybe because you post really poorly, okay? Have you thought about that? Post better, okay? Post better, and then stop posting cringe. It's like cringe is one thing, but posting cringe as an instrument of genocide is entirely at a separate level. Like, ain't nobody's gonna sit there and be like, oh, that's my shit. I love that you just posted cringe thinking that you are defending genocide.
I'm a Zionist. Of course the student body's trying to impeach me.
I'm a Zionist. Of course I'm going to spam your feed with Israel content.
We're Zionists. Of course we're shadow banned on Instagram.
It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, Meta is famously and notoriously very anti-Israel, okay? Yeah, the same Meta that literally openly admitted that they were actually fucking hitting the sex worker shadow ban on people that posted like the Palestinian flag. Accounts that they tagged as pro-Palestine, they literally banned those accounts. They banned those accounts or they shadow banned them. They marked them as terrorists. And she's over here being like, of course I'm shadow banned. No, you're not shadow banned. You just post like shit. Your posts suck, okay? Nobody wants to fucking see that. Nobody wants to see that shit at all. That's the problem. You're not being shadow banned. Oh my God, all reactionaries are the same. I swear to God.
I'm a Zionist. Of course we've been fighting people on social media, but
yeah, Meta has never seen a Muslim genocide that it wasn't on board with. Oh my God. Anyway, the point was this. This is insane. This guy is not even saying anything. He just got music playing as he's like rolling up on a fucking commercial vessel. That's it. Like, it's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's so done. Okay. Anyway, then there's this as well. This is the right political space right now.
The big news, the breaking news, big story last night. Podcaster, live streamer Tim Pool suffered.
I gotta pee while this plays.
A case of, we believe, diarrhea or vomiting or a little bit of both. Live last night on his Timcast broadcast while he was talking to Donald Trump Jr. Let's take a look and see what happened, and we can discuss what we think might have happened here.
Since the last time.
Before that question, I'm going to do something I've never done on the show before. I'm going to leave. I'm actually feeling really, really sick, but we've got some awesome friends. I don't know if Phil or Josie or somebody wants to jump in and take my seat.
Why don't you guys both come up for a minute?
I'm feeling real sick.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wait, back this up a second. Look at what
Ian's having a real...
Ian freaks, like, the choice Ian makes here. Ian is Tim's little toady here. Watch this.
Or Josie or somebody wants to jump in and take my seat.
Why don't you guys both come up for a minute?
I'm feeling real sick.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm going to go. Why is
Wait, he wants to jump
Ian
on
going to the bathroom?
He doesn't want to be alone with DJ.
And Don Jr. looks scared too. Yeah, and so Don actually is kind of. I think he's fairly pleasant here, but take a look.
I tried. I got the drink because I'm like, I just got punched in the gut.
Hey, Phil, you want to sit in for like 10 minutes or so? I'm going to go to the bathroom and listen to you guys, and then I'll come back.
What? Listen to what? You having diarrhea?
Wait, you're the one supposed to stay.
Yeah. Ian, how about not making this about you?
Go.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, like, what is he going to hold his hand while Tim goes,
just leave? Oh, yeah, maybe that's part of the deal. It's like, if I go to the bathroom, you come with me.
I'm too scared to have diarrhea alone. All right, so then keep going.
But in the full transparency, I'm like,
I hope I didn't piss you off so bad. Did I disgust you to the point where...
I'm enjoying it. I'm actually, I resisted for the past 15 minutes.
Look at him clenching his asshole.
I'm like, I can't.
Try to lay down, try to feel better.
Yeah,
definitely go take care of yourself. We still have super chats that we're going to be getting into in about 15 minutes. But
Wait, is this for real? Did he actually poop himself?
What a lot of people are saying is that he's been on these hair growth pills.
Hair growth, yes.
There's a chance that what's happening here is Tim is overdoing it with...
Okay, Tim. Let me tell you something, okay? Not everybody's blessed with a beautiful hairline like you son of a gun.
What is it? Roman?
Too fast, too much.
What are the Rogaine? These different supplements and pills you can take. If you do too much of that, it's going to be very hard on your stomach and you will get diarrhea. Well, we wish Tim nothing but unpleasant bathroom.
What happened to let's fucking shit and it won't fucking come out help and many other poop emotes that we used to have?
Experiences. Why? Why am I
there
petty
it
about
is.
this? He called
It
me a
won't come out.
pedophile. He called me a groomer not too many months ago. So nothing but ill will towards him. And I hope...
That's awesome. I should link up with the Heidegger party once again. They're doing a lot. They're doing the most. Zionist TikToks are not sending their best. Let's take a look at another one.
Normal day in my life, except today there was a terrorist attack. The day started off with some coffee, and then I had my vitamins. I got started right away on some work. Then I ordered some food from Walt Market for the first time, which ended up being amazing. I got all these vegetables and made myself a salad. And then I get a text from my friend saying, look, a terrorist attack happened in Ranana, 30 minutes from me. I look outside my window and I see an ambulance coming my way. My heart shattered.
This is my favorite type when it's like, man, I just want to really hammer home that like this terror attack has shook me to the core.
My way, my heart shattered. I mustered up enough energy to do some laundry, and then I went out and I took the garbage out because I was pushing.
Yeah, and then when I took the garbage out, the bottom of the garbage had a little bit of a leakage. So then it kind of got everywhere, and then the apartment smelled bad. And then there was a trail of like liquid following me down to the trash chute. And honestly, that is significantly worse than everything that's going on in Gaza. I would not wish this upon my worst enemies. I would not wish this upon the Palestinian population that is currently undergoing a brutal and gruesome ethnic cleansing campaign. And honestly, who's to say whose situation is worse? I mean, I am. I'm saying right now that my situation is the worst, significantly worse than the Palestinians in Gaza that have no access to clean water or, you know, are getting shot at while they're going out to get the limited amount of food that's being delivered into the strip. Honestly.
Pushing it off. I bought some water. I came back home. I made myself a sandwich, and then two of my friends came over. We
Not a sandwich. It's a wrap. Not a sandwich.
We ate, we talked, and then I went to bed. Welcome to
Okay, well, it's just like, yeah, bro, why would you post this? Is right. Israeli day in the life vlog out there while there's a terrorist attack.
Except
she has clean water, went grocery shopping, had full meals, access to her medication, edited this TikTok in the comfort of her home, built on stolen Palestinian land. Gaza barely has A, but how scary for her is exactly what is happening. She's just like, I hope she has some courage left. Me too, man. It's really hard. There was this is the other last genre of bad Israeli propaganda that I wanted to show you. This is the Welcome to Apartheid video, which is ironically identical. I think it was Muhammad who like posted a comparison video from South Africa. The Welcome to Apartheid video that she made is so bad. Let's take a look.
In the heart of Tel Aviv, at the apartheid.
Guys, there's a mosque. How could you say there is an apartheid? There's a literal mosque there.
This is the apartheid. Look, guys, it's the apartheid.
Yo, how about you go to Gaza and post that? She just keeps posting. She just keeps pointing to like churches and mosques to be like, the apartheid. Where is the apartheid? Oh, and then this is my favorite part where she just does creep shots like she's a Japanese pervert in a fucking subway station of like women in hijabs. Okay? Like she literally does this over and over. If you think this is the last time she's doing that.
Color, rich and poor, young and old. This is our South Africa.
We are a rich variety of people, indelibly joined by our past to our future, and our diverse mixture of languages.
Yeah, hitting the white is the same as hitting the Hamas. It's the same energy. The white.
Cultures, religions.
By colored, does the South African mean mixed? Yes. It means like definitely black, but we can't figure out exactly how black, so we need to stick a fucking pencil in your hair to see if it falls type shit.
Make us a truly cosmopolitan society. And as Africans, we are living and working together, sharing a common goal, that of a better tomorrow.
Yeah, what apartheid, dog? What do you mean? A lot of these people are happy, and I saw some black people. So clearly there is no apartheid. Duh. Who are these videos for? The apartheid inspectors? Brother, you have to do like PR. No matter how gross your disgusting, violent ethno-state project looks like. Yeah, it's for the Western audience. They're like, look, there is no apartheid in South Africa. Look at this. The blacks are in the beach alongside the whites. Please stop the sanctions regime. It's anti-white racism to do sanctions on South Africa. Look at the blacks and the coloreds. I'm trying to get better at my South African, okay? South African. Where is the BH takedown of the apartheid video, though? Actually, great attempt. Nice job with the Afrikaans. Thank you. Oh, here it is. Here is BM. He says, yes, Abby, it is the apartheid. You just can't see it. Unlike the second part of this brilliant Hasbara skit, which was filmed on the campus of Tel Aviv University, built on the ruins of a Palestinian village, Sheikh Muwanis, uprooted in 1948. The first part takes us to Jaffa. Oh, this is the second part.
We are in.
How's it, bro? Yeah, she's like, dude, it's not lost upon me. It's not lost upon me that every time she's like in close proximity or like on a one-on-one situation almost with like Muslim women, she's like, it's an apartheid. Get some creep shots.
It's the apartheid.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than also posting a fucking standing together. Like, the irony is not lost on me, and maybe not lost on you as well, that what they are posting here is a poster from the Israeli Arab coalition of Standing Together, who also do believe, at least some of them, believe that it is a fucking apartheid. Israel is an apartheid. So the fact that they're posting because they are, you know, this is for a fucking Western audience, and many of them don't speak Arabic or can't read Arabic and don't know what that symbol or what that is, literally they are posting an anti-occupation organization chat, okay, and pointing to it and going, apartheid. It's like, what are you talking about? That is literally an organization dedicated to ending the occupation. It's insane.
Perfect example of apartheid. Freedom of speech in Israel. And look, we don't take it down.
And if you don't understand, this means this is everyone's home, Jews and Arabs living together.
Again, another standing together poster. This is a standing together poster. What I was talking about before.
It's the apartheid. Yeah, look, it's the apartheid.
The real apartheid happens at the top of the hour between those who have a subscription and those who do not, and end up seeing the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Don't tell me these have millions of views. I mean, it's getting posterized all over Twitter. Abby Nathan, Canadian TikToker who moved to Tel Aviv recently, and her friend tell us that they're in the heart of Tel Aviv. Well, they're not. The video is filmed in Jaffa and is a formerly Palestinian Arab city, now mixed, which was annexed to Tel Aviv in 1949. I think you just admitted to war crimes? Yes. Go ahead, bro. Take me to the ICJ. Take me to the ICC, dog. Or subscribe. Before 1948, Jaffa was an independent city for thousands of years and was one of the most important Palestinian cities. In the early 20th century, Tel Aviv was built next to it. According to UN's partition plan of 47, it was supposed to be a Palestinian enclave inside the Jewish state. Of course, until the 1948 war, the Nakba, about 70 to 80,000 Palestinian Arabs lived in Jaffa, with a Jewish minority amongst them, mostly in neighborhoods bordering Tel Aviv. Since the beginning of the 1948 war, there have been mutual clashes around the intercity border. Tel Aviv was the most important stronghold of Zionist militias, and in April and May of 1948, Jaffa was occupied after a series of attacks by Irgun and Haganah, Talked about that quite a bit back in the beginning stages of the October 8 Israeli bombing campaign. Many Palestinian inhabitants fled during the fighting, hoping to return after the war. Others were forcibly expelled. Jaffa surrendered on May 13th, the day before Israel's declaration of independence. By that time, only about 4K Palestinians were still in the city. They were rounded up and taken into the Ajami ghetto. I don't know how you say that. Ajami ghetto. A neighborhood turned into an actual ghetto, complete with barbed wire fences. Following weeks, chaos ensued. Jewish militants and civilians went on a rampage in the almost deserted city. They looted, robbed, destroyed, raped, and murdered. Afterwards, almost all Arab-owned property in Jaffa was expropriated by the new Jewish state. To prevent the Arabs from trying to return to their homes, the state... Oh, it's Ajem? Okay. To prevent the Arabs from trying to return to their homes, the state quickly inhabited the empty houses with Jewish immigrants fresh off the boat to the old city of Jaffa, which was partially destroyed by the British during the 36-39 revolt and was almost completely demolished. Most of old Jaffa is now a hill, a mound made from the huge amount of wreckage left. A similar act was done where the seaside neighborhood of Manshia used to be. The entire neighborhood was razed, the rubble was pushed towards the sea, and a park was built on top of it. The Arab names of streets were changed to Hebrew ones. Bostrus Street, for example, was changed to Raziel Street, named after David Raziel, an Irgun leader who was personally responsible for the murder of hundreds of Palestinian civilians in the terror attacks in the late 1930s. All satellite villages and neighborhoods of Jaffa were almost completely razed and depopulated. Some of South Tel Aviv's neighborhoods were built in their places. Abu Kabir is now a park. Saknet Hamad is a part of Givat Herzl. Tel Al-Rish is now Tel Giborim neighborhood. Jaffa was always famous for its delicious oranges, which were grown in many orchards around the city. Oranges became a national Palestinian symbol. After 1948, Israel destroyed most of the orchards, but cynically started using the brand Jaffa Orange as an Israeli brand. Like all Palestinian citizens of Israel, Jaffa's Arabs have been facing a systematic legal and societal prejudice against them since the formation of Israel. Yeah, where Jaffa comes from, isn't that like a treat? Like a British delicacy is like the not British delicacy, but like it's really popping in England is like the chocolate Jaffa cakes, bruv, yeah, chocolate covered oranges. That's where it fucking comes from. Even I knew that, right? Even I fucking knew that, bruv. That's right. That's where it fucking comes from. You don't even know it, right? Fucking hell. Even nowadays, Jaffa's Palestinians still face attempts to dispossess them and ethnically cleanse the city. Gentrification and the introduction of extreme religious Zionist settler groups into Jaffa who wish to Judaize the city are a constant threat to Jaffa's Arabs. Even Jaffa's dead are not safe in the Jewish state. A couple years ago, an ancient Muslim cemetery was destroyed to build a homeless shelter in its place. There's only one active Muslim cemetery left in the vicinity of Jaffa, Tasu, and the authorities are trying to close it. Abby and her friend could have educated themselves about Jaffa before making their propaganda video, but like most Zionists, they chose to stay ignorant. To achieve justice and equality, we must fight ignorance because knowledge of the past is key to understanding the present. Yeah, the cookies with the orange jam and chocolate, those are fucking banging. Yeah. So just something to consider. Not only is this nefarious propaganda, it's also gross and it sucks and it's identical to the South African propaganda at the time during the apartheid. Many people have dunked on it already. And lo and behold, the irony, of course, is that it cannot come anywhere near just one fucking Houthi dude slowly and casually smizing, light skin staring at the fucking phone camera as he, in his little dinky, he rolls up on an international commercial vessel. So that's what I wanted to end it on today. That's right. Yeah. That's what I got for you today. That's all I got for you today. I'm tapped out. Okay. That was a 10-hour banger. Can you get him on the stream? No, I cannot. I don't believe I can. I don't want to get him in trouble. But yeah, that'll be all for today. Wait, hold on. Oh, we're going to play the new one. That's right. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. I love you all. We'll do some more lighthearted, fun stuff. Gonna go take care of Kaya and do all that stuff. So bye, everybody. Peace. Be kind to one another. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says her song. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again. the sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ F-Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on it at your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3-4 fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming, the sun is streaming. Reading live stream fail comments, Austin show chat fights, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in our line. JCS react, law frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mess pandemic, monsters streaming in your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find some meaning through it all. There he is again, the sun is streaming, our sun is streaming. There he is again, the sun is streaming, our sun is streaming. Ready, everyone? Ready, chat? This is the new and improved bridge. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute act is through, but he'll play no pixel soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll 90 days soon. Can't wait. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll debate viewers soon. Can't wait. Hey, what can you say? The 3-minute ad is through, but he'll stop with the ad break soon. Can't wait.